negotiate. They refused. He took action. He again gave them time to negotiate, to end their ambitions, to end their ballistic missiles program, to stop funding terrorism, and to stop slaughtering their own people in the streets. And ultimately, they chose not to, and so action was taken. The president was fully justified and legally justified, and any effort by my Democratic colleagues to say otherwise is a lie. It is false. And so, we will get a briefing this week as required per the War Powers Act. The president did notify Congress. Congressional leaders were briefed. They were given advance notice. And so the president is fully in compliance with both Article 2 and the War Powers Act, as Democratic administrations have exercised that authority prior.
Yeah, and I know some of your Democratic colleagues will push back on that, but to your point, we have confirmed that they have reached out to the Gang of Eight, consulted with them, also with House Armed Services Committee, as in the lead up to all of this. I want to go back to what you were talking about when it comes to regime change. Once that Pandora's box is open, if that is successful, and again, we are waiting to learn about the fate of Iran's supreme leader. We don't know yet if he is alive or dead. Are you concerned about what happens next? Because there is no straight line forward. We don't know what the outcome would be as to who would take over.
Yeah, look, ultimately, this is a long process. If, in fact, he has been removed and, in fact, is deceased, it'll be up to the Iranian people to take action and take control of their country after 47 years of tyranny and oppression that they have suffered under the yoke of the Ayatollah. We saw in Venezuela an effort by the Venezuelan people to take their country back that was thwarted in a democratic election by Nicolas Maduro. He has since been removed. We are pushing for a democratic election in Venezuela. Here in Iran, it's a different situation, and the Iranian people obviously are going to have a little bit harder of a struggle, I think, to seize control. But this will be the greatest opportunity that they will ever have to do it. In 47 years, they have suffered, and we want a free and prosperous Iran. But moreover, this is how you get long-term peace and stability in the Middle East. We have seen Hamas and Hezbollah largely decimated. Assad's regime in Syria has fallen. Iran is at its weakest state, and you may, in fact, see the Ayatollah no longer here. If that is the case, our Arab partners working with the United States, working with Israel, there is a chance for long-term peace. And I think John Fetterman said it best. Many Republicans and Democrats have said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have said we want peace in the Middle East. Sometimes you have to take action to effectuate that outcome.
Going back to what you were saying about the Iranian people, that it is now on them. It's what the president has said as well, that it is on them to move this forward. What does that look like, do you think, in terms of American support? I was just talking to James Stavridis, the former NATO allied commander, and he was saying in Libya, for example, the Libyan rebels were armed, they were trained, that the Iranian people, this is a different situation. So what then does America owe them in terms of support, do you think?
Well, no question. And that is some of the challenges that will, in fact, be present as we move forward, and why I said I think it's going to be a little bit harder here in Iran. But this is something that the administration and Congress are going to have to sit down and discuss as we move forward. And I think it would be premature to speculate as to exactly what support would be there. But I think the fundamental point here is that this is a moment for the Iranian people to rise up, to seize control of their country. And it is imperative that the free world support them in that effort. To your question, what that looks like, that is something that is going to have to be determined in the days ahead. And that's why it will be important for the administration to brief Congress this week when we are back in Washington. And I expect those briefings will take place.
And lastly, before I let you go, your former Republican colleague and now a critic of the president, Marjorie Taylor Greene, called these strikes on Iran America last. She had a longer statement, but the kind of paraphrasing is she said, it's always America last here. There is not a small group of people who would consider themselves MAGA who don't want this. What do you say to them?
No, look, this is the same woman who speculated about Jewish space lasers. I don't take anything she has to say about foreign policy seriously. And frankly, I think she's one of the dumbest people to have ever served in Congress. So I really could care less what thoughts she offers on this situation. The fact is, President Trump made what is one of the most courageous decisions any commander-in-chief has made, both last summer in striking Iran's nuclear facilities and today taking action to end the 47-year reign of terror that has resulted from the Ayatollah and his regime.
But there are parts of your own party constituents who really don't want this. I mean, I do think that's a fair statement to make.
Sure, there are people across the broad spectrum of politics in both parties that have different perspectives. From my vantage point, if you want peace and stability, not just in the Middle East, but around the globe, you need to take action. And the fact is, Iran, China, and Russia have been engaged in an unholy alliance that has sought to undermine and destabilize the U.S., Israel, Europe, and the free world. These things don't happen in silos. When you look at the fact that the oil tanker seized off the coast of Iceland a few weeks ago, originated in Iran, came to Venezuela, and was going to Russia, people have to understand all of these things are interconnected. Iran has been sending drones to Russia to support them in their war in Ukraine. China purchasing Iranian petroleum, funding terrorism around the globe. All of this is interconnected. If you want it to stop, if you want peace and stability, you need to show strength. Sometimes that requires action. President Trump took action, and I support him in it.
All right, Congressman Mike Lawler, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after our break.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up, but the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran.
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex. And our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little,
Jordan, too.
and this is a little surprising because strategically, what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel.
Yes.
In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
You know, Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there is a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
They're easy to get
they're
down.
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against
Israel launched a major military attack against Iran. Moments ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, in his words, there are many signs Iran's supreme leader is no longer with us. An Israeli military official also saying several senior figures were killed during the attacks. Another source saying the strikes were carried out during the day because Israel believed the Ayatollah felt less vulnerable during daylight hours. Again, waiting for official confirmation on any outcome. But I do want to bring in former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who joins us now. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. I want to start first with your explanation of how Israel would define success in this operation.
Success would be the end of the nuclear, ballistic, and terror program of Iran. They are them, and we have to dismantle the whole thing for Iran to become a peaceful country dealing with its own business. That would be success.
And how committed, I mean, would you say Israel is to that? Are they willing to do this for months, weeks? How long do you think this could go on?
As long as we need. Look, we are the ones paying a huge price here. It's my family and my friends and all of Israel who are now in shelters and under these missiles and rockets. But we understand that sometimes in life it's important to act when it's unpleasant, but early, instead of procrastinating, and then you have a problem which is unsolvable. If we had waited and they go nuclear and they have thousands of ballistic missiles, it would be too late to act. So we had to act before they achieve this immunity.
And this is a joint operation between the U.S. and Israel working simultaneously side by side. How would you describe that dynamic?
I think it's a remarkable partnership. Israel has been focused on taking out much of the terror leadership of the regime. America has been focused over the past day on the nuclear sites, and jointly we've all worked on the ballistic missile factories and military sites. It's also a very rare, probably once in a lifetime opportunity that we are jointly presenting the Iranian people. So we've weakened the chains of oppression on the Iranian people, but they have to remove those chains. Freedom is never given easily as a present. They now have to take freedom. They have to step up and act and seize the day.
And I was just asking an American congressman the same question I'll pose to you, which is, if it is up to the Iranian people, They don't have formal training. They're not well armed. What kind of support does Israel feel they need to give them on the ground? And what does that look like?
Well, we're already giving massive support by taking out the Basij leadership, the secret police leadership, the regime and apparatus of oppression. So we're hitting those targets precisely to allow the Iranian people to rise. But ultimately, neither Israel or America can change the regime. It's up to the Iranian people to free themselves. That's their decision to make. And we're doing everything in our power to help our Iranian friends.
And when you say it's up to them to rise, what does that look like practically?
It means take to the streets like they did a few weeks ago. Only this time they have the massive support of America and Israel. And beyond what I'm saying, the air support, there have been many, many actions taken to empower the Iranian people. But if they do what they did just a month ago or so, this time with us pounding the apparatus of terror, I think that joint effort brings a much better chance of success than back then.
Are you concerned at all, though, that the outcome of this is unknown? That in it being up to the Iranian people, if it doesn't go that way, that we don't know who would take over if regime change is successful?
Look, always there's uncertainty. There is one thing that's certain. For the past 47 years, this terror regime has murdered, killed tens of thousands of people around the world, Americans in Beirut, in Iraq, Israelis all across the world. Its own citizens were butchered just over the past month or two. 32,000 protesters that were out there were just killed. And what we also know is that if we didn't act now, then a short time from now, they would be immune from any attack. I don't know if you know, but they were moving their centrifuge factory under a mountain called Pickaxe Mountain. And that mountain is way deeper than anything that can be hit by any bomb in the world. So if we can sort of delay any action, we'd be meeting at this point where they have thousands of missiles. We can't hit their nuclear facilities, and then we'd be helpless. So you're right. This is there is risk in this, but the risk of inaction was much, much bigger than taking action.
All right. Naftali Bennett, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up. But the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran.
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little surprising because strategically what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel.
Yes.
In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
they're
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze what Iran is doing in response. Again, we have the response against Israel, not surprising. What I'm looking for are these huge barrages and missiles in the hundreds, which would show they really have capability with those launchers to get them off, or are they smaller barrages? And then these attacks in the Gulf, that is a little surprising, because if you attack the civilian city of Dubai, if you attack the Kuwaiti airport, which has been reported, that the Gulf
attack targeting top Iranian leaders, including the country's supreme leaders. Now, none of those deaths have been confirmed, but just a short time ago, Israel's prime minister said there are signs that the Ayatollah is, quote, no longer with us. The Iranian government spokesperson, however, just saying the supreme leader and president are, quote, safe and sound. So again, we wait for official confirmation on that from the U.S. We have not heard anything from U.S. sources on that. Let's bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, good to have you. Let's just start with that right there, because there is a lot going on online, and we obviously are getting two very different versions of what has happened. Benjamin Netanyahu saying there are all these signs that the Ayatollah is not with us anymore. Iran saying he's safe and sound. What's your take on that right now?
In the early hours of an attack like this, if he has been killed, what government officials in Iran would most likely do is to deny it so that they don't have a complete collapse of power before they're able to get some sort of successor in place. At this point, we haven't seen at least visible in terms of watching what they're firing, we haven't seen a breakdown in command and control. Iranian forces have still been targeting both Navy and air targets, U.S. bases throughout the Gulf. For some reason, they haven't so far, at least hasn't been reported that they have targeted any U.S. Army positions in places like Iraq or Syria, where they could do a lot of damage. So they seem to be very carefully choosing their targets. There's also word that ships passing through that 21-mile wide bottleneck, the Strait of Hormuz, are getting VHF radio messages from the Iranians to stop traversing that strait. So if Iran is able to follow through with its prior threats, close that strait through which something like 20% of the world's daily oil seaborne supply goes, then there's somebody still very much in power in Tehran.
Yeah, and then the Strait of Hormuz is going to be important to your point to watch as in the coming hours and days as to how that goes. When it comes to this idea of regime change, if it's ultimately successful, and again, we just walked through, the ifs around that right now. We're waiting to learn about that. There are no guarantees about who takes over. There's obviously, I just had the former Prime Minister of Israel on, that, they are hoping, the U.S. is hoping, President Trump is saying it's in the hands of the Iranian people. They need to rise up. But there's no guarantees that's how this goes. How difficult does this become to manage?
Yeah, intelligence analysts in various capitals have said that the most likely scenario is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the crack troops and the most organized, well-funded forces within Iran, are the most likely to step in and take power in some authoritarian way and put some sort of puppet Ayatollah regime in power as the face and to fight onward. If the Iranian people do rise up, and I've spoken to Iranians here who they want this strike to lead to some sort of revolution, but whoever takes power is going to have to fight the remnants of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and any of the supporters of the previous Ayatollah. And let's remember, Ayatollah Khamenei isn't just a state figurehead. He's also a religious leader of the Shiite faith. And he might not have a whole bunch of fans in Iran right now, but if the Americans and Israelis together are blamed for killing him, that could change things.
Interesting. All right, Kim Dozier, good to see you. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we'll be right back.
They're super cute. They're so cute for thousands of years.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up. But the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran,
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex. And our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little,
Jordan, too.
and this is a little surprising because strategically, what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel.
Yes.
In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
You know, Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
They're
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze what Iran is doing in response. Again, we have the response against Israel, not surprising. What I'm looking for are these huge barrages and missiles in the hundreds, which would show they really have capability with those launchers to get them off, or are they smaller barrages? And then these attacks in the Gulf, that is a little surprising, because if you attack the civilian city of Dubai, if you attack the Kuwaiti airport, which has been reported, that the Gulf states are really going to unite here, I think, behind the Americans and against the Iranians. So still unfolding, but a lot of unknowns, Wolf.
And let's not forget, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of U.S. troops, whether in the United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Bahrain, the home of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, and they're potentially very, very
out there. But the FBI leads the force protection within the United States. So it is certainly a high alert time where the potential for an attack exists. So the FBI working with local police departments, and they're going to be at all the logical places that we would expect them to, different soft targets. And what they like to do is they mix it up so that if somebody is observing one of these sites, then they may see law enforcement there one day. They may not see them there later in the day. They may see them back again later that night. So got to mix it up and cover all the bases.
And just quickly, what kind of threats do we usually see after a massive military operation like this one?
Well, this is tricky times. There's been a lot of people in support of Iranian-based terrorist groups such as Hamas. So there's a new group of people here that certainly law enforcement intelligence in the United States is concerned about. But any of the members from the host nation, in this case Iran, that live here in the United States, you have to make sure that they're not planning an attack, that they weren't placed here to be in place to do something. So, but you know, this is what the FBI, the DHS, NYPD, LAPD, and many other major police departments do on a very, very regular basis. And what it is just being on a higher alert, being seen, talking to people, spreading out the resources, and covering those targets.
All right, Richard Kolko, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Of course.
And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up. But the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran,
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little surprising because strategically what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel.
Yes.
In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
they're
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze what Iran is doing in response. Again, a
special breaking news edition of CNN Newsroom. I'm Jessica Dean here in New York. A massive military campaign is underway. The United States and Israel launching strikes on Iran. Sources telling CNN the U.S. is planning for several days of attacks. According to an Israeli military official, several senior Iranian figures were killed in the strikes. Just a short while ago, we did hear from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said, quote, "There are many signs that the Iran supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is, in his words, no longer with us." More than 200 people have been killed as a result of the strikes in Iran, according to Iranian state media, and that includes dozens who died in a strike that hit a girls' school in the southern part of the country. A CENTCOM spokesperson said in part that they take reports like that seriously and are looking into that. Meanwhile, Tehran responding with an unprecedented wave of attacks across the region. Let's bring in our CNN senior national security analyst, Jim Sciutto, and CNN's Jerusalem correspondent, Jeremy Diamond, who's on the ground there in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, let's start with you because we have seen waves of missiles launched toward Israel throughout the day. It's now 10 o'clock in the evening there. How would you describe things right now? And also, what more are we hearing from Israeli officials? Obviously, the prime minister saying that there were these indications that the Ayatollah is no longer with us.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it really has been a remarkable day across the Middle East, extraordinarily volatile and could potentially get even more so as this conflict has real possibilities of widening even further as the United States and Israel began striking major military and senior regime targets in Iran this morning. Those strikes continuing throughout the day, met by Iranian retaliation aimed not only here in Israel, but also at U.S. bases in the Middle East, and also slamming into several population centers, including major cities like Dubai in the Gulf of the Middle East. It all began this morning at about 8:15 a.m. local time as sirens blared across Israel, announcing a state of emergency had been declared, that Israel and the United States had begun striking Iranian targets inside of Iran. Within 2 hours, the Iranian retaliation began. That was much swifter than what we saw from Iran following Israel's surprise attack against Iran back in June. And throughout the day, Israelis have been back and forth to bomb shelters, millions of people sheltering for cover. Those ballistic missiles have largely been intercepted by Israel's air defense system throughout the day, however. Only a couple of people have been moderately injured by interception fragments, shrapnel that has fallen as a result of some of those interceptions. And that air defense effort has, of course, been supplemented by the United States, which has provided Patriot and THAAD air defense batteries throughout the Middle East in preparation for these strikes, and has also positioned a U.S. aircraft carrier off Israel's northern coast, which can also assist with that air defense effort. But we do know that this has been a really massive series of strikes that the U.S. and Israel have carried out. And now the day capping off with this increasingly confident Israeli posture as it relates to the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and whether or not he has been killed, with the Israeli Prime Minister saying that there are growing signs that Khamenei was indeed killed in those Israeli strikes earlier today. That, of course, would be a massive kind of earthquake in Iran, and one that would ripple across the Middle East. Jessica?
All right, Jeremy, with the very latest there from Tel Aviv, stand by, please. I do want to go to Jim Sciutto now, who is also following this for us. And Jim, as Jeremy just ended there, we don't know at this exact moment what the status is of the Ayatollah. But the fact remains, if this was successful, this changes so much. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Well, let's wait till we have confirmation. But what is clear, both from Israeli statements and the scope of this strike, is that this is a much bigger campaign than many anticipated. You remember, Jessica, prior to this morning, there was some speculation that President Trump preferred something small, something limited, something to send a message and then to go back to the negotiating table. But one, we know that Israeli strikes were going after senior Iranian leaders. That was their intention. And we reported not long ago that Israeli officials were becoming more confident that they had successfully struck and eliminated some of those Israeli leaders. In addition to that, the scope and scale of the U.S. portion of this, the U.S. military campaign, is quite broad. I've been told that the planning is for multiple waves of strikes, each wave lasting perhaps 36 to 48 hours, followed by a pause in which the U.S. can do bomb damage assessment, assess where, what targets were hit, how much successfully, and then be prepared to go after more targets. That's the thing, is that this is not a one-off. Of course, the president could order the forces back at any one point, but at least the U.S. military is prepared for a multi-wave strike taking place over many days and perhaps longer. So the scale, the ambition of this is certainly at the outer end, right, of the range of options discussed prior to this morning.
Right. And of course, there is a question, Jim, to your point of what comes next and how this might expand. We saw these strikes that were happening in places like Dubai, at the Fairmont Hotel, in a highly populated area, in Doha, spreading out across the region. How should people be factoring that into what they're learning today as we're watching this unfold?
Well, Iran is retaliating, and they're retaliating quite broadly as well. We spoke about the scope of the U.S. and Israeli strikes. The Iranian retaliation is quite broad, striking a number of countries in the region and attempting at least to go after U.S. military bases in those countries. So, listen, as President Trump said in his statement this morning, that it is possible, he acknowledged, and this is notable, it's possible that U.S. service members might lose their lives. Now, to our knowledge, that hasn't happened yet, but we do know that civilians in the region have been caught up in this. So both sides of this have been at the outer end of the ranges of scale, right? The U.S.-Israeli strikes, but also Iranian retaliation. And that doesn't necessarily end in a day, right, Jessica? Because, Iran retains capabilities. Of course, the U.S. and Israel would have been seeking to take out as many of those capabilities as possible in the course of these strikes, but as these missiles have shown that have been landing around the region, Iran maintained the capability to strike back. How long they're able to, we'll be watching, but it's certainly a region on edge.
And Jim, I do have some breaking news that I do want to share, and stay with me here. We are getting information from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah is dead. This is breaking news again coming from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, is dead. Again, we're going to go to Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, the strikes coming this morning that were targeting senior leadership, that's what we knew, targeting senior leadership there in Iran. And now we can say from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah of Iran, the supreme leader, is dead. What more are you learning there in Israel?
That's right, Jessica. Two Israeli sources telling me and my colleague Tal Shalev that Israel has confirmed that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed as a result of those Israeli strikes that took place earlier today. One of these sources saying that Israel actually has photographic evidence of Khamenei showing his dead body. The second source told me that an official announcement is in the works, although it is possible that the Israelis will allow President Trump and the United States to make this announcement officially. But this is enormous breaking news here, that the Israeli government is confirming that the supreme leader of Iran was killed in Israeli strikes earlier today. This is a day that many Israeli government officials have hoped would come eventually. It is also, we should note, a day that many Iranian dissidents, Iranian protesters had hoped would eventually come. And indeed, it has come now. And it is an earth-shattering moment for the Middle East and for the future of Iran. We should note, however, that the supreme leader's death is not necessarily indicative of the Iran regime collapsing altogether. This regime is not based off of one person alone. It is a system that is multi-layered, and we know that the supreme leader understood very well that he could potentially be targeted for assassination should the United States and Israel choose to carry out massive strikes on Iran as they did today. And in recent weeks and months, he has been preparing for potential lines of succession should that actually take place. Now, we are still waiting, of course, for any confirmation from the United States as well as to the supreme leader having been killed. But two Israeli sources familiar with the matter telling us now that the supreme leader was killed in Israeli strikes today. One last note on this is that We have also been hearing about the division of labor between the United States and Israel as it pertains to these strikes. U.S. officials have been very clear that their strikes have been focused on military targets and that the strikes targeting senior Iranian leaders, such as the Supreme Leader, were being conducted by Israel and not by the United States. Ultimately, that may very well be a distinction without a difference, given the high level of coordination between the United States and Israel in preparing and carrying out these strikes. But this is obviously an enormous moment in the Middle East, something that we anticipated could potentially be a target of any Israeli or U.S. strikes on Iran. And indeed, now not only a target, but confirmed by Israeli sources that the Supreme Leader of Iran is dead.
Indeed, big news out of the Middle East, the potential to reshape so many dynamics there. But again, as Jeremy notes, not a straight line to regime change. This is a piece of it, but it is a big piece of it. This is enormous news. Jeremy, I want you to stand by because we have seen those missiles that have been coming to Israel throughout the day. So stay with us. I do want to bring Jim Sciutto back in. Jim, this is very big news. And again, Jeremy, it is. And so help people understand, contextualize for them that what this means, that Iran's Supreme Leader has been killed in these strikes by the U.S. and Israel.
These strikes are now officially decapitation strikes, right? Strikes that were intended via Israeli military action, to be clear, to take out Iran's most senior leadership. And the man you see there, Ali Khamenei, is Iran's most senior leader with enormous, certainly political power in that country, but also religious authority in that country. The structure of Iranian government being that, yes, it has a president elected, but the supreme leader lies at the top of the government. And that is that man you see speaking there, which Israeli sources are now telling CNN was killed in these strikes. Again, to my point earlier, Jessica, prior to this morning, there'd been an enormous amount of speculation as to just how far the U.S. was willing to go, but Israel as well, if they were striking together. And now we know they were willing to go as far as taking out Iran's most senior leader. Now, we had reported earlier that he was not the only target of these strikes, that other senior military and other leaders in Iran were targeted. We don't know their status at this point, but as we reported earlier in the day, Israeli officials were becoming more confident over time today that they had hit at least some of their targets. Listen, in Iran, does that mean that suddenly there will be a new government, a new leader, one friendlier to the U.S.? No. An enormous network and structure of leadership and power remains in that country, military, economic, political, and otherwise. But to take out the supreme leader is a significant change. And of course, the question is, how far does that change go? Does it weaken the government to the degree that the government collapses? Does it weaken it to a degree that the protesters that we saw take on this government quite bravely in recent weeks are inspired to go out into the streets again, right? I mean, that's what President Trump was encouraging them to do explicitly in a statement this morning. Now, that's quite a risky proposition, given that government retains enormous power, and they showed they were willing to use it to deadly extent in the many thousands of protesters they killed in recent weeks. Those are still the open questions, but we have one question answered. Was Israel willing to go so far as to take out the supreme leader of Iran? And the answer is yes, and they had success doing so.
Right. And now the big question is what comes next? Jim Sciutto, stand by. I want to bring in Barak Ravid, CNN political and global affairs analyst. He's also a global affairs correspondent at Axios. Barak, I know you spoke with President Trump earlier today. Again, if you are just joining us, our breaking news is that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes. That is coming from Israeli sources. Barak, we're still waiting to hear from the president, from the U.S. government, but the Israeli sources confirming that. What more are you learning? What did the president tell you?
So first, just about Khamenei, I think around 30, 40 minutes ago, the Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, updated several U.S. officials and members of Congress that Israeli intelligence shows that Khamenei has been killed and his body was taken out of the rubble in the compound in Tehran that was attacked. I spoke to President Trump a little bit before 1 p.m. While he was in Mar-a-Lago. We spoke for around 5 minutes. The president sounded, to me at least, pretty calm and confident that things are going according to plan. I think the situation with Khamenei was one of the main things he was tracking at that moment. And what was interesting in what he told me is that I asked him, how long is this going to continue? And he said, I have several off-ramps. I can go long and take the whole thing, meaning take over Iran, something that, I don't think that's something that is seriously being considered.
That's quite a statement, yeah.
Yeah. Or I can go on for another 2-3 days and then tell the Iranians, we'll see you again in a few years if you try and rebuild your nuclear program, your missile program, meaning that Donald Trump, at least my impression from the conversation with him, is that he's looking to end this thing within a few days and basically put an ultimatum to the Iranians. We can get a deal, or you can try and rebuild your program and then we'll just bomb you again if you try to do this. And I think that was one of the messages that U.S. officials that just briefed reporters, I think 10 minutes ago, said that when the 12-day war ended after Operation Midnight Hammer, the U.S. told Iran, if you try to rebuild, we will come again. And those U.S. officials said that the Iranians, according to U.S. intelligence, did try and rebuild the program. So we know from satellite imagery that the Iranians started infrastructure work in several of the nuclear sites that were attacked in June. We do not know whether they really tried to resume a nuclear program, meaning enrichment and other activities. One of the interesting things I heard from President Trump is that he told me that he thinks that Operation Midnight Hammer allowed Operation Epic Fury to go forward, because President Trump claimed that if he did not go on that operation last June, if he did not order a strike on those 3 nuclear facilities, Iran would have been much, much closer to a nuclear weapon, maybe even have a nuclear weapon by now, according to what President Trump said. And that would make the current operation much harder, maybe even impossible. We just have to say the Iranians were very close to getting enough enriched material for one bomb, but they were pretty far away, at least 6 months from the ability, or 4 to 6 months from the ability to build a crude nuclear device that they could then detonate in a nuclear experiment. Another thing I heard from President Trump that was very interesting is that he basically said that what he heard from his negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, was that the Iranians were not really ready for a deal. And U.S. officials who briefed reporters 10 minutes ago elaborated on that and said that the Iranian proposal, the maximum the Iranians were willing to go, did not really meet the minimum the U.S. was willing to go.
Barak, I also want to ask you about these strikes and the strikes this morning that ultimately killed Iran's supreme leader. What more do we know about them? You have to think, and there has to have been incredible intelligence that went into knowing where he was. The fact that these strikes happened in the daylight when normally, when the U.S. has struck, it has been at nighttime. Do you know any more about the context around the actual strikes themselves?
So I think one of the reasons that the strike was in daylight is because it was part of the, on the one hand, it was part of the deception. The Iranians, I guess, thought the strike would be during the night, as it's been last June, but also because the Israeli officials say that they had intelligence that at that time of day, morning time in Iran, there has been 3 different gatherings of senior Iranian officials in 3 different places. And that was a window of opportunity, an operational window that the Israelis could try and conduct strikes on those 3 gatherings and try and eliminate many top political and military officials in Iran. One of them, the supreme leader. By the way, the Israelis assess that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Armed Forces, that they managed to take out the Iranian Minister of Defense, that they managed to take out the head of Iranian intelligence, and numerous other officials. And what is amazing to me is that this is exactly how the 12-day war started. In an opening strike that decapitated so many Iranian officials. And 8 months later, it seems that the Iranians literally learned nothing and, conducted themselves in a way that A, allowed the Israelis to know where they are, and B, allowed the Israelis to hit them, meaning that they were not deep enough underground.
All right. Great reporting from Barak Ravid. Please stand by. I do want to go to the White House now, where our senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes, is standing by. Kristen, again, for people who are following along, just joining us, we are hearing from Israeli sources. They are confirming that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in these strikes this morning, joint strikes by the U.S. and Israel together. We are still waiting to hear from President Trump from the U.S. on this. What more are you hearing from people you're talking to in the administration, in the White House?
Yeah, I was asking about this just moments ago. They said they weren't ready to comment on it just yet. That could also mean that President Trump himself may be gearing up to comment on it. Obviously, the administration often defers to him when it comes to big announcements like this. But one thing that I have now learned from administration officials goes to the why now and why the immediacy of this. I am told by administration officials that U.S. intelligence had, quote unquote, indicators that Iran was going to use missiles either preemptively or simultaneously, and that's why they had to do this strike now. I'm also told that this information had been relayed to members of the Gang of Eight when they were called and briefed, or at least given a heads up, that's how some of them phrased it, about this attack on Iran. We are still trying to figure out exactly the why. Again, were the missiles going to be used? How are they going to be used? We don't have answers on that, but it does give us a little bit of insight into the why now, which is one of the questions we've been asking. And these officials have also said that essentially Trump attacked Iran because the negotiating talks, the talks between his special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, as well as the Iranians, had devolved into games, tricks, and stall tactics. And I know Barak has been reporting this as well, that one of the things that we heard from White House officials in the last several days was that they were disappointed in where Iran was when they were coming to the table, that the two sides were nowhere near a deal. Now, of course, we did also hear from the foreign minister of Oman, who is actually, in these talks. He was the facilitator of these negotiations, who said that a peace deal was within reach. That was yesterday that he said that, but obviously the Trump administration, the president himself, didn't feel that way. Now, if the supreme leader is dead, I can tell you this. I have talked to a number of Republicans today since we learned about these strikes in the middle of the night, and all of them said the same thing, which whether or not they were certain or positive or negative about the fact that President Trump was engaging in these attacks on Iran with Israel, they all said that if it, in fact, the supreme leader is dead, that this would be a huge accomplishment for the president, meaning they might put aside some of their reservations about an attack in Iran. But of course, we are still going to be waiting to see what the United States says about this, what the administration says about this, waiting for that confirmation.
All right, more to come. Kristen, of course, you'll be monitoring to see if we're going to hear from the president soon. We will check back in with you. In the meantime, I want to go to retired Colonel Cedric Leighton to talk a little bit more about the military piece of all of this. And Colonel Layton, I'm sitting here as we're getting this news, this historic news, that the Ayatollah has been killed in these strikes performed jointly by the U.S. and Israel. Just if you go back to October 7th and you think about how this region has been reshaped since then, the incredible implications that has had both for Iran itself, its proxy groups that are spread all across that region, Hezbollah and the Houthis, and what has happened in Syria. And you put all of that together, and now you get this news today with this, again, incredible U.S. military buildup all around that region. This is really significant, and we now have the big question of what comes next. The Ayatollah, again, according to these Israeli sources, are dead. We know that we have an incredible amount of resources militarily there in that area. So walk us through, what you're looking at with the maps there, and what could potentially come next militarily.
Absolutely, Jessica. So this is one of the really important things. First of all, let's look at this as a campaign plan. And what you see here is some of the target sets that both the Israelis and the U.S. went after. So you've got the capital city of Tehran. You've got an area near Tehran called Karaj. You've got the holy city of Qom, which is where the Ayatollah is basically, that's the religious center. Isfahan, which is known for its nuclear facility, as well as an air base. You've got Kermanshah, you've got Tabriz. All of these areas are critical. This looks like on the ground in Tehran. You see pictures like this. Now, when you look at what happened with the Supreme Leader, this is the Supreme Leader's official residence. Now, let me take you through what this looked like. This is the residence as it looked like before the strike. Now, let's take a look and keep an eye on this area right here. It is completely gone. It is obliterated right here. And that was where they not only, if the reporting is correct, not only killed the Supreme Leader, but potentially other members of his senior staff. All of this area completely gone. Now, when you look at all of the things that could possibly happen here, let's first take a look at the U.S. flotilla that's out here. We've got the Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. You've got the Gerald R. Ford, the other carrier off the coast of northern Israel. You have combatant ships and destroyers throughout the Persian Gulf and also throughout the region. So this is the array of forces that we have in this particular area. Then you look at some of the things that have happened. We had Israel and U.S. strikes throughout these areas here, and Iran trying to respond, but not always successfully in each of these areas. So that shows that there's a real dearth of capability on the part of the Iranians in terms of their ability to target accurately. And that has a major impact, because when you look at these bases right here, they are vulnerable, but they also can be defended, and that makes a really big difference, from that standpoint. And when you look at the broader area, this is Iran right here. One of the critical areas that we have to pay attention to is right around here. This is the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is where about 20% of the oil flows from for the world flows through here. All the Iran, all the Persian Gulf states on the Arab side of the Persian Gulf, all of them send their oil through this area. So if Iran chooses to close this could be one of the future things that could happen. That would have a significant impact on things like oil prices, for example, and it could also have an impact on all of the disposition of forces, all the politics involved in terms of the alliances between these countries and the United States, and Iran and Russia and China on the other side of that.
Yeah, the map really helps really drive it home, what we're looking at here, and how interconnected it all is. Cedric, before I let you go, in terms of command and control for Iran, what does the death of the Ayatollah mean? How might that factor into their ability, or how, the manner in which they might respond now militarily?
So this is very interesting because both Barack and Jeremy Diamond mentioned in their reporting that Iran is not just dependent on the supreme leader or on all of the other leaders that may have been killed in this. So we're talking people like the intelligence chief, the defense chief, other people at a very senior level. There is a political organization within Iran. The state is basically built up as a theocracy, in other words, a religious state. And Iran itself is going to be in a position where it can grow its own people. It has a parliament, it has political parties, it has other political leaders that could potentially fill the void. The question is, what kind of people will those be? And for cases like this, historically, what you see, Jessica, is people that come into these roles after someone has been assassinated or removed from the scene. Most of them tend to be a bit more radical than the ones that they replace. So this could mean that the Iranian situation becomes even more radicalized, and there could be even more dangers throughout the Persian Gulf region and possibly throughout the greater Middle East and beyond.
Yeah, and that is a key thing in terms of where this is headed. That seems like a key issue to watch. All right, Cedric Layton, thank you. Let's bring in CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David, good to have you as we are going, kind of walking through what this all could mean. We do know from these Israeli sources that Iran's supreme leader was killed in these strikes. Cedric just walked us through what those strikes could have looked like. In terms of the president's thinking around this, we heard from our colleague Kristen Holmes and also from Jeremy Diamond about these off ramps and Barak Ravid about the off ramps that the president says he has in terms of being able to continue moving forward with this or to then take an off ramp from here. What are you hearing in terms of where the president is, where the administration is, as we are getting this news that the supreme leader has been killed?
Well, clearly, Jessica, the president has chosen his most aggressive action here, which is seeking regime change, and he made that pretty clear during his brief 8-minute video that he released on Truth Social. What he didn't explain was the mechanism of getting from the military action that Cedric has just walked us through to the political reality of what a regime change would look like. Because as Cedric just suggested, you can get all kinds of regime change, and some of it can be worse than what it is that you just departed from. So if in fact the supreme leader has been killed, if in fact a good number of the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their most elite military, have been killed, the first question is, who are the successors there? And the second is, what is the mechanism for the people of Iran to pick up on this chaos, rise up, as the president suggested, and install a new government? And they're without arms. They're without organization. The government still has that. The military still has that. And we haven't heard a plan yet from the U.S. for how they would get over that particular hurdle.
And that is so key right now as we move to the next phase of this, which is what comes next after the Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. Okay, so now who is going to fill that void? And to your point, David, in talking with a number of people, how might the Iranian people who, just in the last few months have suffered to be in the streets to demand their freedom, who have been protesting and being killed for it, but how might those people who, as you note, aren't armed, aren't trained, aren't necessarily organized in that way, take their government? And is there any thinking from the Trump administration about how to support that piece of it besides the military part?
Well, one hopes that there has been thinking about this. Secretary Rubio was asked about this in a Senate hearing back in January, and he said, well, if there was regime change, that's an issue we'd have to think about for a long time. Well, fact of the matter is, people in the United States government have been thinking about this for 40 years in various forms. So clearly the Iranians have a succession plan. The supreme leader is 86 years old, and so they needed a succession plan anyway, and he was not in good health. The question is what that plan looks like and whether the U.S. and the Iranian people can knock them off that plan. And that's really the hard and difficult part here. I think it's also worth remembering that this was, despite the administration's efforts to sound like there was very urgent reason to go do this, the timing of this was a war of choice for the administration. That is to say, there was no urgency of an attack from Iran. As Barack Ravid mentioned to you, they're further from a nuclear weapon than they had been in June after those strikes. So the question is, did the president pick the right moment? And he might say, there's never a wrong moment to change the government in Iran.
Right, because Kristen Holmes, as you noted, had reported that the White House is saying that they were concerned about these preemptive strikes, in their words, that Iran might be taking, and yet there is reporting, that is counter to that, but they are going to be asked, the administration, why now? That is a question that continues to come up again and again and again, right. Especially as they were in talks.
It did come up in a background briefing. It did come up in a background briefing that some administration officials gave, but they didn't provide any evidence of an imminent strike.
Yeah, right. But yes, yeah, exactly. But that is their explanation at the time. But of course, as you note, time will tell. The evidence, we will need to see as well. All right, David Sanger, thank you so much. It is great to have you as always. I want to bring in New Jersey Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer. He's also a member of the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, thanks for being here. I first just want to get your take on our big news this afternoon. Really, potentially reshaping Iran and potentially the Middle East. Do you support the president's actions here?
Well, first of all, to your point, significant news about the Supreme Leader, if true. And clearly, today has been a significant event on all fronts, right? I mean, in terms of not just the attack on Iran, but the fact that Iran has turned around and attacked so many of our allies in the region, right? Which is also not to be something that we should take lightly as we look at this, in terms of their attacks on Iraq and Bahrain and Saudis and the Emiratis. You saw the Emiratis apparently just declared war back on Iran and the UAE. Israel, 200 ballistic missile strikes from Iran at Israel. Significant on a lot of fronts. Clearly Iran is and has been, the government of Iran, an existential threat to the United States, both in terms of its ballistic missile program, but its nuclear program, and all the terror proxies that it has backed over the years, which have killed Americans, attacked our bases, been huge threats to our allies. So since the Ayatollah in the late 70s came in, this regime, Iran has been consistent in one thing, trying to undermine our democracy with the banner of death to America. So that has not changed. And add to that, they've massacred 30,000 or so of their people, right? You add all these pieces up.
For 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to tell people what they're looking at. This is live from Tel Aviv. We are hearing sirens there, watching the skies. It's 10:38 there in Tel Aviv. We have seen strikes there, missiles being intercepted. I'm going to let you listen for just a second as we're seeing some. If you see on the left side of your screen, we saw a little flash there.
Of course, my bad.
All right, and you're starting to see some activity there, again, toward the right of your screen now. Okay, so 10:39 there in Tel Aviv. Just a few minutes after we reported Israeli sources saying that the strikes this morning by the U.S. and Iran did in fact kill the supreme leader of Iran. And there were questions about what we might see after this news and throughout the night in Israel. I do want to bring in Cedric Layton, who's standing by. And Cedric, obviously, Israel has the Iron Dome. They work to intercept these missiles that are coming toward Tel Aviv right now, but help people understand what we're looking at on our screen.
Yeah, so Jessica, what you're seeing is a panoply of different aspects here. So the Israeli air defense system, the missile defense system, is composed of basically 3 layers. One of them is the famous Iron Dome. That is basically takes care of short-range missile threats, also drones, threats of that type, in some cases even artillery shells. You go up then to the David Sling system. That David Sling system is a system that takes care of medium-level threats, medium-range threats. So that could include some of the missiles that come into Israeli airspace from places like Iran, also places like Lebanon, where Hezbollah was very important as an Iranian proxy. And then you have the Arrow system, and the Arrow system is the one that we're probably seeing most of, because that takes care of the longest range missiles. So every time you see a flash in the sky, what you're looking at is the point where the Arrow missile or one of the other air defense missiles is actually intercepting an incoming missile. Some of these missiles go in and they do what's called a proximity hit. So in other words, they don't actually directly hit the actual incoming missile, but others go in and directly hit that missile. It depends on which system you're using. But the basic idea is, if the target is perceived to be a populated area or an important building, then the Israeli air defense system is brought into play, and it actually takes out that missile. And if the trajectory of the missile shows that it's going into an unpopulated area, there you see a flash right there. That was probably a big hit where the missile was intercepted. You see pieces are starting to fall to the ground right now. That flash right there is indicative of that kind of activity. So in this case, it looks like the Arrow system came in and intercepted a missile. Now you see several other missiles going up from the air defense systems, and you'll hear the booms that are associated with basically a sonic boom. And what these interceptor missiles are doing is they're going faster than the speed of sound in order to capture the incoming missile. So this is actually a really critical piece of this. This is why this system is so important and really world famous, because it is designed to intercept all these incoming threats like this. It is not 100%, it's not a foolproof system, but the Israelis also husband their resources in a way where they make sure that they only use these systems when there's a real threat to their cities, like in this case Tel Aviv. That becomes an important thing for them to protect, an important target for them to protect. And that is basically what we're seeing now, is the Iranian reaction to probably the Supreme Leader's death, potentially. And you can expect these kinds of attacks are going to continue as the evening wears on in the Middle East.
And Colonel, we're hearing the booms, the explosions. You were saying the sonic boom. Again, just reiterate for people, when they're hearing that, what is happening? Because I think you hear it immediately and you think, oh, did it hit something? But oftentimes it's the missile itself being stopped.
That's right. It's the missile itself. So there's a missile that is going fast to intercept the incoming missile or the incoming drone. You can hear a sonic boom potentially from that. Or you can hear potentially the impact if the missile system is one which is designed, like David Sling, for example, to actually hit the incoming missile. Then, in that particular case, you may also hear the boom of the impact. Generally speaking, there's a possibility also of an explosion happening, because there are proximity fuses on these weapon systems, and when they explode on impact, that then is designed to destroy the incoming missile.
All right, Colonel Layton, I want you to please stand by. I do want to bring in Jim Sciutto, who is watching this live with us as well, as we see these strikes in Tel Aviv, the sirens sounding. Jim, what more are you learning? And as you're watching this, what's going through your mind?
Well, listen, I've been on the roof of the hotel there in Tel Aviv in the midst of Iranian ballistic missile strikes. Oh, you see that boom in the lower right-hand corner there. That this was last year in response to Israeli attacks on Iran. Iran has the capability to strike Israel. Israel has very formidable air defenses at multiple levels, and I believe that's what you're seeing right now, those flashes off in the distance, most likely intercepts. But aware of that, Iran often launches their missiles and drones in waves intended to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems. Now, I should note that part of the enormous U.S., and there's an air raid siren there, part of the enormous U.S. military presence in the region, mobilized to the region, was expressly to provide air defense, additional air defense, not just for Israel, but for other allies in the region. And what I think we're seeing coming from the top of the screen there, oftentimes, so rising from the left-hand side, that looks like an interceptor missile going up, and another one going up to meet a target. And then oftentimes, we'll see if it's in our frame of vision, you'll see the impact. Now, to be clear, an impact is good. That means you've taken out the missile on the way in, but that debris still has to come to the ground, right? And when it comes to the ground, it can still be deadly. And there have been a number of instances of that last year in the midst of Iranian strikes on Israel. And I believe there were reports earlier today of someone in Israel being struck by falling debris. So the danger does not disappear after a successful intercept. But of course, far better to intercept the missile in the air than allow it to strike its target on the ground.
Certainly.
Again, Iran has enormous capabilities to strike, and in numbers, and Israel has enormous capability to defend, but oftentimes those Iranian weapons get through. One more front I think I should mention, Jessica, is that Iran has allies in the region, the Houthi rebels in Yemen. And in strikes last year when we were in country, they will often fire together so that you have incoming from more than one direction, again, which is partly by design, right? Because they want to overwhelm those air defenses if they can.
Right. And Jem, listen, the timing of what we're watching live on our screen right now is likely no accident, in that Israel had just confirmed, our Israeli sources confirming the death of the Ayatollah in these strikes.
No question. And it appears that Israel feels confident that the supreme leader is not the only Iranian leader or commander that they successfully eliminated here. Their targets quite clearly went beyond the supreme leader. They attempted to eliminate a number of leaders, and their confidence, they have some confidence that they killed other leaders. So here you have the Iranian regime likely responding to that. And of course, the question, you and I spoke about this just a few minutes ago, Jessica, is then what happens? Who might replace the supreme leader, right? And how weak is the Iranian regime after losing so many of its own? If that is confirmed, can it withstand internal challenges from the people? There are certainly factions inside the country, but there are also multiple layers to Iranian military leadership, Revolutionary Guard Corps, military, etc., that can fill those gaps, right? Can rise to, but then, of course, the sad fact for them, right, is that they could be the next target.
Right. So, absolutely. Jem, I do want you to stay with us. I want to bring in Colonel Layton, if he's still with us. I did have a question for him, too, to talk about, as Jim was just getting at, the U.S. role in a moment just like this, Colonel, and what role the U.S. might be playing in protecting Israel as something like this is happening.
Jessica, so one of the key things...
I don't think we have his mic. Jem, let's go back to you. We can talk about that, too, because you were getting at that. But just the role that America is playing, just in terms of not just right now and what we're looking at on the screen, but just how in lockstep, side by side, simultaneously going through this executing this operation with Israel.
To the best of our knowledge, there was some division of labor here, and that Israel had focused more on eliminating senior leadership. The U.S. focus appeared to be other targets inside the country, military and otherwise, also air defenses, right? The first wave would have been to take out the air defenses so that they could clear a pathway for other weapon systems to get in. To my knowledge, the initial strikes were concentrated with standoff weaponry, sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, TLAMs as they're known, but also we know the first combat use of one-way drones. It's known as the Lucas system. That's an acronym for low-cost, unmanned combat aerial system, which, and this is really interesting, Jessica, was reverse engineered from Iranian-made and manufactured and designed Shahed drones fired by Russia on Ukraine. So
wow.
Ukrainians retrieved them, the U.S. reverse engineered them, and now they're firing that weaponry back at Iran.
Amazing. Jim, I'm going to stay with us. We want to go to the Israeli ambassador to the UN, who I believe is speaking right now and taking questions. Let's listen.
On the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Well, not taking a ton of questions there. Danny Danone, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, we caught just the tail end of what he was saying, so we will play that and try to hear exactly what he was saying. But the breaking news right now continues to be that the Ayatollah has been killed in these strikes led by the U.S. and Israel. They happened this morning. Again, the President Trump, we know, was given a suite of options in terms of what he wanted to do militarily, and it appears that he chose a very robust option, which included killing the Iran supreme leader and also others who were likely killed in that attack, as well as Jim Sciutto was just talking about the division of labor. To the best of our understanding, Israel focusing on targeting leaders in that strike, the U.S. focusing on the air support. I believe Colonel Layton is back with us now. Colonel Layton, Jim Sciutto and I just talking about the U.S.-Israeli relationship in all of this, the division of labor in this the strike this morning. What stands out to you about how they're working together, and also to how that might continue as this develops?
Yeah, Jessica, one of the key aspects of this, in addition to what Jim was mentioning, is the way in which they handle threats like this. So these are some of the Iranian missiles that would be threatening Israel. In fact, they can not only threaten Israel, but they can go all the way into Central Europe and, of course, the Indian subcontinent. But what's critical about this is when you look at exactly what the U.S. can do in a particular case like this, if they have their vessels like the Gerald R. Ford stationed just off the Israeli coast, they can provide an air defense shield. So you have the Israeli air defense system which is basically designed to protect against these kinds of missiles, but it can't do it all alone, and especially when it gets overwhelmed by these kinds of things, the Aegis systems, the Aegis radar systems that are based on the ships that are part of the carrier strike group are the ones that come in, and then they provide that extra radar picture. So there's the radar picture, there's an intelligence feed, there are a series of different collateral feeds that come in, and they basically determine where and when these missiles are going to hit their targets. So when these missiles come in and strike a target in Israel, there is a whole lot of activity that goes on both on the radar side as well as on the intelligence side to determine exactly where that missile is going to fall and how to activate and which part of the air defense system to activate in a case like that. So you've got the division of labor when it comes to going into the air campaign, where they actually go in and determine which types of targets they strike, but also the division of labor when it comes to defending Israel from these incoming missiles.
And Cedric, in terms of what we can expect next, we've seen this wave of strikes. Again, what you're looking at on the left side of your screen happened, or what you were looking at was just a few moments ago. You would anticipate, but we don't know, but that the U.S. and Israel would be prepared to continue striking if they needed to. And that is the question now, is what is the next military step?
Yes, so this is going to be critical. One of the key things that they're going to have to do is basically protect Israel. That's going to be the big thing that they have to do in this particular case. And so they're going to wait and see how much the Iranians are actually going to throw in the direction of Israel or other targets, because it's not just Israel that they're concerned about. There's a potential that countries like Saudi Arabia or the other Gulf states could be hit by some of these missiles as well. And so each one of these is really a critical element and Jessica, in determining how much of a military footprint we leave in this region, and really how much we end up doing, because we have all these bases in the Persian Gulf area, and these bases, of course, are critical not only to our national security interests, but also the interests of all the countries along this side of the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, it also shows you just how many of our service members are there in that region and how close they are physically to Iran. Cedric, stay with us. Thank you so much. I do want to bring in Joe Cirincione. He is a nuclear weapons policy expert, the vice chair of the board of directors for the Centers for International Policy. Joe, thank you so much for being here with us. One of the objectives that obviously the administration is after here is an end to Iran's nuclear program. And now we have this news from Israeli sources. They say they can confirm the death of the supreme leader. What might that mean for the nuclear program? Obviously, we've been talking about there are many people that can now fill that void. But what might that mean when it comes to the nuclear program?
Well, the supreme leader is a leader, but he's not actually supreme. As many of your guests have pointed out, this is a revolutionary system in Iran that is very deep and very broad. And they've been planning for a succession plan. The supreme leader is 7 years older than President Trump. He's an old man. He wasn't going to be around much longer anyway. So it's not clear that this makes much difference to the government itself. And even if it does destabilize the clerical regime, the real power in Iran is the 1 million strong Revolutionary Guard militia and the 200,000 person strong Revolutionary Guard. These people aren't going anywhere. And they're ready to keep the government propped up. With the nuclear program, this strike might actually accelerate the program. The lesson that Iran and other countries might draw from this is if you want to protect yourself from attack by the United States, you better have a nuclear weapon. The countries that haven't had nuclear weapons have been attacked by the United States: Libya, Iraq, Venezuela for that matter, and now Iran. Those with nuclear weapons, North Korea, China, have not been attacked. So although the attacks will set back the program, you may be building up a demand that Iran get a nuclear bomb as soon as possible. And since there is still a quite large supply of 60% enriched uranium in the country and functioning centrifuges, Iran might be racing to enrich that uranium to bomb grade, which they could do in a matter of weeks. We just don't know.
Well, that was my question to you, is if with that uranium and the functioning centrifuge, what happens to that now? And as you're saying, you don't know, but it does exist there.
Yes, it does. And so it's possible. And this was the fear after the June strikes. Remember when the president said he had obliterated the program? Many of us and experts on CNN as well reported, well, no, you really haven't. You've set it back. You've heard it. But internal intelligence assessments by the Trump administration itself showed that they still had a capability. And in fact, one of the justifications for going to war is that Iran hadn't given up the desire to enrich uranium. So we don't know what's happened to that material. We don't know how many centrifuges are there, but it doesn't take a big facility to do this. With the amount of enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium, and they have, is about 600 pounds worth of that uranium, 420 kilograms of that uranium. That's enough material for 10 nuclear devices, and it would only take a few hundred centrifuges. They have thousands of centrifuges originally. We don't know where the centrifuges are. We don't know where the enriched uranium is. Still a risk, still a danger.
All right. So certainly more to come. Joe, thank you so much for your analysis there. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
This is CNN Breaking News.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up, but the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran.
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense.
Iranian citizens, don't miss this opportunity. It's once in a lifetime opportunity. Because soon there's going to be a moment that you'll have to go to the streets to complete this act and to topple this regime.
And of course, there remains a lot of questions about how the Iranian people might do that. I want to bring in Jerusalem correspondent Jeremy Diamond, who's there in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, you were standing by as we were watching the missiles coming in just a few moments ago. Netanyahu is asking Iranians to take to the streets and finish this job. And again, as I was noting, there are questions around exactly how logistically they can do that. What are you hearing there in Israel? And again, what is the mood right now as this continues to evolve moment to moment?
Well, let me talk to you first, Jessica, about what just took place here in Tel Aviv over the course of the last half hour or so. Multiple air raid sirens going off. My team and I witnessed, dozens, it would seem, of these missile interceptors going into the sky. But what my colleague Abir Salman, our producer here, also witnessed was one of those missiles actually making impact in the Tel Aviv area. And we saw quite a large fireball erupting when one of these missiles appears to have gotten through Israel's air defenses and slammed into an area here in or near Tel Aviv, what appears to be south of our position right now. We just got a video in actually from Israel's rescue service, Magen David Adom, which appears to show some of the aftermath of this strike. We can see a large fire, vehicles that have been severely damaged, as well as a building that was also severely damaged in this strike, and this is comes as Iran fired what appears to have been its largest barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel today, in this barrage that we saw over the course of the last half hour. And at least one of those missiles appears to have made it through Israel's air defenses and actually struck in or near the Tel Aviv area. We don't yet have any reports or assessments of casualties as a result of this, but it is perhaps the most significant strike that's taken place so far as a result of this Iranian retaliation. Now, separately, we've been talking about the news that we broke in the last hour, that Iran's supreme leader has been killed by Israeli strikes today. That's according to two Israeli sources speaking with me and my colleague Tal Shalev, that the supreme leader was targeted in these strikes, and in the last several hours, Israeli officials were able to get high enough confidence to confirm that Khamenei was indeed killed. One of those pieces of evidence, it seems, was actually photographic evidence, according to one of those sources, showing Khamenei's dead body in Iran, an earthquake moment in the Middle East. And for the future of Iran, of course, given the fact that Khamenei has been in power since 1989, he has been responsible for so much of Iran's support of militant groups in the Middle East, its nuclear ambitions, and of course the violent repression of protests over the course of the last several decades. Most recently, just last month, when Iranian forces thousands of Iranians who took to the streets to protest their government, and now Israeli officials confirming that he is dead, killed in this Israeli strike. And of course, those strikes still very much continuing in Iran, both Israeli and American. Jessica?
Yeah, an earthquake in the Middle East, Jeremy, that is certainly the case, and we will see the continued fallout and what comes next. Please stand by. Thank you so much. I do want to go to Washington now to CNN's Natasha Bertrand. And Natasha, we're hearing more from the Trump administration about their thinking going into all of this. What more are you hearing from your sources?
Yes, we did hear from a senior administration official earlier today that said that the rationale for this strike that the U.S. took at this time, at this moment, was because they had certain intelligence suggesting that the Iranians were going to be using their missiles to preemptively strike U.S. forces and assets in the region. And so the president decided that it was better to preemptively strike Iran before they could actually launch those missiles against the U.S. forces in the region. However, we're told, according to a source familiar with the intelligence, that there were no indications that the Iranians were actually going to strike first. So that kind of undercuts the administration's rationale for the immediacy of this operation. But in terms of what the U.S. forces in the region actually did earlier this morning to carry out this operation, we did receive a statement earlier today from U.S. Central Command, which detailed all of the operational elements that went into this, including prioritizing locations that they say posed an imminent threat. Again, going back to that talking point by the administration that the Iranians were preparing some kind of attack first against the U.S. Now, the CENTCOM statement said the targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. So they are saying here that they were prioritizing military targets. That does stand in contrast to what we have heard from the Israelis, which is that they appear to have been focused on targeting Iranian political and regime and military leaders. So there does seem to be somewhat of a divvying up here of the responsibilities in terms of how the U.S. and Israel were working together as part of this operation. We should note as well that Central Command said that despite the waves of missile and drone attacks that Iran launched in retaliation to those U.S. and Israeli strikes across the region, including targeting U.S. bases in the region, including in Bahrain. There were no U.S. casualties, at least not at this time, and the damage that was done to U.S. military facilities was also very minimal. Jessica?
All right, Natasha Bertrand, great reporting. Thank you for that. CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravid is joining us now. He's also a global affairs correspondent at Axios and a former Axios Middle East correspondent. Barak, before I get to you, I do want to share some information we're getting that President Donald Trump has been telling NBC News in a new interview that a large amount, in his words, of Iranian leadership was killed during the strikes. He said his quote was, "The people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone." He went on to suggest that he believes that this reporting that we have been telling everyone about, citing these Israeli sources, that the supreme leader is dead, he says that we feel that is a correct story. And Barak, I know you spoke with the president earlier today. What more are you learning?
So the president, when I spoke to the president, I think the situation was still a bit unclear on where this thing stands regarding Khamenei's fate. I think the information that confirmed that he's dead, meaning actual evidence of photos of his body, arrived only afterwards. And I think that it's, as the president said, as far as I know, it's not only the supreme leader. There were at least more than 24 top civilian, political, and military officials in the targets that were attacked, in the sites that were attacked. Many of them have been eliminated. The IDF announced officially that the commander of the IRGC has been eliminated. The commander of the Iranian armed forces has been eliminated. That the head of the Iranian intelligence and many others. This is highly significant because it means that that a big part of Iran's political and military chain of command is gone. And the person to look at right now is Ali Larijani, the secretary of the Supreme Council for National Security in Iran. He was one of the closest confidants of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and he's heading now the most important and influential national security body inside Iran. And he's, in fact, he's running the country right now. And in a post that he posted on X just an hour ago, he was still talking about revenge and what Iran is going to do. But Larijani was highly involved in the diplomacy before the war. And if we try to make, to see how this situation might be somewhat like the Venezuela case, even though it's highly different, not the same thing. But I think the Trump administration, like in Venezuela, want to see if now, after with Khamenei gone, whether there's somebody else in Iran who'll be ready to do the deal that Donald Trump wanted. I'm not sure Larijani is this guy, but I think maybe not immediately, but in the medium term, maybe he will be able to do things that Khamenei refused to do.
And when you say that, Barak, do you see that as a more extreme version, doing things that he wouldn't do, or a less extreme version?
It's not whether, look, Ali Larijani is not a Boy Scout. He's not he wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. He wouldn't vote for Benjamin Netanyahu. But I think he's much more pragmatic when it comes to engagement with the U.S. in serious and real negotiations. He's an ideologue, but he's a pragmatic ideologue. And therefore, at least what I heard from several U.S. and Israeli officials, they think, by the way, and also Iranian officials, they all think that Larijani is the guy that can make the deal, especially after Khamenei is gone.
Very interesting. A very good piece of context there. Barak Ravid, thank you for that reporting. Virginia Democratic Congressman Eugene Vindman is joining us now. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel and member of the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thanks so much for being here with us. First, I just want to get your reaction to this as Jeremy Diamond called it, an earthquake in the Middle East that we now, Israeli sources saying that we believe that they can determine that the supreme leader is dead in Iran.
Well, look, I'm not going to be shedding a tear for the Ayatollah or for the Iranian regime, who's been responsible over the course of the last 47 years of more American deaths than just about any other regime, and in also wounding my own twin brother who was deployed to Iraq by an EFP. What I will say is that this president has become enamored with war, and he's using something like a hope as a strategy. He's hoping air power is sufficient to change the calculus of this regime. He's hoping on an uprising. And what I'm not seeing is anything that resembles a plan on a country that as large as Iran without any boots on the ground. I am frankly skeptical. And that's in light of last year's claims by the Trump administration that they had already destroyed, obliterated was the terminology they used, the Iranian nuclear program, which was obviously a lie.
And we are getting word now that there are cheers and celebrations happening in the streets of Tehran now that the word is starting to spread. To your point, the question is if the objective is regime change, as the president has indicated, telling the Iranian people it is theirs to take back. There are questions about how logistically that happens. How do the Iranian people do that? Do you have concerns about that? And what do you think how do you think the U.S. should support the Iranian people?
Well, that's really the ultimate question. So we know that this war was started illegally under international law, and under domestic law, the president had an obligation of taking his case to the American people and to Congress. That's in the Constitution. And now that we're here, that president once again is hoping that there will be an uprising. Well, we just heard that there is a standing million-man army that is largely remains in place. You've decapitated some leadership, obviously, but the army remains in place. They have nuclear breakout capability that is potentially only weeks away from creating a device, and they have the ability to shoot salvos of missiles. And so how long are we willing to commit American blood and treasure to this endeavor? We don't know, because the president has not made his case to the American people.
And knowing all of that you just laid out, there is also the possibility that the Iranian people do rise up. And if good comes from this in that way and allows them more freedom, the freedoms they were trying to protest for, that thousands of them were killed for, what would you say to that?
There's nothing more that I would love than the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow this horrendous regime, which again has been a destabilizing force across the Middle East and across the world. But what I'm not seeing is a plan for that to happen, and I didn't see the case made for why it was necessary that we strike now. So this president, the list of his military conflicts now is literally an arm long. You've had 2 strikes in Iran of significant nature, this one being a war, obviously, Nigeria, Yemen, Venezuela, the Caribbean. This president is more than happy to put American blood and treasure on the line. In fact, he said yesterday, the lives of courageous Americans may be sacrificed. Well, he seems too willing to make that sacrifice that the service members and their families will bear, and one that he was never himself willing to make.
All right, Congressman Vindman, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after we take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The U.S. has been involved in dozens of military conflicts in the last 100 years. The war in Vietnam, the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq. But Congress never officially declared war in any of these conflicts. They actually haven't since World War II.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up, but the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran.
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little surprising because strategically what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel.
Yes.
In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
You know, Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
they're
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze.
What you're listening to are cheers and celebration coming out of Iran. This is in Tehran. Once the news began to spread that Iran's supreme leader had been killed in these strikes that were done by the U.S. and Israel. I want to bring in CNN international correspondent Jumana Karacha. She's joining us now with more from London on this. Kind of incredible to see that video and listen to that play out.
It's absolutely incredible seeing these scenes, Jessica, and it's incredible bravery as well. If you can imagine, the crackdown of the Iranian regime on dissent, on protest. The regime is not gone. With the reports that we're hearing from Israeli officials that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed, that doesn't mean the end of the regime. I've been hearing from Iranians who managed to somehow get in touch with family members today, despite the communications disruptions, the communication blackout throughout the day. They were hearing that from their relatives that Iranian plainclothes security personnel were still out on the streets. And so you see this, and we're hearing reports I've heard from Iranians as well, who've heard from their family members this evening, that these celebrations are going on in a number of cities, as we've seen there in this video from Tehran. You hear the whistling, you hear the cheering. People usually do this out of their balconies from inside their homes. And what you hear there is, they're saying death to the Islamic Republic, long live the Shah. Really remarkable bravery by the Iranian people. Jessica, over the past few weeks, as I've been covering the ongoing crackdown after the Iranian regime killed thousands of people in a matter of days in January during the protests, I've been speaking to families of protesters who were killed, to medical professionals, doctors who have been, who have dealt with unimaginable scenes during what Iranians describe as that massacre on January the 8th and 9th. And throughout this, I've been hearing from them saying that President Trump, the United States, promised that help is on the way. And so many Iranians who are opposed to this regime, who want nothing more than to see the end of this regime, have been holding on to the hope that that help was coming. And that drove a lot of Iranians out on the streets. And then that help never came, and we saw that unbelievable casualty figures, thousands, and then you have tens of thousands who have they've been detained by the regime, and so much concern about them. And throughout this, Jessica, what I have been hearing from the families of protesters saying, what country do you know people who ask for the intervention of another country, who want their own country to be bombed. And, you know, the parent of one protester telling me that is how desperate they are, because they say they can't do it on their own. Again, this is not the end of the regime. Very difficult days are ahead for the Iranian people, but certainly there are many Iranians who are celebrating right now, even though they're taking a huge risk doing so.
Certainly, and in this pivotal moment, Jumana, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. And joining us now is CNN senior political and global affairs commentator Rahm Emanuel. Rahm, great to have you here with us. I first just want to get your thoughts on this, as Jeremy Diamond calls it, really an earthquake in the Middle East. And as Jumana just laid out, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the regime for many reasons that we have gone through, but it is still a significant moment.
Yeah, I start from a slight different position, which is over the 47 years of the regime, you've had a theocracy where the IRGC has supported the theocracy. About a year ago, you had the IRGC as the head of the government and the theocracy in support of the IRGC. They flipped their roles. And that's what's happening here. Now, look, Israel took out the head of Hezbollah. They've taken out the head of Hamas. Neither one of those have basically been destroyed, eliminated as a threat, as you can see with the way Israel's operating. And there's going to be a big depth here. Now, Israel eliminating the Ayatollah, eliminating major elements of the military and security apparatus will change, but it gets down to the fundamental question you have to pose to the Iranian people. You can just take the road of impoverishment further and isolation further, or you can take the road of economic improvement and integration. And only the Iranian people can change the regime. It cannot be changed from 25,000 feet in the air. This is a window, and we'll see, but it has major consequences going down the road.
And I want to talk about what it might mean more broadly for the Middle East, but just staying with the Iranian people for a second. What do you think the U.S. should or could do to support them? I've talked to other military experts who say, look, they're not armed, they're not organized. This isn't Libya, for example. But how do the Iranian people, how should we expect them to do this?
Well, in a certain sense, let me just say this, which is America's record in the Middle East is 0 for 3 on regime change successful. You got Libya, you got Iraq, you can go back to Lebanon in 1983, in the early 80s. None of it has worked out. And the United States can't do it. I mean, as earlier reported, I made also this comment earlier today, which is what the United States, I mean, I've never seen a situation where the outside world to say, caution, hold on, you should actually start to negotiate. Inside the country, the youth at least, and also the business classes said, please bomb us so we can get a regime change. It's a role reversal than you ever seen historically anywhere else in the world. The second piece is it does tell you how desperate the country is for something different, and that offering economic improvement, offering integration, because that is the history of the Persian culture, versus continued economic impoverishment versus economic international isolation. That is not the road or the opportunities that the Iranian people want, and they want to change with that. But it cannot be done from outside. And the second thing, on the security front, you need boots on the ground to ensure that there's no nuclear attempt by the Iranian people. That's why you need the International Atomic Agency. You need boots on the ground to ensure anything you want on the ballistic or the proxy war effort. That is why there's a miss always. You cannot achieve this on military alone. You need a political component and political capacity to back up the military, and that has not been done. The third option...
Go ahead, sorry. No, please go ahead.
No. Well, the third option is what you do post the military from a political construct. And that piece has never been explained. And I also think one repercussion in the region, Jessica, to the core of the question, never in the history of Israel has Israel ever said to the United States, fight our wars for us. That has been an absolute no-go. Israel and the United States have partnered on the Olympic Games covert. This is the first time you've had a pilot and co-pilot effort. And the repercussions and the aftershock to this in the region of the United States and Israel overtly military working together for both countries will have implications that will go on for years from now. This won't end here. This is a different day which has never happened in Israel's security. No prime minister has said, we will jointly work for the United States, or the United States will be part of Israel's security umbrella in the way of joint military action. This is a new day.
Yeah, that was the thing I did want to ask you about, and I'm glad you answered it. All right, Rahm Emanuel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Why have a question? I'll just give you the, does anybody have questions for the answers?
That's right, it's great. Thank you so much, we appreciate it. And stay with CNN, our breaking news coverage of the U.S. and Israeli military strikes on Iran and the reported death of Iran's supreme leader, according to Israeli sources, continues after a short break.
We've seen for life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up, but the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran,
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little surprising because strategically, what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel. Yes. In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
You know, Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
they're easier to get
to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to...
Iranian missile strikes on Israel as well as U.S. assets there in the Middle East. As many as 7 countries have been targeted by Iran, including Bahrain, where an area close to a U.S. naval base took a direct hit. That's what you're looking at right there. Other U.S. bases in Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates are also on high alert. Retired Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster is joining us now. He served as National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's great to have you and to have some analysis from you on all of this. I just first want to get your thoughts. Since we went on the air 2 hours ago, a lot has happened. We now know, based on Israeli sources, that the Supreme Leader is dead there in those strikes this morning. Those strikes that were conducted jointly by the U.S. and Israel. What is your initial reaction to the scope of these strikes, the effectiveness of this, and where this might be going now?
Well, Jessica, my reaction is that this is a great day for the Iranian people and the people in the region, as well as the United States. And the reason is, the Iranian regime has been able to really act with impunity for decades. I mean, they've been essentially fighting a 47-year-long proxy war against, the great Satan, us, what they call the cancerous boil, Israel, and they've engaged in so much brutality and violence in the region. They have so much blood on their hands, perpetuating the Syrian civil war and supporting the murderous Assad regime, the militias in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, the whole ring of fire from Hezbollah to Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad with Israel. I mean, hey, enough, right? And I think what happened here, Jessica, is really important. And what Rahm Emanuel said, it is a new era. It's a new era because I think that the regime confused our reluctance to go after it for so long until, the 12-day Israeli campaign and Operation Midnight Hammer last year as a sense of indication of our unwillingness to do so. And so what happened is Ayatollah Khamenei drove past every off-ramp that President Trump gave him. And
I think we're waiting to see if we can get Lieutenant General McMaster. There he is. He's back. Go ahead. Please continue your thought.
No, so I think that that's what's really significant here is that we have acted directly against the regime, and this does create an opportunity for a change in the nature of the government in Iran, such that it ceases its permanent hostility, to the United States, Israel, and its Arab neighbors. The early indicators, Jessica, are that it's been very successful in terms of the limited ability for Iran so far to conduct an attack and response. And you've shown, that, hey, 7 different countries were hit with this response, but it's a far less number of missiles than anticipated. I think one of the reasons is there were some very successful initial strikes against their counterstrike capabilities, especially the solid fuel missiles. They had a solid fuel missile constraint before this. The Chinese and others were helping them build up their missile capability. This is why I think it was important to strike in this window before they could reconstitute those missiles. Now they're left with mostly liquid fuel missiles. They have to refuel those. Those can be identified and struck from the air. You saw that there were very successful strikes also against the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy. That could be what they could use to put mines in the Straits of Hormuz, to conduct missile attacks against ships and so forth, drone attacks. So I think so far it's been extraordinarily successful, Jessica. And again, I think the biggest shift here is the way that this campaign communicates to what's left of the Iranian regime and the Iranian people, that we're no longer going to go into this narrative of restraint and de-escalation, which for so many years, Jessica, was really just giving Iran the ability to escalate on its own terms with impunity.
And in talking about what comes next, We've had a number of experts here, and they talk about the Revolutionary Guard, the militia, what faces the Iranian people should they rise up and try to take their government back. And certainly we saw them trying to do that. Thousands of people killed in the street, bravely protesting their government. But I'm curious what you think about that, and what role you think the military might play in terms of just how do they actually do that when it is set up differently. There is the military apparatus still intact.
Well, I think, Jessica, there would be an opportunity maybe to conduct, strikes in support of the people who are being repressed by going after the repressive arms of the regime. But as you know, they're intermingled with the population. Your correspondent called them security personnel. Hey, they're thugs, and what they essentially have been doing in the college campuses. Remember, just in recent days, there were protests in well over 20, up to 30 college campuses around the country, over 20 of them in Tehran. And what you saw in response is the besiege, kind of these brown shirts, would come in ambulances and come out with sticks and start beating people. And so I think that what these strikes have done in part, and I think this was probably an objective for the Trump administration, was to restore deterrence. So you don't see another mass atrocity like we saw with the mass murder of over 30,000 Iranians in a 48-hour period. So I think restoring deterrence against the repressive arms of the regime, fragmenting the regime. I think it's likely, Jessica, that 40 or so leaders within the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps and in the government were killed in the opening strikes in this campaign. That's going to fragment the government and security forces for a time. If those fissures can be permanent and there can be a division, you mentioned the size of the army. Much of that army is the conventional army, not part of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. That's another possibility, right, for an end of this theocratic dictatorship, is that some elements of the security forces join with the people. And of course, these are all the all the possibilities we have to watch closely in the coming days and weeks.
All right, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Jessica, thanks for the opportunity to be with you.
Great to have you. I do want to let everyone know we are hearing from President Trump. He has posted on Truth Social confirming that Khamenei, I'm reading from his Truth Social here, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. He says this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to the greatness it deserves. He goes on to say that process should be starting that should soon be starting, and that only in the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even, he says, obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Again, President Trump confirming that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes that the U.S. took on jointly with the nation of Israel. He also goes on to say, in terms of a timeline, that the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary, he says, to achieve his objectives, encouraging the Iranian people to rise up and members of the Revolutionary Guard to surrender and join with them. We have much more on the other side of this break. We have more breaking news coverage when we come back.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith.
For life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up. But the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far, watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far, the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran,
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little surprising because strategically, what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel. Yes. In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there is a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
they're
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze what Iran is doing in response. Again, we have the response against Israel, not surprising. What I'm looking for are these huge barrages and missiles in the hundreds, which would show they really have capability with those launchers to get them off, or are they smaller barrages? And then these attacks in the Gulf, that is a little surprising, because if you attack the civilian city of Dubai,
State media saying at least 200 others have died, hundreds more have been injured. Local officials saying at least 85 of those deaths are from a strike on a girls' school in southern Iran. Dozens more there have been injured. I do want to bring in CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto. Jim, in addition to the Ayatollah, we know a number of other officials were killed in that strike as well. As you and I have talked about throughout the afternoon, this doesn't mean the end of the regime immediately, but help put into context for people what it could mean and what it does mean for Iran right now.
It's a major wound, of course, to the regime at multiple levels, at the senior level, right up to the supreme leader. But there are other levels that remain, and there are others who could then slide into those positions. Do they have the same power? Does the regime together have the same strength and wherewithal to remain in power, to exercise power inside its country, around the region? Those are open questions. And also, what would the U.S. be willing to accept, right? If this does not topple the regime, if the people don't rise up and do it themselves, would the U.S., for instance, be willing to accept someone from inside the regime, a la what we saw in Venezuela, right? You remove Nicolas Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez moves in. There's quite no Delcy Rodriguez equivalent in Iran, but what would the U.S. and crucially, what would Israel be willing to accept if that's the outcome? We just don't know the answers to those questions yet. I will say this, and I think it's important now that we have the president confirming Ali Khamenei's killing in this, the supreme leader, that folks at home understand what his leadership was for Iran, but also for the region. For the region, just first, Iran, during those 36 years he was in power, they propped up and supported Hezbollah, which of course carried out attacks against Israel repeatedly and held enormous power inside Lebanon. It backed up the awful Assad regime in Syria before it fell, which carried out just years and years of crimes against its own people, bloody crackdown. Of course, it backed Hamas, which has attacked Israel repeatedly, most notably on October 7th. It backs the Houthi rebels in Yemen, which has been disrupting shipping in the Red Sea. But specifically from a U.S. perspective, during his reign, it was Iran that was supplying those very powerful IEDs with the shaped charges that were able to penetrate the armor of U.S. military vehicles in Iraq that caused so many casualties there, so many deaths and so many wounds that American service members are still living with. So this is a leader who had tremendous power and impact around the region and against U.S. interests. And finally, I would just say against his own people. Multiple bloody crackdowns against the Iranian people. That's what his leadership was for the country and for the region.
Jim Sciutto, as always, it is good to have you to put that in context. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks. And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
What if you used aeronautical engineering?
Breaking news.
Israeli sources confirming to CNN Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. One source saying Israel obtained photographic evidence showing the supreme leader's dead body. Take a look at the scene over Tel Aviv just a few moments ago. You will hear the air raid sirens blaring. Missiles have been launched toward Israel throughout the day. This was the scene, again, just a few moments ago over Tel Aviv. This news coming following a massive military campaign launched jointly by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. President Donald Trump appealing directly to the Iranian people, saying in a televised statement the government will be theirs to take. Iranian state media reporting more than 200 people have died as a result of the strikes, including dozens following a strike that hit a girls' school in the southern part of the country. Iran has responded by unleashing unprecedented attacks across the region, across the Middle East, including on a number of Gulf states and cities. And we've continued to see this play out throughout the day. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a short while ago urging Iranians to support regime change.
You Iranian citizens, don't miss this opportunity. It's once in a lifetime opportunity. Because soon there's going to be a moment that you'll have to go to the streets to complete this act and to topple this regime.
And of course, there remains a lot of questions about how the Iranian people might do that. I want to bring in Jerusalem correspondent Jeremy Diamond, who's there in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, you were standing by as we were watching the missiles coming in just a few moments ago. Netanyahu is asking Iranians to take to the streets and finish this job. And again, as I was noting, there are questions around exactly how logistically they can do that. What are you hearing there in Israel? And again, what is the mood right now as this continues to evolve moment to moment?
Well, let me talk to you first, Jessica, about what just took place here in Tel Aviv over the course of the last half hour or so. Multiple air raid sirens going off. My team and I witnessed, dozens, it would seem, of these missile interceptors going into the sky. But what my colleague Abir Salman, our producer here, also witnessed was one of those missiles actually making impact in the Tel Aviv area. And we saw quite a large fireball erupting when one of these missiles appears to have gotten through Israel's air defenses and slammed into an area here in or near Tel Aviv, what appears to be south of our position right now. We just got a video in actually from Israel's rescue service, Magen David Adom, which appears to show some of the aftermath of this strike. We can see a large fire, vehicles that have been severely damaged, as well as a building that was also severely damaged in this strike. And this is comes as Iran fired what appears to have been its largest barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel today in this barrage that we saw over the course of the last half hour. And at least one of those missiles appears to have made it through Israel's air defenses and actually struck in or near the Tel Aviv area. We don't yet have any reports or assessments of casualties as a result of this, but it is perhaps the most significant strike that's taken place so far as a result of this Iranian retaliation. Now, separately, we've been talking about the news that we broke in the last hour that Iran's supreme leader has been killed by Israeli strikes today. That's according to two Israeli sources speaking with me and my colleague Tal Shalev, that the supreme leader was targeted in these strikes, and in the last several hours, Israeli officials were able to get high enough confidence to confirm that Khamenei was indeed killed. One of those pieces of evidence, it seems, was actually photographic evidence, according to one of those sources, showing Khamenei's dead body in Iran, an earthquake moment in the Middle East. And for the future of Iran, of course, given the fact that Khamenei has been in power since 1989, he has been responsible for so much of Iran's
very close attention to what happens next. A lot of questions around that. CNN's Julia Vargas-Jones is joining us from Los Angeles, home to one of the largest Iranian populations outside of the Middle East. You see the gathering there behind her. Julia, how is the Iranian community responding?
Well, this gathering has only grown, Jessica, over the past few hours, since we've gotten here. It has amassed a large number of people, and the celebration is striking. We got here just moments after initial reports, initial rumors of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei had just started to trickle from Iran to this diaspora community, and people were jumping in excitement, hugging each other, crying, saying that basically they've been waiting 47 years for this very day, Jessica. It is the reason so many of them have come out here today. I want you to hear from one of them specifically, his thoughts right after learning that the supreme leader of Iran was dead.
When is the last time you saw people in Israel and Iran dancing on the streets in excitement? And when is the last time you've ever heard of a country coming out and dancing because they're excited that foreign powers are attacking them?
Now, the name of Reza Pahlavi has been at the tip of people's tongues here, Jessica. So these are very much people who are pro-Shah. They want to see a leadership emerge from Reza Pahlavi. They're calling for him to take over the reins. And their hope, they've told me, is that he would then lead a temporary government and hold elections in Iran, hold a referendum in Iran so that the people could decide what would come next for their nation.
Yeah, and so many Iranian people hoping for a regime change and that they can take back their government. A lot of questions about how that will happen, if it can happen. Julia Vargas Jones, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks for that reporting. And thank you so much for joining me this evening. We have had a historic day here as, again, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, dead, along with a number of other top Iranian officials in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes this morning. There are still many questions about what comes next. An incredible military buildup by the U.S. there in the Middle East, as we have seen retaliatory strikes across the Middle East as well, both in Israel, in Doha, in Dubai as well. So we will continue to monitor the skies. Jake Tapper is going to pick up our breaking news next. Again, thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Israeli sources confirming to CNN Iran's supreme leader.
President Trump announcing officially that Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, killed in the massive U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. The president writing, quote, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. Barak Ravid, the journalist of Axios, who's also a CNN analyst, reporting a short while ago that the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Council, Ali Larijani, now seems to be running Iran, running the country. Iranian state media says that more than 200 people have died so far in the campaign, killed in the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes. Iran quickly retaliating after today's strikes, unleashing attacks on U.S. military bases, on Israel, and on lots of targets across the Middle East, including densely populated areas, all of which is disrupting air travel and oil shipments in the region. Iran's network of proxy groups across the Middle East condemned the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, but they have not joined Tehran in any retaliatory strikes, at least not as of now. The Pentagon is reporting no combat-related casualties for the U.S. and only minimal damage to U.S. bases at this hour. The White House just released these photos of President Trump and his national security team monitoring the Iranian strikes from Mar-a-Lago. The president telling NBC News moments ago that, quote, a large amount, unquote, of the leadership of Iran has been killed. The president announced today's strikes in a video message that he posted on social media, calling the move the beginning of major combat operations. And the president told the Iranian people that they should mobilize to overthrow their government.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. But this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Of course, overthrowing a repressive and brutal government is much easier said than done. There are so many unknowns about what happens next in Iran. We don't know who will lead the country next or whether they will be better, whether they'll allow the people of Iran the freedom they deserve. There also remain a lot of questions about how this joint operation between the U.S. and Israel was conducted, as well as whether the intelligence that President Trump claims shows Iran posed, quote, imminent threats to the American people, whether that intelligence is accurate. Another key question is how the world will feel about a second major military action from the U.S. to remove a foreign leader. Regime change. The second such move in 2 months after, of course, January's U.S. capture of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. And on the home front, there remain questions, of course. Has President Trump done enough to explain to the American people the reason for this military strike against Iran? We're going to be digging into all these questions over the next few hours. Last hour, sirens sounding, missiles soaring above Tel Aviv in Israel. And that's where we find CNN's Jeremy Diamond. Let's also bring in CNN's Kristen Holmes, who's at the White House for us. Jeremy, tell us what you're seeing and hearing on the ground amid these developments.
Well, Jake, we are currently at the scene of a missile strike here in the heart of Tel Aviv. just over an hour ago, an Iranian ballistic missile slammed into a series of buildings in the center of Tel Aviv. You can see some of the damage that's already on the scene here. Cars that have been severely damaged, windows broken, completely blown out by the power of this blast. I just spoke with one of the paramedics who arrived on scene, and he said that he found more than 20 people who were injured. One of those individuals was rushed to the hospital in severe condition, according to those paramedics, Jake. And as you can see on the scene here, there are still rescue officials who are working to extinguish the flames and also searching through buildings to try and get a sense of whether or not there is anybody else who may still be trapped in these buildings or trapped in the rubble. I want to have my cameraman Cyril just show one of the buildings here that appears to be right where this ballistic missile made impact. If you look at the right side of that building, you can see the side of it appears to be somewhat caved in, and that is likely the point of impact here of where this ballistic missile actually struck. But there are dozens, if not a couple hundred, police officials, military officials, and paramedics on the scene right now, assessing the damage of this latest Iranian ballistic missile strike. And this is notable because the majority of the Iranian ballistic missiles that have been fired at Israel today have been intercepted by Israel's air defenses with the assistance of the United States, which also put a lot of air defense assets in place. But tonight was the largest barrage of Iranian ballistic missiles that we've seen all day. And one of those missiles made it through that air defense system, struck right here in the heart of Tel Aviv, alongside residential buildings. And we know that at least 20 people were injured, one of whom is in critical condition, according to paramedics. Jake.
Thank you, Jeremy. Kristen, we have just heard from President Trump on Truth Social, his social media venue.
Yeah, that's right, Jake. And I know you read part of this talking about how Khamenei was one of the most evil people in history in announcing his death. But I do want to read two other parts of this that I think are critical here. If we can pull up the Truth Social, it says, this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. That is something that he and the administration have been pushing since last night when he first gave those remarks. And the second part of this that is incredibly interesting to note, the heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. The reason why this is so crucial is because this is the first time we're getting any sort of a timeline here. We had heard from U.S. officials on background who had said it would likely take days. They were gearing up for days of bombing, but we hadn't actually heard from somebody on the record stating how long it was going to take. Now, President Trump did a series of short interviews, and one of them, he said that he could get out in 2 days or they could be there for an extended period of time, but saying what he has always said in these kind of scenarios, that they've almost completely decimated Iran at this time, that it would be impossible to build back. Of course, we don't know. We haven't seen our own assessments on this. Right now, Iran is under a near blackout, which might, of course, also raise the question as to how Iranians are getting this message from President Trump. We did hear earlier today that the U.S. Agency of Global Media has been ramping up their efforts in terms of the Persian version of Voice of America, and they're trying to get to the Iranians through satellite. Of course, we still don't know if they're actually achieving that, but that's how they're trying to get this message from President Trump to the Iranians there. As you noted, there are still an enormous amount of questions from lawmakers, Democrats, and Republicans, and we do know the White House is working on setting up briefings for next week.
All right, Kristen Holmes at the White House, Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Thanks so much to both of you. Stand by. We're going to keep coming back to you throughout the show. I want to bring in retired Admiral James Stavridis. He's a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Admiral, thank you for joining us. So President Trump just moments ago confirmed that the strikes on Iran by the U.S. and Israel did kill the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's obviously a massive development. Its significance cannot be overstated. Give us your analysis of what this now means.
Henry Kissinger said once that the solution to every problem is merely the key to open the door to the next challenge. And that's kind of what I feel about this. Look, taking that particular chess piece that you're showing off the board is a good thing. He was going to die soon anyway, 86, ill health. But what it does is it presents some openings, a crack in the top of the infrastructure into which we may be able to move some of our own capability. What I mean by that is clearly, Jake, we're trying to do this with air power, sea power and air power. We're not going to put boots on the ground by all accounts. So it really is up to the people of Iran. President Trump's making those points. The loss of the supreme leader, I think, opens some cracks at the top. And we had General H.R. McMaster, my good friend, on a few moments ago talking about some of the options for maneuver with, for example, the conventional armed forces could split off from the Revolutionary Guard. But you used the word so many unknowns at the beginning, and that's what we're in right now.
Yeah, President Trump spoke with Axios this afternoon for a 5-minute interview about where this operation could go forward. He told reporter Barak Ravid, quote, "I can go long and take over the whole thing, or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding," unquote, referring to Iran rebuilding its nuclear program. It's an interesting comment about the nuclear program, but this is obviously not just about the nuclear program if they killed the supreme leader and are calling for the Iranian people to take control of their own government, right? I mean, this is obviously an action of regime change, not just against the nuclear weapons program.
It is. And I think if you're going to follow through on that impulse to change the regime, and there's a lot of goodness in doing that, let's face it, but we're at the beginning, we're at the very hard part. And it's going to take more than simply exhortating the people of Iran to come out into the streets. I think we have got to provide some level of organization, communication, weapons. I hope the Mossad and the CIA are on the ground there. I'm sure they are gathering intelligence, but are they prepared to take that next step of organizing a resistance so that you don't have, in the best case, millions of completely unarmed people coming into the streets? In that scenario, I think the bitter enders in this government who probably believe they're on their death ground are going to be unrelenting in shooting them down. So if we want to push the people forward, we have got to do more than simply say, hey, the door is open, go take the government. Final thought, Jake. This reminds me a bit of something I was involved in just over a decade ago, the fall of the Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. And in that case, NATO did kind of like this, air power, sea power, service 25,000 targets. But we had boots on the ground. The rebels, they were armed, they were relatively organized, they were able to ultimately overthrow Gaddafi. I don't see that element here, at least yet.
Admiral James DeFreitas, thank you so much for your insights, sir. More on the major breaking news ahead. President Trump confirming that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed in these joint U.S.-Israeli strikes against Iran. We're going to talk with former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett next. Plus, the strikes stirring major debate in Congress. Many lawmakers pushing for a war powers vote to curb President Trump's unilateral military authority. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, a veteran from Illinois, will join us next.
Do want to let everyone know we are hearing from President Trump. He has posted on Truth Social confirming that Khamenei, one of them reading from his Truth Social here, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do He says this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to the greatness it deserves. He goes on to say that process should be starting in, that should soon be starting, and that only in the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even, he says, obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Again, President Trump confirming that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes that the U.S. took on jointly with the nation of Israel. He also goes on to say, in terms of a timeline, that the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary, he says, to achieve his objectives, encouraging the Iranian people to rise up and members of the Revolutionary Guard to surrender and join with them. We continue to cover our breaking news this afternoon as President Donald Trump now confirming Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the U.S. and Israel's joint military strikes on Iran earlier today. Iranian state media saying at least 200 others have died, hundreds more have been injured. Local officials saying at least 85 of those deaths are from a strike on a girls' school in southern Iran. Dozens more there have been injured. I do want to bring in CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto. Jim, in addition to the Ayatollah, we know a number of other officials were killed in that strike as well. As you and I have talked about throughout the afternoon, this doesn't mean the end of the regime immediately, but help put into context for people what it could mean and what it does mean for Iran right now.
It's a major wound, of course, to the regime at multiple levels, at the senior level, right up to the supreme leader. But there are other levels that remain, and there are others who could then slide into those positions. Do they have the same power? Does the regime together have the same strength and wherewithal to remain in power, to exercise power inside its country, around the region? Those are open questions. And also, what would the U.S. be willing to accept, right, if this does not topple the regime, if the people don't rise up and do it themselves? Would the U.S., for instance, be willing to accept someone from inside the regime, a la what we saw in Venezuela, right? You remove Nicolas Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez moves in. There's quite no Delcy Rodriguez equivalent in Iran, but what would the U.S. and crucially, what would Israel be willing to accept if that's the outcome? We just don't know the answers to those questions yet. I will say this, and I think it's important now that we have the president confirming Ali Khamenei's killing in this, the supreme leader, that folks at home understand what his leadership was for Iran, but also for the region. For the region, just first, Iran, during those 36 years he was in power, they propped up and supported Hezbollah, which of course carried out attacks against Israel repeatedly and held enormous power inside Lebanon. It backed up the awful Assad regime in Syria before it fell, which carried out just years and years of crimes against its own people, bloody crackdown. Of course, it backed Hamas, which has attacked Israel repeatedly, most notably on October 7th. It backs the Houthi rebels in Yemen, which has been disrupting shipping in the Red Sea. But specifically from a U.S. perspective, during his reign,
death. Moments ago on Truth Social, President Trump said that the Supreme Leader had been killed in the joint U.S.-Israeli operations, writing on Truth Social, quote, "This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country," unquote. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett joins us now live from Israel. Prime Minister Bennett, Israel is also saying that Iran's Supreme Leader is dead. What is the proof of this?
Well, I understand there's photos of his body that have been shown. I'm still waiting for internal confirmation, but certainly President Trump has announced Khamenei's death. And that's a great thing for Iran, for the Middle East, and for all of us.
How confident are you that whoever comes next will be better? I mean, it doesn't always happen that way.
Well, look, this regime is just a regime that murdered so many Americans, so many Israelis, so many Iranians. Just over the past few months, they murdered 32,000 protesters that went out to demonstrate. This regime is a genocidal, maniacal regime that made a decision to resume rebuilding their nuclear program. They were already moving centrifuges under a big mountain called Pickaxe Mountain, which is way deeper than Fordo, and would have brought them into an immunity zone where we could no longer hit them. So this action of preventing this regime from acquiring nuclear weapons, acquiring massive amounts of ballistic missiles, is vital.
It's been a rough few years for Israeli citizens, as I don't need to tell you. The October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, lingering tensions in Gaza, Israel's attack on Iran, and the exchange of gunfire and such, missile fire back and forth in June. Now this. What are you hearing from Israeli citizens about this military operation?
Israelis are strong, and we are paying a huge price. I mean, just now a bunch of missiles hit Israel, including in Tel Aviv, and unfortunately it was announced that a 40-year-old woman has died, and we'll see what's going on later on this night. But Israelis understand that if we had procrastinated, if we had kicked the can down the road yet again, we'd meet an Iran that already has nuclear weapons and has thousands of ballistic missiles. So we had to seize the opportunity now. Otherwise, later on, we couldn't act anymore. They made a bad decision to continue being a terror state. They had an option to stop that, and they decided to continue.
Is there anyone in the Iranian government who is still alive that you think could be a leader that engages in some sort of peace process, not only with Israel, but with the Sunni countries in the region, somebody who might embrace an opportunity to join the rest of the world in having maybe nuclear power, but not nuclear weapons?
Well, anyone who's part of this ideology, of the radical Shiite ideology of this regime, it's unlikely they will want to become moderate and reasonable. But I believe Iran itself has a tremendous amount of people, people and leaders that want a different future. Look, the Iranian people are an amazing nation, and the Jewish and Iranian people also have a millennia-old relationship. We owe them debt from 2,500 years ago. And I believe that we have an amazing future ahead of us if they seize the moment. And it's not going to be easy, but, we can weaken the chains of oppression, but it's theirs to remove the chains. They're going to be the people who have to go out and turn over this horrible regime.
But how is that done? Does the next leader of Iran, does the leader of whatever resistance movement takes control need to come from inside the government itself, not as part of the Ayatollahs, but as part of the government? Because obviously, I think it's accepted, and I know that President Trump thinks that the de-Baathification after the Iraq War after Saddam fell, was a huge mistake because it left no one to run the country, and the country disintegrated into chaos. And I'm sure you don't want that to happen in Iran.
Yeah, what you typically do is you find the technocrats who aren't so imbued with the ideology, but they know how to govern. Right now, the main focus of America and Israel should be to continue hitting the regime apparatus, especially the Basij terror police that's terrorizing the people, because that's the main block towards this uprising of the people. I hope we continue doing this. I know that we have the bandwidth to do it, and the Israelis are strong and willing to go through this process to remove this huge shadow of a nuclear nightmare that was over the entire Middle East.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, thank you so much. Obviously, we're all praying for peace and praying for the Iranian people. A major split in Congress over President Trump ordering these strikes in Iran, strikes that he says killed that country's supreme leader. Up next, I'm going to be joined by a Democratic senator who says this entire operation is illegal and that President Trump is breaking his promise to the American people.
They're super cute. They're so cute. For thousands of years, humans have relied on the land to sustain our society. Now, a robotics revolution is shaping the farms and forests of tomorrow. Check this out. We meet the next generation of bright minds. Let's give it a try. Engineering a smarter, greener, and more resilient future for the planet.
We are bringing the lab to the field.
Join me, Christy Lustel, on Tech for Good.
This weekend on CNN, in association with Samsung.
You touched me. What did you see?
I saw a landscape.
Saw a landscape?
Spaces, caves, tunnels and oceans, undiscovered countries.
The evolution they both went on doing this film, and the big anchor was less about what's in the head, less about what theirs or my visions of what the characters are going to do scene by scene, but how much each of them can get into their bodies so they could just be there and see what happens. And that sounds simple and it sounds like acting 101, but it's extremely hard. Yeah, as hard as, if you could truly meditate without a thought for 8 hours a day.
I do want to let everyone know we are hearing from President Trump. He has posted on Truth Social confirming that Khamenei, I'm reading from his Truth Social here, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. He says this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to the greatness it deserves. He goes on to say that process should be starting that should soon be starting, and that only in the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even, he says, obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Again, President Trump confirming that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes that the U.S. took on jointly with the nation of Israel. He also goes on to say, in terms of...
to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
Soon is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that line. CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleiken joins us now. Fred, what more are you learning?
Hi, Jake. Well, I was covering those talks in Geneva last Thursday between the United States and the Iranians, and afterwards the Iranians told me they actually believed that things were moving towards a deal, and they believed that a deal could be reached very quickly. It was quite interesting because one senior Iranian official said that there were still some pretty tough issues between the United States and the Iranian negotiating teams. However, they did say that enrichment, nuclear enrichment, was actually not one of those big issues. They believed that a deal could be reached in that regard. As you can imagine, there's many within the Iranian power structure who are quite angry at the fact that these strikes are now taking place. A couple of hours ago, I was actually able to speak to the spokesman of Iran's foreign ministry, and I asked him about this current situation as the United States and Israel have launched this military campaign. Here's what he had to say.
Do we have any other choice other than defending ourselves against this unjust war? We didn't welcome this war threat. It was imposed on us. We were in the diplomatic process, and we were there with all good faith and seriousness. But it was the American side that decided to be tempted to be dragged by Israel into another war, which seems to be another unending war in our region. The only beneficiary of this war would be Israel.
How long can Iran keep fighting this war?
We have to defend ourselves. And I think it is for our military people, for our brave armed forces to decide how to respond.
That's the spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry, Ismail Beghai, speaking to me earlier today. The Iranians obviously saying that their retaliation, Jake, is in full swing. One of the things they did say is they believe, at least militarily, as far as their response was concerned, they were better prepared than last time in June of the past year, when, of course, they were confronted by the Israelis and then later by the United States. Obviously, some of the strikes that have been happening in the region, in the Gulf region, certainly, they say, shows the fact that a lot of their missiles certainly are reaching their targets. Jake.
All right, Fred Pleitgen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk joins us now. He's worked for several administrations, Democrats and Republicans, in this area. All right, let's start with who Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was. Give us just a broad view of the significance of this man.
So the Islamic Republic of Iran since 1979 has had two leaders. He's the second. He's been ruling for 36, almost 37 years. He is committed to, he says, death to Israel, death to America. He means it. He's been committed to fighting the United States and getting us out of the region for decades. He is responsible for thousands of American deaths, American hostages, maiming Americans. So I think we have to keep that in mind here as this news unfolds.
And also, just to interrupt for 1 sec, a big proponent of the funding of these terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and on and on.
You know, Jake, I worked on the October 7th crisis and there's a lot of critique and introspection about what did America do, what did Israel do, rightly so. Not enough of every decision Iran made throughout that crisis. They gave a green light to Hezbollah to open a front against Israel. They gave a green light to all their militias in the region to start attacking us. They killed Americans during this crisis.
In Iraq?
In Iraq, in Jordan, we had 3 Americans killed in early 2024. The Houthis firing at our ships. If not for the skill of our sailors, we would have had dozens of Americans killed. This was their policy. When Joe Biden laid out a hostage deal and ceasefire deal in May, about a week later, Khamenei gave a speech from Tehran basically calling on Hamas to continue the resistance because the end of Israel is coming. He has made mistake after mistake after mistake. And this is really blowback on all those disastrous decisions that he has made. Now, that said, Jake, nobody knows where this is heading.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. So he's gone.
Yeah.
The spokesman for the Israeli army just posted this. I don't know if you've seen this. Eliminated the defense minister of Iran, head of the intelligence director, secretary of the Iranian Security Council, commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and on and on and on, head of the military bureau of Khamenei, chairman. Yeah. I mean, who's left to run the country? And as Robert Redford said at the end of The Candidate, what do we do now? I mean, you can't have the country just descend into chaos like it did in Libya after Gaddafi died, right?
And Iran has had one secession since the revolution in 1979. I think they're going to have a bit of a secession crisis here. They have a process in their basic law. You have to have a There's an interim government with the president. I think he might be dead as well. A chief justice, and the Assembly of Experts meets and chooses a cleric, who that'll be. This is going to go on for some time.
But if they choose a cleric, we're going to have the same thing. It's
well,
just
I don't think they don't know who it's going to be, Jake. So nobody knows what's coming. If you have another cleric and another Islamic jurisprudence, they pretend to answer to God and speak for God, or do you have a regime taken over by the Revolutionary Guards Corps, a more kind of nationalist hardline regime, or do you have the Iranian people rising up in the streets, and then the decision is whether those security forces crack down like they did earlier, now that this regime has really come apart at the top. We don't know. We don't know. It is really unknown. The Colin Powell doctrine, remember, you break it, you own it. Trump doctrine here seems to be, we break it, and it's up to the Iranian people what comes next. So that's where this is going. But I mean, it's clear why this started, I think, overnight. The fact that the Iranian leadership had this meeting, apparently, and clearly good intelligence. I think the decision was made to take advantage of that. And it is extraordinary intelligence work and, again, ineptitude on the part of the Iranian leadership to get together like that. But we'll have to see. I'm watching very closely. One inflection point was whether the strike against Khamenei was successful. We now know it seems to have been successful. A second are the missiles. That's the one that really, what can Iran do? Their asymmetrical capabilities are significantly degraded, but their missiles are a real threat. I know our military commanders are focused on trying to degrade those missile capabilities. And so we will see over the coming days whether they're able to get off the significant volleys like we saw in June that really test the air defenses. So the missiles are really
the justification for this from President Trump was that they were not going to agree to anything when it comes to the nuclear deal. And they were, I think he said, days away from being able to build a nuclear weapon. I don't know that that's true. And also, soon they would be able to fire a ballistic missile at the United States. I guess it depends on what you mean by soon. Soon could mean in 2 years, but it certainly wasn't imminent.
What really led to this? The protests in late December and January. President Trump drew a line. He said help is on the way. The supreme leader gave an order to crack down and kill thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people. That led to this military deployment. And then as this unfolded, everything came together. The missile issue, the nuclear issue, you had these nuclear talks, so everything kind of came together. But this immediate crisis trigger, and why did we deploy this force, you can trace it back to those protests and that massacre, which again the supreme leader ordered. And I think President Trump was hoping, that through the deployment of this force, he might have a diplomatic off-ramp if Iran was prepared to give up its nuclear enrichment program. But as you and I have been discussing over the last month, that was highly unlikely. Iran is not going to give up that program. It sees it's critical to its own survival, but now its survival is at stake. It has a ways to go, Jake. There's a lot of unknowns.
All right, I'm sure we're going to keep having lots of conversations about this. Brett McGurk, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we are hearing growing calls from Democrats and a handful of Republicans for a vote on the president's power to use unilateral military force against Iran without any congressional authorization. We're going to have a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee who calls the strikes illegal on the show next.
Do want to let everyone know we are hearing from President Trump. He has posted on Truth Social confirming that Khamenei, I'm reading from his Truth Social here, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do He says this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring the country to the greatness it deserves. He goes on to say that process should be starting in, that should soon be starting, and that only in the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even, he says, obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Again, President Trump confirming that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes that the U.S. took on jointly with the nation of Israel. He also goes on to say, in terms of a timeline, that the heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary, he says, to achieve his objectives, encouraging the Iranian people to rise up and members of the Revolutionary Guard to surrender and join with them. We continue to cover our breaking news this afternoon as President Donald Trump now confirming Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the U.S. and Israel's joint military strikes on Iran earlier today. Iranian state media saying at least 200 others have died, hundreds more have been injured. Local officials saying at least 85 of those deaths are from a strike on a girls' school in southern Iran. Dozens more there have been injured. I do want to bring in CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto. Jim, in addition to the Ayatollah, we know a number of other officials were killed in that strike as well. As you and I have talked about throughout the afternoon, this doesn't mean the end of the regime immediately, but help put into context for people what it could mean and what it does mean for Iran right now.
It's a major wound, of course, to the regime at multiple levels, at the senior level, right up to the supreme leader. But there are other levels that remain, and there are others who could then slide into those positions. Do they have the same power? Does the regime together have the same strength and wherewithal to remain in power, to exercise power inside its country, around the region? Those are open questions. And also, what would the U.S. be willing to accept, right, if this does not topple the regime, if the people don't rise up and do it themselves? Would the U.S., for instance, be willing to accept someone from inside the regime, a la what we saw in Venezuela, right? You remove Nicolas Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez moves in. There's quite no Delcy Rodriguez equivalent in Iran, but what would the U.S. and crucially, what would Israel be willing to accept if that's the outcome? We just don't know the answers to those questions yet. I will say this, and I think it's important now that we have the president confirming Ali Khamenei's killing in this, the supreme leader, that folks at home
was killed in the massive strikes carried out by the U.S. and Israel overnight. As the Trump administration defends the operation, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are furious that the strikes were launched without any congressional approval. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was able to notify 7 of the 8 Gang of 8 members before the strikes. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, who sits on the House Armed Services Committee, described the operation to CNN this way. It's a slap in the face of the United States Congress. The president has launched an illegal war when there is no imminent threat. He did not consult with Congress or allow for a debate in Congress, which even George W. Bush did, unquote. It is not just Democrats who are expressing anger. Republican Congressman Warren Davidson, a former Army Ranger who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, posted on X or Twitter, "No, war requires congressional authorization." Let's bring in Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat of Illinois. She sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee and on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and is also an Iraq War veteran and was among the first handful of Army women to fly combat operations during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Senator, what is your reaction to President Trump announcing the death of Iran's supreme leader?
Well, listen, I'm glad that Khamenei is dead. He ordered the massacre and murder of thousands of people. Protesters are protesting for democracy. My problem with this whole thing is how President Trump has gone about doing this. He promised Americans that he would get us out of forever wars, and yet here he is on his own launching an attack on Iran without congressional oversight when there appears to be no imminent threat. So he's really in violation of the War Powers Act. And frankly, he needs to come to Congress or send his representatives, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and justify to us why it is that he should have been able to do this. And if there's no justification, then we should have a vote in the Senate on the War Powers Act.
So in reference to what you just said about an imminent threat, senior administration officials claimed that the U.S. had indicators that the Iranian regime was planning to potentially launch preemptive missile strikes. Now, there is another source that CNN spoke with who's familiar with the intelligence who contradicts those claims and says there were actually no indications that the Iranians planned to strike any U.S. forces or assets first. Did your committees have any intelligence that would back up any claim of an imminent threat or a preemptive strike by the Iranians?
No, there's no evidence of any imminent threat presented by the Iranians. And in fact, they don't have the capabilities to launch a ballistic missile at the United States. They have short and medium range missiles. They don't have anything that can reach the United States of America. And frankly, it was President Trump himself who said that Operation Midnight Hammer annihilated the Iran nuclear program. So which is it? Did they annihilate their nuclear program, or are they imminently about to launch a nuclear attack on the United States? Their arguments doesn't hold water. And frankly, I'm deeply concerned that the American taxpayers, and in particular, our men and women in uniform, are going to be paying the price for Donald Trump's recklessness here.
You posted on X today, quote, by illegally striking Iran, Trump made a choice, one he did not have to make, that puts American lives and national security at risk while threatening to draw us into yet another expensive taxpayer-funded forever war without congressional approval. He owes it to the American people. He promised he would always put first to immediately come before Congress and attempt to justify how this illegal war will serve their interests, unquote. Now, President Trump might say to that, this is not a forever war. We're striking and we're not putting boots on the ground, and the war will end when we want it to end. How would you respond to that?
Well, what I would respond to that is that, okay, what's your next plan of action? You've not presented what happens next. You know, if you're going to take out the leadership of Iran, what is next? There's going to be a power vacuum there. And in fact, he signaled to Islamic terrorist groups all around the world that it's okay now to attack U.S. forces and Americans all around the world. And frankly, I think what he's done is similar to what happened in Iraq when we went in there without a plan to what we were going to do after the initial couple of weeks. And we ended up being in there for 20 years, and Americans became the target of terrorist organizations all around the world. I am deeply concerned that is where we are. We're in the precipice of that. Alternatively, is he going to do what he did in Venezuela, where he decapitated a terrible regime, but then turn around
Donald
and started
Trump
working?
has made it clear, the US president has confirmed that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, as Trump calls him, is dead. This is the big story on CNN News 18 today morning. Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that this is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world who have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei. This is the big message coming from Donald Trump, the US confirming after Israel did that the Iran supreme leader has been killed in the strikes launched by the US and Israel yesterday on Tehran, where the compound where Mr. Khamenei lived was bombed. And now the US president is saying that not just Khamenei, many of his senior leaders have also been killed. To quote Mr. Trump, Khamenei was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or the other leaders could have done, and that is why they have been killed. This is the single greatest chance. And Donald Trump, staying true to his word, also promoting and saying, vouching for a regime change now in Iran. He's saying that this is the single greatest chance for Iranian people to take back their country. He's saying that he's hearing that many of their IRGC, the military and other security and police forces of Iran no longer want to fight. They are looking for an immunity from the US and Israel. And Trump reiterating his warning that now they can have immunity later. They can only have death. But who is Khamenei? Why is this so big? some history facts about Khamenei. He has wielded influence since the 1979 Iranian Revolution. He served as the defense minister, then supervised the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps before being elected president in 1981. I have my colleague who covers diplomacy very closely, Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, how big is this announcement by Donald Trump and Iran, though it is denying right now that Mr. Khamenei is not dead? What do you make of these claims?
Well, Aman, this is huge. In fact, this announcement is coming from nobody else but U.S. President himself. Perhaps confirms that Ali Khamenei has been killed in the strikes conducted by Israeli and U.S. Forces. This chatter was doing the rounds on social media, Aman, from last 4-5 hours. And in fact, each time around, the Iranian side was at the denial that the supreme leader has been killed or the senior leadership has been killed in the U.S. strike. But now, since it is coming from the U.S. president, then it is 100% confirmed that Ali Khamenei has been killed. This was in the making, Aman, from a very long time. If you remember, in 2024, there was exchange of fire between Iran and Israel, direct exchange of fire between Iran and Israel. That was very rare. So with each passing month, each passing year, Israel and Iran were coming closer to each other in a direct confrontation. Earlier, this fight in the region was between Israel and the Iranian proxy. So 2024, there was direct exchange of fire between Iran and Israel. Then last year in June, U.S. and Israeli forces struck nuclear sites in Iran, Natanz, and other places. And since then, U.S. president has been saying that people should protest against the regime, should overthrow the regime, etc., etc. But it looks like that yesterday, when these strikes were conducted, it was decided by the U.S. force to struck specific targets in Iran. Perhaps they had credible intelligence to go ahead and kill Ali Khamenei. And perhaps this is the reason that out of sudden, when second round of negotiations were going on in Geneva, both sides were engaging diplomatically. President Trump had asked Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner to speak to Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi. And the second round of talks were going on. Perhaps in the middle of that, United States and Israel launched a military operation against Iran. Several places in Iran were struck by U.S. and Israeli Air Force, and now we're getting to know that Ali Khamenei is killed in the U.S. Strike. So it's a huge success for the Trump administration, for the U.S. forces, but Aman, this is going to have a larger ramification as far as the politics of Middle East, West Asia is concerned.
Well, absolutely. And, Mr. Khamenei led Iran from 1989. So it's been a long rule. He has been the supreme leader of Iran since 1989. He's a former president during the Iran-Iraq war. In fact, he had survived an assassination attempt in 1981. And why Khamenei's death is so important is that as the supreme leader, he held ultimate authority over Iran's armed forces, the foreign policy. He was always shaping a confrontational stance against Israel, against the US. And he was also overseeing the country's disputed nuclear program, something that Donald Trump had made it very, very clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. If I quote from Mr. Trump's message on Truth Social, he's calling Khamenei one of the most evil people in history, confirming that his death. He's also saying and giving some details that Khamenei was unable to avoid America's intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. This is also, Mr. Trump is now confirming that the US worked closely with Israel in this strike on the top Iranian leadership in which Khamenei has been killed. That is what the US claims is. He's also now promoting a regime change. He's saying the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. He feels that many of their IRGC, the military, other security and police forces no longer want to fight. But we are still seeing visuals coming of strikes coming. The latest being the strike at the Dubai International Airport, which has been confirmed by the UAE authority as well, that a drone has also struck the Dubai International Airport and 4 people have been injured. Of course, the Dubai International Airport, Siddhant, had been vacated of all passengers because the airport was shut down earlier today. But still, the strikes seem to be happening still. Do you think Iran's IRGC will give up this fight, or how do you see this pan out after the news of the Supreme Leader being killed?
Well, Aman, from last couple of hours, it was very strange to me also that the way Iranian missiles were hitting the civilian areas in the region. In Bahrain, Kuwait International Airport was hit, Qatar civilian site was targeted, and now Dubai Airport has been targeted. So there have been 3 civilian sites which have been targeted by the Iranian missile in Dubai. One is Palm Jumeirah, one of the costliest residential places in Dubai. The other is Burj Al Arab. In fact, that incident has also been confirmed by the Dubai officials, and now Dubai Airport has been hit. This is unprecedented, Aman. This has never happened before because UAE and Iran have stayed in touch all throughout, and there has not been a single direct attack by Iranian forces in any of UAE's civilian sites ever. They may not have the best working relations, but the NSAs always remained in touch. There was an understanding between UAE and Iran, and Aman, the understanding was such that even some of the companies which were sanctioned by United States, Iranian companies which were sanctioned by United States, have their offices in Dubai. So whatever little oil crude they could sell, they sell it through their Dubai offices. There is a large Iranian diaspora living in UAE. In fact, UAE also may not be officially helping Iran because of the sanctions, but whatever UAE can do as a neighbor to financially assist Iran, perhaps has always been doing. So they have a very good working relationship. They always had. Now, since they stuck Palm Jumeirah, then Burj Al Arab, and now Dubai Airport, perhaps says a lot about the frustration of the Iranian regime, because there is this message in the system of Iranian regime that Ali Khamenei and the other senior leaders are no more. So perhaps that is compelling the regime now to go rogue and perhaps hit their neighboring countries, civilian sites, and the best of the buildings in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and that is exactly what they are doing. As I said, Aman, never ever this has happened that Iran has struck or have made such casual strikes in the region. They had their proxy network, Hezbollah, Lebanon, and Houthi rebels. Perhaps through them, they have been dominating the politics of the region. They also have very good ties with these countries in West Asia, and never they struck civilian sites, malls, shopping complexes, airports ever in the past. So this itself shows, Aman, that there is a message in the system that Ali Khamenei is no more, as US President is claiming, and the other senior IRGC leaders and the senior officials have died in the US strike. I think that is perhaps making the regime frustrated, and they are hitting and targeting wherever the civilian sites and wherever they could reach, and something which they have never done before. So this itself shows that there is something big which has happened, and perhaps out of frustration, retaliation, these strikes are being conducted. Otherwise, Aman, there is no point of Iran targeting Dubai Airport. There are a lot of Iranians working at Dubai Airport, Palm Jumeirah. A lot of Iranians live there. As I said, that there's a huge Iranian diaspora in UAE. They have a very good working relationship. Earlier, Aman, whenever this such situation arise, UAE perhaps always plays a very, very significant role in speaking to Iran, perhaps requesting them, asking them not to escalate the situation in the region. So UAE has always been playing a positive role with Iran, but today, it was not in UAE's hand also, and perhaps Iranian regime, the leadership went all rogue and perhaps targeted civilian sites in UAE. But this is all because of the frustration, because they could sense that they are losing against the US and the Israeli forces. And the supreme leaders' premises have been targeted. The senior leaders have been targeted. So it is all because of that frustration of losing against the U.S. forces that the civilian sites are now being targeted by the Iranian missiles.
And the Indian government, in fact, had also released a statement earlier today saying that it was deeply concerned at the recent developments in Iran and the Gulf region. In fact, the foreign ministry saying and urging all the sides to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, and prioritize the safety of civilians. The Indian government also said that dialogue and diplomacy should be pursued to de-escalate tensions and address the underlying issues in the region. It said sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected, and said that the Indian missions in the region are in touch with Indian nationals. Of appropriate advisories have been issued to ask them to remain vigilant, stay in contact with the missions, follow local security guidance. Siddhant, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to his counterpart both in Iran as well as Israel, is what we believe. Do you think would be the Indian government's stance in this? Of course, the safety of Indians in the Middle East is a top priority for India. Do you see any rescue missions now being planned, given the region, what is happening in the region with civilian targets being, on the target of the Iranian army? Or do you think that India will continue to maintain this delicate line between both Iran as well as Israel, because both have been India's old friends?
That's right, Aman. In fact, India's statement is also very balanced. India is deeply concerned at the recent development. India urges all sides to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, and prioritize the safety of civilians. Dialogue and diplomacy should be pursued to de-escalate tensions and address underlying issues. Sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected. So strong words coming from the Indian government. In fact, Minister of External Affairs also says that the mission in the region are in touch with Indian nationals and have issued appropriate advisories, asking them to remain vigilant. In fact, as you rightly said, EMS Jaishankar Raman spoke both to Israeli Foreign Minister and Iranian Foreign Minister, Mr. Arakshi. Also shared India's deep concern at the recent development. Other than this, Mr. Jaishankar Aman also spoke with the other leaders in the region, including the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan of UAE, Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani. Also spoke with Bahrainian leadership in Kuwait. So the biggest concern right now, Aman, for India is that there is a large Indian diaspora lives in the region. Their security and safety is paramount for the Indian government, and this is the reason that when all the tensions were escalating in the region, perhaps Indian embassy in Iran had come up with multiple advisories for the Indian medical students in Iran, and the other Indians who are staying in Iran or rather are planning to travel to Iran. They all were asked to leave the country. But the problem here is that this is not happening for the first time. This has been happening from last 2 years. In fact, we also have been reporting once Indian government did rescue the Indian medical students and other Indians in Iran. They were brought back to the country, but after them landing in India, perhaps situation again became normal in Iran, and they all had to go back again on their own expenses. So this exercise in Iran particularly was going on from a long time. In fact, the embassy was in touch with Indian students. In some cases, their passports were also, their details were also noted down by the embassy, and there was definitely a plan to evacuate these medical students. But also among many of these Indian medical students, because I have been speaking to them, they were not willing to come, but because there is an examination month this month in Iran. In the universities, so they fear of missing out, of not being able to appear in those examinations, and their years will get spoiled. So that is also one of the reasons, Aman, that the Indian medical students do not immediately leave the country whenever there is some advisory issued by the Indian government, or are willing to come to India, because they fear for their education. They fear that they may not be able to sit in examination, and as I said, that this has been going on from last 2 years. So once they were evacuated on their landing in India, they immediately went back because situation became normal. Then once Indian government was actually on the verge of evacuating them, this is about 1 month back. And there was very little response from the Indian medical students and the Indian community, because again situation at that time had started going back to normal. So the situation is so unpredictable, Aman, that all Indian government could do was to issue an advisory. That is exactly what they did. But now, yes, the Indian medical students are stranded. Many Indians are stranded in Iran, also in Israel. In fact, the Indian ambassador to Israel, JP Singh, spoke to Indian media, and perhaps he said that they are figuring out how to send back Indians stranded in Israel. Multiple routes are being worked out, including a route through Egypt, etc., etc. So it's a very, very complicated situation and a challenging situation, not only for India, but for many countries. You talk about UAE, among many nationalities work there. It's a financial hub of the world. So all these countries want to evacuate their people and take them out, but it is very difficult right now because Dubai airport is shut. The civilian areas are being targeted. Iran has gone rogue. Nobody can predict which place Iran is going to target next. There is indeed air defense systems in place. UAE's own air defense system, and then the United States also offers security umbrella to the region, Israel, Jordan, etc. But Iranian missiles at times could manage to hit the targets and cause casualties and destruction. So it's a very, very difficult situation. As I said, that earlier there was a regime, and regime was responsible. They never had targeted civilian areas. Now I don't know whether this is because of Ali Khamenei being killed, the messages in the system, the senior leadership is being killed. Now they have this fear of losing to the Americans, Israelis, so they have turned rogue and have started hitting at the civilian sites now, targeting airport, Burj Al Arab, Palm Jumeirah, Amman, perhaps shows the frustration of the Iranian regime.
Well, absolutely. And for the benefit of our viewers, in the last few hours, India has been dialing up, all the foreign nations in the Gulf region. S. Jaishankar has been working these phone lines. He has spoken to the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud. And he's also, all these calls that are being made, India is basically saying that please assure us the welfare and the safety of the Indian community in your country. That is the main focus of the calls of Mr. S. Jaishankar. He has exchanged views on the ongoing global situation in the Gulf with his counterparts from entire the Middle East, underlined India's stakes also in the regional peace and stability. But top on the priority of India is the welfare of the Indian community. And as Siddhant was explaining there, that we have a huge number of Indian community in the Middle East. Perhaps for an evacuation exercise could also be very very, very big if it happens right now. Of course, all airlines have shut operations. The Dubai airport, the Abu Dhabi airport is shut. So right now there is no question of any evacuation happening right away, and people should maybe exercise calm in these countries. But India has been working these phone lines even when the foreign minister, Mr. Jaishankar, spoke to the Kuwait foreign minister, Sheikh Jarrah. He's clearly, also underlined to him that he valued. Mr. Jaishankar said, "I value the reassurance given by the Kuwait foreign minister for the welfare of the Indian community." The same message he gave to the foreign minister of Bahrain as well, saying that he was being assured by Bahrain's foreign minister also that the Bahrain government would take all measures to keep the Indian community safe. Same way, Mr. Jaishankar has called up the Qatar Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed, and also appraised him of the situation, also valued his assurance of the well-being of the Indian community. So clearly, Indian top on the priority of India right now is that there should be stability in the region. All sides should de-escalate, and Indian community should remain safe. That is the top on the concern. In fact, the telecon with Mr. Jaishankar had earlier today with the Iranian foreign minister, in that, if I quote Mr. Jaishankar's words from that he has shared India's deep concern at the recent developments in Iran and the region. And when Mr. Jaishankar spoke to the Israeli foreign minister, he reiterated India's call for dialogue and diplomacy to de-escalate tensions. But will de-escalation happen? We really don't know, because if you look at Mr. Trump's message, he's clearly said that the heavy and the pinpoint bombing by the U.S. will continue uninterrupted through the week and as long as necessary to achieve our objectives. Siddhant, isn't this worrying news? Because Mr. Trump is continuing to say that heavy and pinpointed bombing will continue uninterrupted through the week in Iran.
Aman, but also I think the biggest concern right now for the US leadership and Israeli leadership is that if what they are claiming that Ali Khamenei is dead, perhaps, then in that case, what is going to be the future of Iran? Allow me some time, Aman, because Iran has been structured in such a manner that the power is only around the supreme leader. They may say or perhaps project that there is a democracy, there is president, parliament, etc., but the buck stops with the supreme leader. Now, if what President Trump is claiming, what Israelis are claiming, that Ali Khamenei is dead, and along with him the other senior policymakers, officials have also been killed in the US strike, perhaps it's also the time of crisis in Iran, political crisis in Iran, because IRGC is a very, very powerful force. The work of IRGC is to protect the supreme leader. It is supreme leader's direct force. It is other than the regular Iranian army. Now, given the power that IRGC commands in Iran, and they derive this power from the supreme leader, they have the best weapons. They have control over the key nuclear installations in Iran. They have the control over the sophisticated weapons. So, which could make situation very, very dangerous in future. There are groups within IRGC, Aman. Then there is Basij, which is sort of a paramilitary force in Iran. They are again very powerful. Again, there are groups in Basij. Then you have political leadership, president, his cabinet, which is responsible for the political decision making. So there are going to be a lot of stakeholders coming up in Iran, Aman, if this story is true that Ali Khamenei is dead. Perhaps we are still awaiting for the official confirmation from the Iranian government, or maybe some Iranian publication. But if this claim is true and Ali Khamenei is no more, perhaps this could make situation even more dangerous in Iran. As I said, that there are powerful military generals in IRGC, Basij, political leadership. Then supreme leader has his own secretariat, which keeps advising him on various matters, including the religious matters. So they are also one of the stakeholders in the country. So how it's going to rather there's going to be the regime change, who is going to take over the Iran. I'm sure that United States and Israel must have thought about this situation before going after Ali Khamenei. But if not done properly, Aman, then this could create bigger trouble for not only for Iran but whole of region.
Well, we have Akanksha Swaroop also joining us. She also covers diplomacy for us and keeps a very keen eye on the Middle East region. Akanksha, Mr. Trump saying Khamenei is dead, the most evil person in history is dead. He's promising even more pinpointed strikes in Iran in the coming week. India is, of course, deeply concerned over the safety of Indians in the Middle East. We have seen civilian, areas in Dubai being targeted, including the Dubai International Airport. How do you see this situation pan out, and how serious do you think this could become in the coming days?
Indeed, very serious, Aman, because remember, this is not just putting a 36-year-old ironclad regime under the Ayatollah to an end. You're also looking at maybe a domino effect over here, as we've seen in the kind of Iranian response when they've targeted all of those other Middle Eastern allies of the United States who were housing troops. As you mentioned, that the Dubai International Airport was also targeted. That was just one of the target strikes we've seen ever since. Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, all of these are US allies housing the US troops as well. So, in fact, the moment Sir Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, sent out that word saying that the UK is also alleging support now, that is an indication that the NATO could very well be involved. And if in case the NATO does get involved, well, the prophecies for a World War III could in fact be true. But before we get into that scenario right now, it's still in the realm of speculation, because remember, a claim such as this, that the supreme leader of Iran has been knocked out by Israel and by the United States, is something that will have to be backed by evidence. Because remember, even in the case of Osama bin Laden, when the United States did that, they had to come up with ample evidence to do so. Right now, that's a claim being made by Israel. That's a claim that's been made by the US President himself, but one which will have to be backed. Now, in terms of the kind of response we are seeing come in the past sort of 24 hours is an indication of a further escalation. India, of course, is trying to call for peace, and it's urging for diplomacy, because that is what is in the best of interest for humanity at the moment. In fact, just yesterday, the Iranian forces also deployed their naval assets. They've blocked the Strait of Hormuz. So a host of concerns now rising further, because, Aman, let's not forget, the Strait of Hormuz is a very pivotal key gateway for all of the kind of oil that is transported from Iran. The buyers, of course, not just being China. You're looking at the United States. You're also looking at various European nations who are buying energy, and the energy being supplied to them goes via the Strait of Hormuz. So if there is any intervention at this time, how this will impact the global economy, that's another concern. But at the moment, there are burgeoning concerns for India, given that Prime Minister Modi was in Israel a couple of days ago. At the same time, accompanying his delegation was several Indian journalists. Our very own CNN News 18's Sanjay Suri also has been there. I know of very many other journalists who are currently stranded in Tel Aviv. So this is going to pose tremendous challenges. Can they even evacuate right now? It doesn't seem like, because remember, Sanjay has also been sharing this information with us, that at the moment, the priority is that everyone seeks cover, they duck for cover, and we are seeing the continuous missile strikes take place. In fact, the IRGC, the military commanders of Iran, till yesterday have been making it amply evident that Iran will not let it die down. We can't negate the timing of this attack. The holy month of Ramadan is on, and so the Iranians, the Shia population, their supreme leader of the Shias has been in fact bumped off, and that is something they will not take lying down. And Tehran, ever since the US sort of escalated its military response, has made it amply clear that anybody who gets involved in this war will bear the brunt of it. That includes their own Middle Eastern neighbors and the US allies. Aman.
Well, Akanksha, and everybody was expecting that there will be a reaction from Iran, but many people were saying, and many experts were saying, that this could be the US bases in the Middle East. But what we are seeing, in fact, from Iran, which has taken everybody by surprise, and Siddharth was explaining that earlier, is the drone strikes on civilian areas, Palm Jumeirah, Al Burj, the Dubai International Airport. This is, I think, which is creating the maximum scare in the Middle East, that Iran regime seems to have gone rogue post the assassination and the bumping off, as you say, of Mr. Khamenei, and Mr. Trump confirming that. What do you think will be India's top priority now? Because, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has been working the phone lines all night, calling up his counterparts in Kuwait, in UAE, in Iran, other Bahrain as well. His top priority seems to be that these countries should assure India of the safety of the Indian civilian population which lives in these countries.
Absolutely, but can they even do so? Evacuation right now is not even a possibility, given that the airspaces are shut. And so for even evacuation to take place, that can only happen once there's a ceasefire being worked upon, Aman. And at the moment, as you said, that the top priority has to be the safety of the Indians who are stranded there. Just yesterday, we were playing out a video of an Indian student stuck in Tehran, a medical student. They are in fact extremely devastated. They are very disturbed. They are rattled because they do not know what is going on right now. The internet is going viral with several such videos appealing to the Indian government to provide them cover, to give them consular access, and to have them evacuated at the earliest. You've also highlighted that Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has been on the phone line, not just with Iran. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was on the phone line with Dr. Jaishankar. He also reached out to Qatar. So a host of developments happening out there. But you've heard the word coming in from the US president, and it does seem like it is always the last word, as has been the case in 2003, as has been the case in 2001. And we see the same playbook play out again. If Donald Trump has said that there's going to be a continuous bombardment in Iran, that certainly is not good news, neither for India nor for the Middle East or the world. Because as I said, that if the UK Prime Minister has also already pledged support, it goes on to show the kind of power they are amassing. Because if the US gets involved, there is a very good possibility of not just its allies in the Middle East getting involved, you're also looking at a possibility of NATO getting involved. And if NATO does get involved, we all know that World War III could very well become a scenario. But this is a situation which needs to be tamed down. It needs to be calmed down. Will the United States be able to do so? Yes, we've been talking about how a regime change has been the ultimate goal over here, as has been indicated by the US president himself. But why is Iran coming up with such a rogue response? You have to understand, Aman, that it is the holy month of Ramadan. They feel they've been betrayed not once, but twice. Remember, the initial rounds of the peace talks were very much on in June last year when that 12-day conflict took place. This is a second time around. They began peace talks. In fact, they were in the middle of diplomacy taking place in Geneva when the US delegation, which was being headed by Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, and his Middle Eastern envoy, Steve Witkoff. And on the other hand, you had Abbas Araghchi. They did seem to be coming on a middle path. But again, the United States wants Iran to completely give up its uranium enrichment program. They say that this is what is going to arm Iran with its nuclear ballistic program, and that is a reality at the moment. The IAEA already has enough evidence. The intel coming to the United States is already suggesting that they have enough nuclear enrichment in their arsenal to perhaps even create a missile which could reach the United States. So what is Donald Trump thinking when he's going ahead with a war, that too with a nation which is currently nuclear armed at the moment, is the big question. The Iranians are they're angry, they're seeing red, they feel betrayed at the moment. Is there even a possibility of a peace mediation? I see none, because if Qatar, which has been at the forefront of mediations when it comes to Middle East, is also being attacked by Iran, then we really do not know if there's any scope for mediation. The only scenario that we are observing right now is that of a regime change. I heard Siddhant talk about IRGC. This is not going to be a situation like Venezuela. This is not going to be a situation like Syria or Afghanistan. They will have to tackle IRGC, and it still remains an intimidating force with the Basit militia, which commands close to 150,000 troops. Aman.
Well, Akanksha and Siddhant, stay with me. We are going right now to CNN to know exactly what is happening, the latest on the global stage and in Iran and the USA's next tactics. Let's dip into CNN.
Back with the breaking news, Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed, according to President Trump and Israeli sources. That news sparking cheers and celebrations in some parts of Tehran as the news spread, as well as chants of death to the Islamic Republic and long live the Shah. This comes just weeks after thousands in Iran were killed by the Iranian government back in January as the regime used deadly force to crack down on nationwide demonstrations. Joining us now to discuss is Nazanin Bonyadi, an actor and an activist born in Tehran, raised in London. We have her on the show quite often because we want to get the perspective of an Iranian about what you think. So what do you think?
Thanks for having me back on, Jake. Look, I was 10 years old, and I remember very vividly when I heard the news of the founder of the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khamenei, dying. And I will never forget today. This is absolutely a moment of, I would say, celebration for the vast majority of Iranians. This is a man, Ali Khamenei, the successor to Ayatollah Khomeini, who has now been killed, who has the blood of countless Iranians and non-Iranians on his hands, people in the region, people who've died at the hands of the proxies, who he has trained and funded. This is a man who has been at the top of a system that has violated the human rights of Iranians en masse for 30 years. So yes, the videos we're seeing on the ground in Iran say it all. People feel like justice has been served, and finally that this long, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it seems to have bent towards some kind of justice in a world that just doesn't seem to have dished out justice for the Iranian people.
Well, my worry, and I'm sure yours too, is what next? What comes next? I mean, Ayatollah Khomeini was awful. He was replaced by Ayatollah Khamenei. I don't know that he was any worse or better. He was just also awful. The Israeli army spokesperson just listed a bunch of people that he says have been killed in this operation. The defense minister of Iran and lots of others. Is there someone that can run the government that is not a murderous lunatic?
In this system, I don't think that's feasible or realistic. But the key is, I think, for the middle section, not the top tier of this regime, but the middle section, to understand that their time is limited and to shift their allegiance to the people. Put down their arms. The IRGC really needs to understand that these are the final days of this regime, and choose the people, and not continue to kill innocent civilians. So, as much as we are urging adherence to international law, targeted attacks that avoid civilian casualties, because we understand that we need the Iranian people to be able to self-determine, to take to the streets, to be able to say who they want. Of course, the only name that we've heard so far has been Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former monarch, the late monarch in Iran. It is a slap in the face, in a way, to this regime that toppled the monarchy. That chant, "Long live the king," has really been, I think, the final straw for them. This is something that really resonates, I think, within society as something that where the people just don't want this regime anymore.
What are the biggest challenges for the people of Iran over the coming weeks?
Staying safe, staying away from out of harm's way, but also communication is key. I mean, it's been 15 hours now since the regime has cut off the internet. I'm having problems reaching people, not only loved ones, but dissidents that I've been speaking to on the ground. We have to ensure, the international community has to ensure that line of communication opens up, because without being able to communicate with the people and seeing, how they can organize and how they can move forward in demanding their own rights and what they want, it's impossible to know. But really, we need defections at the mid-level range of the government, the current regime, to join the ranks of the people and ensure that the people and the nation comes out of this in one piece, peacefully and as quickly as possible, and transition to hopefully democracy.
Yeah, from your mouth to God's ears. Naz, always good to have you on. Thank you so much. Coming up, more from the Middle East as Iran retaliates following the death of the country's supreme leader amid a massive wave of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Fareed Zakaria is going to be here. Stick with CNN.
Massive wave of strikes continue to happen, as has already been indicated by the US president that Iran will face more strikes for the next 1 week. But in reports, according to the US president and Israel, what are claiming is in fact the fact that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, after his 36-year-old ironclad regime has finally been eliminated. This is bound to have ramifications, and some serious ramifications at that. Sanjay Suri continues to stay with us from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, it's been a tumultuous night, to say the least. If you can give us a sense of what's happening in Tel Aviv to begin with before we take this discussion forward.
Well, a word came in earlier that Khamenei has been killed. And as it happens, I was in a shelter at the time, and people began to celebrate. They began to clap and cheer and dance. And I spoke with somebody there and who said to me that, look, he's very happy for the people of Iran. And this is, he said, a victory for the people of Iran and not just a victory for Israel in this. So clearly, there was very definite information. We know that some of this was circulating also on social media. It does turn out that those were not rumors, and that kind of a reporting, and that information was based on fact. And of course, it was for Trump to announce. Trump is rather fond of making announcements of this kind. But this is a huge blow to the regime in Iran. Certainly, the Iranians would have known that Khamenei is the #1 target, and they would have taken all the precautions they could to see that he is protected, and they all failed. It's very likely, if not almost certain, that this is what decided the timing of the attack. Mossad, certainly the intelligence agency of Israel, the CIA and others keeping track, would have known. They would have been tracking his movements. They would have almost certainly known where he was at that time. And once they were absolutely confident, they decided to strike then, and decided to strike Khamenei first. And that was a part of a simultaneous attack on a number of groups and associations that are a part of the regime, not least the IRGC. And we know that their headquarters was targeted and suffered very serious damage and a number of casualties. So this has decapitated the regime. Whether it has finished the regime, we don't know. The aim clearly was to try and induce cracks from within, to demoralize the Iranian government, to see and give them a message that really they can't fight. If they do, they will lose. And Trump warned of that in so many words. And this is now a blow to the regime. Whether it can recover from this and keep the fight going is now the big question. We know that there's an immediate step up in retaliation. The question now is how long that can be sustained.
That's a very pertinent question, and in fact, I want to quickly also draw your attention, Sanjay, to that Truth Social post announcing the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's also gone on to talk about how the military, the IRGC, the police all want immunity right now, and he's also gone on to indicate that they could very well receive that immunity if they do not pose any hurdles to the ongoing US strikes and to this entire process of regime change that the United States is looking towards bringing in. Having said that, do you get that sense that the IRGC will also be putting their arms up in the air, given that Basit militia still is commanding a strength of 150,000 troops?
This is certainly what Trump would like to happen. He would like to induce cracks from within so that this triggers a collapse of the regime. This would be a far better option for him than a prolonged war that drags on and on. The more it drags on, the more it gets difficult for Trump at home. There's already a good deal of opposition to this war within the US. Certainly the Congress is going to take this up, whether it should have been consulted, whether its approval was needed. So he needs to deliver very, very quickly. It's a very controversial move that Trump has made. He has not made it in a hurry. So if this were to, assassination were to induce the collapse of the regime, if there was to be a significant revolt within the IRGC, within the Basij, and that were to join with forces on the ground that are already opposed to it, this would then lead to a change in regime, a change in leadership, and not just a change in personnel and the names and the looks of those leading it, but a change in their policy. This is certainly the aim of Trump, and this will now be a test of how much depth and resilience there is within the regime system, whether there is a new leadership and that is determined to carry on and take this further. Certainly the Iranians would have anticipated such a move, would have prepared a second line of leadership. Already we are seeing signs that there is a replacement in place to begin to continue the ways and the policies of the regime. If that were to be a continuation, then this would drag on. But it's very possible, as Trump certainly would like to see, that this can begin to trigger a collapse within the regime.
Stay with me, Sanjay. I'm also joined in by Siddhant Mishra right now, who's also tracking all the latest for us. Siddhant, if you can give us a sense of how the External Affairs Ministry is now looking towards addressing the Indian concerns at the moment. Remember, several Indians, in fact, stranded not just in Iran, but say the Indian journalists, many of them accompanying the Prime Minister, including Sanjay. But Sanjay is not going to be heading back to India, as we all know. There are several other Indian journalists stranded in Israel at the moment. What can you tell us?
Well, right now, Akanksha, the priority for the Indian government is 8 to 9 million Indians living in West Asia, perhaps the largest Indian diaspora living in any region. If we talk about UAE, then there are 3.5 million Indians, Saudi Arabia 2.5 million, Kuwait 1 million, Qatar 750,000, Oman 7 lakh Indians, and Bahrain 350,000. So it's a huge number. And this is the reason that Indian government is urging all stakeholders to exercise restraint, follow path of dialogue and diplomacy. In fact, India also condemned the violation of sovereignty. So this is the official position of the Indian government. But right now, the priority for the Indian government is the safety of Indians, and this is the reason that the Indian government has been speaking with the governments in West Asia at all levels. In fact, EMS Jaishankar spoke to the deputy prime minister, foreign ministers of various West Asian countries, and perhaps spoke about the safety and well-being of the Indian community. So right now, the priority for India is the safety of Indians living in these West Asian countries, point number one. Point number two, indeed, as far as Iran is concerned, Ayatollah Khamenei being killed in US strike perhaps it would really be interesting that how India will be reacting to this entire development, because Iran has always remained a good friend of India, a strategic partner. India has been buying oil from Iran since till 2019. Only after the US sanctions, India stopped buying oil from Iran. India has a strategic investment in Chabahar port. There was an updated agreement which was signed about 2 years back, pledging more investments to the port. So India always had a very good relationship with Iranian regime, and not once India sided with any of the party. India always maintained its position as far as Israel-Iran issue or Iran-United States issue is concerned. So it would really be interesting to see that how Indian government is going to come up with a statement, or once it gets confirmed by the Iranian side, then what is going to be the Indian government's response. But so far, the focus at the level of Ministry of External Affairs and also at the government level is about this for the safety of Indians in West Asia. In fact, all the ambassadors in West Asia perhaps are in touch with the Indian community. Israel ambassador JP Singh, Indian ambassador to Israel JP Singh, yesterday spoke to News 18. Perhaps he confirmed that they are exploring routes to evacuate Indians from Israel. Same is the case with the other the ambassadors of other countries in West Asia. So right now India is monitoring the situation. Multiple advisories have already been issued by Ministry of External Affairs, urging Indians to stay indoor, to stay at the protected areas, follow the advisory from the local governments. But definitely there is going to be an effort made by the Indian government to rescue the Indian people stranded in various parts of West Asia.
Sanjay, I also want to bring you in on the kind of ironclad regime we've seen under the Ayatollah, and if indeed he has been eliminated, this is going to also spell out a very different scenario at the moment. I think that's also an understatement, because remember, this is a ruler who basically was able to go through a series of protests under his own regime, whether it was in 2009 or even in 2022 when the women had taken to the streets in Iran. And he also was someone who was being seen as out of touch with reality when it came to the youth population. 75% of the 90 million population in Iran happened to be the youth, and they were extremely miffed with the Ayatollah, because not only was he not able to deliver upon the economy, because they were already reeling under heavy Western sanctions, the kind of morality that was being imposed on the youth, the sense that we were always getting in from the Iranian activists was also that they are not able to keep up with the pace of modernization which their own Middle Eastern neighbors were actually undergoing.
You know, at the heart of this question, Akanksha, is the question of Islamism in public space of the kind that Khamenei believed in, practiced, oversaw and sought to ensure. That kind of Islamism has receded within Iran. The vast population, the majority clearly within Iran, is not for that kind of space for Islamism in public life that they have to then import into their private life, that they believe that their faith is their personal choice. They will practice it and live it as they choose, as no doubt they do. But this kind of imposition of a certain lifestyle that is seen as consistent with that kind of Islamism has really lost support from the majority right across Iran. There was a survey just a few years back, and that survey suggested that of about 75,000 mosques, as many as about 40 to 50,000 are now closed, and this has happened over recent years. And that is a very vivid expression of the extent of loss of faith in that kind of a system. And in fact, that is a problem that goes to the heart of this regime. They have sought to impose these ways. People are not accepting it. The majority are not accepting it. The young particularly, and as you pointed out, since 1979 and the Islamic Revolution of that time, a lot of time has passed. A generation, 2 generations have come into place. It's a very refined society. They're open to information and influences from around the world. They have moved on from there. Ayatollah Khamenei did not. He sought to impose the old ways, and to the extent that any replacement continues to be in place and to impose similar ways, to that extent, resistance will continue. They'll not be able to impose and introduce that kind of, reintroduce that kind of a lifestyle that is commanded by their sense of Islam.
Right. And that is something I want to quickly bring in Siddhant also on that note. Siddhant, ever since the monarchy had been toppled, remember many were saying that even when the monarchy got toppled, the population back then was in fact delusioned. They felt that in fact the monarch back then, the Shah, was actually very delusioned with reality. They are now looking towards bringing back Reza Pahlavi. Critics of Pahlavi actually are questioning that this is also somebody who's been in exile for a very long period, and that he's not in touch with the grassroots. He lacks that grassroots connect. What will Reza Pahlavi be able to bring back to Iran? Because remember, all the Iranian activists that you and I have also been interacting with, they're saying that the economy will take shape once there is order, and we have to find order in chaos through democracy. They want democracy to prevail, and even Reza Pahlavi has indicated that perhaps he doesn't want to rule. He would hope for elections to take place. But what does it seem like in the days ahead at the moment?
Well, that's right, Akanksha. Look, there are people, 30 to 40% still in Iran, which believes in Khamenei's order, and they are a believer in the regime. In fact, last time around, when there was escalation between Iran and Israel, perhaps when U.S. president and Israeli leadership were urging people to come to the streets to protest against the supreme leader, there were massive protests in Iran. There were also counter protests which were organized in support of Ali Khamenei's regime, in support of the regime of Ali Khamenei. So to say this, that they were highly unpopular, is not true. But yes, definitely, as far as the younger generation is concerned, the business community, intellectuals, people in universities, they were frustrated with the way the country was functioning from last few years, because the major expenditure was on the defense, to build missiles, to work on being the nuclear power, etc., etc. This was the major cause of frustration amongst the common man in Iran, and perhaps that only resulted in massive protest against Ali Khamenei's regime. Having said that, Akanksha, but there are people who still believe in regime. They are loyal to the regime, and this is the reason that, in fact, there were counter protests to support the regime. So, as I said, in fact, I was talking to Aman also earlier, that it's going to be a very, very difficult situation in Iran, because so far, since the revolution, the supreme leader holds the ultimate power in Iran. They may say that there is democracy, there is president, the cabinet, parliament, etc., etc. But everybody knows that buck stops with the supreme leader. He takes the final call. He has his group of clerics, advisors. Perhaps they run the show in Iran. IRGC is supreme leader's force. The work of IRGC is to protect the regime, to protect the supreme leader. So the generals in IRGC are very, very powerful. The generals in Basij, sort of the paramilitary force in Iran, are very, very powerful. They are in control of sophisticated weapons. They are in control of key installations, including the nuclear sites in Iran. So, what will be the future of Iran, perhaps, is the question now. If what President Trump is claiming, that Ali Khamenei is dead, what Israelis are saying, that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated, then in this scenario, the future of Iran is perhaps should be the concern for the countries in the region, including India and whole of the world, because we cannot let Iran becoming next Iraq,
That's a
opening. Yeah.
That's a very key point that you've just now raised. Let me quickly take that forward with Sanjay as well. Sanjay, Siddhant highlighted that you cannot see another Iraq in the formation at the moment. So whenever we talk about US interventionism in the Middle East, there's always the example of Iraq that comes to mind. There's also the example of Kabul. You also have Syria. The only common connect over here is completely decimated economies. That's also been the case of Venezuela, but Donald Trump, in fact, showing much hope that Venezuela's economy is going to be resurrected now that US companies will be investing over there. But having said that, is the case in Iran going to be any different? Because whatever interactions that we've had with Iranians, they're saying that they are very forward-looking people, unlike, say, countries like Afghanistan or even Iraq and Syria, and that this kind of a comparison should not even be made. Rather, why not look at South Korea, where also US interventionism led to much progress?
You know, US interventionism has failed spectacularly at many places, and it has done so for long, going back to the invasion, the Bay of Pigs invasion. And I don't know if you can hear, Akanksha, there's a siren going on here. So this is the Iranian reply. It's been underway since this attack began. We've had this kind of warning periodically. So clearly, as we can hear while we speak, the Iranians are hitting back. But the question here is, to what level society in Iran is split? We are quite right to hear from Siddhant that there are people who are loyal to the regime. And certainly, when we are speaking of the decline of a certain kind of Islamism, we are not talking about absolutely everybody. It's a country of 93 million. It's a young country. There's a lot of people resistant to it. By all indications, it's the majority, but the majority is still not everyone, and that still leaves many, many millions, even if they are in a relative minority, who are now passionate about that kind of Islamism and supportive of this kind of regime. And this is a group that has the control of the apparatus of the state. They have the police, they have the armed forces, they are in power. And there's a limit to what the US and Israel can do. They're not stepping into Iran to effect regime change and to maintain a new regime. It will have to be done within Iran, and these are the people with the guns. They are the ones in position. So if they decide to continue with, if not one leader, the next, or even, let's say, the next, then this is going to certainly drag on and on. It's not going to provoke a dramatic change of heart at the center of the regime.
You know, Donald Trump has indeed defied several international norms over here, as you were saying, that what's the most opaque action which is being condemned is at the moment that he did not consult the Congress, because according to the US Constitution, if he has to declare war, then it has to go through the US Congress. And I quickly want to bring in Siddhant on that note. Siddhant, how is this going to now go forward for the domestic front of the US president, given it's a very key strategic year for them? He's headed into midterms.
Well, that's right. It's a very key strategic years, Akanksha, and also, Donald Trump was surrounded by a lot of controversies, perhaps especially after Epstein file being made public by US Justice Department, and also given Supreme Court striking down the entire tariff policy of Donald Trump. So he was definitely looking for some relief. So this particular development will give him some relief in his own domestic politics in United States, and perhaps will surely raise his political stocks, because what U.S. forces could do under his regime perhaps was the dream of many former U.S. Presidents. So taking down Ali Khamenei, taking down the Iranian regime is huge. It's big. So it will be a breather for President Trump as far as his domestic politics is concerned. At the same time, if this is true, and if there is a smooth regime change takes place in
Right.
Iran, then he would definitely be leaving behind a very big legacy of taking down Ali Khamenei.
True, but what will be the cost of that claim is something which we'll have to see playing out in the days ahead. But Sanjay, remember, this is a US president who in fact arrived upon the promise that he is going to put an end to US interventionism in the Middle East. In fact, for the longest time during his election campaigns, I remember he's prided himself in opposing the war in Iraq as well. Now, if you look at a US president who has always condemned other presidents, even his own Republican counterparts like George Bush, or say the Democrat presidents like Barack Obama, he's blamed them for fomenting violence and for fomenting war. He's now towing the same path, the same trajectory play out again. And that in itself has arrived as a huge shocker for many, including me.
Well, this is not just a question of disregarding the norms and the U.S. Constitution itself, and of bypassing Congress. Not for the first time, as we know, that Trump has bypassed Congress controversially. It's not certain that he can do that and get away with it again and again. He's also bypassed international norms. There is still a United Nations in place, even though no one takes it very seriously anymore. And there would be basic principles like the integrity of another country. Of course, given the aims of Israel particularly, and it's Israel here that is driving this policy, these are not considerations, or these are not niceties of international conduct that Trump would have considered. They want Khamenei out. They have got it. To that extent, this is in the immediate a tactical and a huge tactical success for the US and Israel. It makes the strike a dramatic success. But it's really the question, the test of its success will be if it can endure. If now you have in place another leadership arising from within the IRGC or from the Islamic establishment in Iran, and that continues its policy, it continues to control the guns and the strong arm of the state, and that policy continues and continues to put down any protests as firmly as we've seen in the recent past and on recent occasions, then this would be just a change of face and name, no real change within the way Iran is being run and governed. So it's now a test of whether the establishment in Iran cracks up in the face of this loss of their leader. If it holds together, then Trump does not have the success that he seems to have in the here and now.
Let's quickly go across to Siddhant on that note as well. Siddhant, do you think that this is also going to have ramifications on his own domestic audiences, given that he is looking at the lowest ratings for himself at the moment? Of course, everything seemed hunky-dory for him during the State of the Union address, according to all the claims that he made about how the US economy was looking good. But if the poll ratings are anything to go by, that's not what the majority of American population feel. Would they also be in agreement with this kind of an out or in the open conflict with the Middle East right now?
Well, Akanksha, what I feel is that that this will definitely boost the political stocks of President Trump. And as far as the international norms, international order, taking approval from Congress, all these things don't bother President Trump much. But if what he claims that Ali Khamenei is dead, he has been killed in the U.S. strikes, then this would definitely be boosting his political stocks back home. Point number one. Point number two. Now there are contradictory reports coming in, Akanksha, where some of the international media is reporting that Iran's foreign ministry dismisses claims of the supreme leader Ali Khamenei's and President Pezeshkian's death, as President Trump says attacks will continue as long as necessary. So these contradictory reports are concerning because President Trump has already made public that Ali Khamenei is no more. Israelis are saying that he has been taken down. Now, Iran's foreign ministry reportedly dismisses claims of the supreme leader Ali Khamenei and President Pezeshkian's death. So let's wait for some more clarity, or rather evidence to be made public by Israelis and the United States. Perhaps then only the world will be convinced that Ali Khamenei has been taken down. But in my opinion, this will boost President Trump's political stocks back home. And because generations in the United States are grown up hearing stories about Iran developing nuclear bomb. Iran is a missile power. How Iran is an imminent threat to the people of United States, etc., etc. All those stories were fed to generations in the United States. So now, since President Trump claims that Ali Khamenei has been taken down, enemy of
because,
America.
remember, Iranian media is also making that big claim that this is a false claim by Donald Trump regarding the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, and that is a part of his plan to assassinate Iran's leader. Imam Khamenei is in good health and is actively directing the course of the war. This deceitful figure previously claimed on January 8 that the city of Mashhad had fallen. This is, of course, what the Iranian media is claiming with regards to the US president coming up with that big declaration in his Truth Social post. As Siddhant, Sanjay Suri and I have been highlighting that they will have to back this with evidence if indeed the Ayatollah has been eliminated. Right now, it is all in the realm of speculation. It could very well be a body double, but we do not know as of now. Initially, Israel was also making these claims, but we are awaiting an official statement on what is the reality at the moment. With that, let's quickly dip into live coverage by CNN.
We are continuing to monitor the breaking news in the Middle East following the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran and Iran's retaliation. Late this afternoon, President Trump confirmed that the attacks killed Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Here in the U.S., top Democrats on Capitol Hill, as well as some Republicans, seem angry with the Trump administration's decision to launch the assault without any direct express approval from Congress. Let's bring in Republican Senator Rick Scott from Florida. Senator, Secretary of State Marco Rubio notified 7 of the Gang of 8 congressional leaders ahead of the strikes, but sources say those lawmakers were not given a full legal justification for the strikes. What do you think the full legal justification is, and should that not have been shared?
Well, number one, I want to appreciate the president, and I want to appreciate our military. We cut the head off the snake. Iran has been killing American citizens for decades. So finally, we have a president who's willing to do it. And the objective of this was to stop their missile. They're adding more short and long-range missiles. They have missile launchers. They were threatening our ally Israel. They're threatening American troops. They've been negotiating with Iran, and Iran has been arrogant. They said they have the right to rebuild their nuclear weapons and enrich. They wouldn't stop the missile production. So the president didn't have any option. If he wanted to defend this country, which this president wants to defend this country, he actually didn't have any option because, what they've said, Iran has said for decades, is they want to destroy us and our ally Israel. So I'm very appreciative of what the president did. And he has every right to do it. Every president since Truman has said they have the right for military action without a formal declaration of war. So he's not doing anything different than other presidents.
What would you say to a member of the MAGA coalition who comes to you and says, Senator, this is not what I voted for. President Trump said he was going to end regime change wars. He was going to end military entanglements abroad. And this is the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do. What would you tell that person?
Well, what this president wants to do is he doesn't want forever wars. He's against forever wars. If you look at what he's trying to do, he's trying to make the world a safer place. What he did by destroying their nuclear weapons last year, what he's doing with this was destroying their ability to produce missiles. He's making the world a better place. What he did in Venezuela, he's making the world a better place. So if you look at this, Trump, he wants peace. But we've had presidents appease, coddle, and power ran for decades, and that's got to stop.
We just talked to your Democratic colleague, Senator Tim Kaine. He wants the Senate to return to vote on his war powers resolution, which would block further use of U.S. forces without congressional approval. What do you think of that?
I oppose it. I mean, I want this president to have the power to defend this country. I was disappointed. I can't imagine how crazy it was that Democrats wouldn't stand up to say their primary purpose was to defend the freedom, defend the American citizens. So I want a president that has the power, which he has, to defend the freedom of this country. I want him to defend us. And that's exactly what he's doing. So I will oppose it.
So the president said that there could be potential loss of American life in these operations because that's what happens in war. Don't you think that if there is the potential loss of American life, that Congress should at least exercise and have some skin in the game to authorize the president to do what he's doing?
Well, clearly we're going to get briefings, and we should get briefings, and we should know exactly what's going on. They gave us a great briefing after Operation Midnight Hammer. They gave us a great briefing after what happened with down in Venezuela, with Maduro. So they're going to give us a briefing, and we ought to get a briefing. But the president has the right, and I'm glad he took the right to use military action.
I mean a vote, though, just a up or down. Obviously, you would approve of it, but don't you think Congress should be on record either supporting continued military action or not?
The president, every president since Truman has said he's got the right to use military force without a formal declaration of war. So this president is using the same authority other presidents have used. I agree with him. I'm glad he did it. It's going to make this world a safer place. Iran has been a unbelievable, despicable, horrific regime for decades.
Senator Rick Scott of Florida, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jake.
Ahead on CNN, a historic day reshaping the Middle East as President Trump announces that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed. The president of the United States calling on the Iranian people to overthrow what's left of their government. We're live on the ground in the region after this quick break.
All right. So in the latest, what we can tell you is that Iranian media is in fact negating the reports that have been coming in with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The biggest information that was actually passed on was by the US President himself as he took to Truth Social to declare that the Ayatollah is dead. Is he using this as a leverage, as is being claimed by the Iranian media? We do not know. No official confirmation coming in from Iran. In fact, the Israeli side, also from Israel's foreign ministry, in fact, as far as the Iranian foreign ministry is concerned, that is actually negating the reports. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv at the moment. We'll try and reconnect with Sanjay. He's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Also, Siddhant will be joining us in just a bit. As far as the Indians are concerned, remember, thousands of them are currently in the Middle East. That includes the UAE, you're looking at Qatar, you're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at various other nations. More importantly, in Iran, several Indian students are currently stranded. Many of them, in fact, sent out those videos urging the Indian government to ensure a timely evacuation. The Ministry of External Affairs, of course, is looking into this overall situation, but at the moment, the top priority is to provide all Indians safe cover before they are eventually evacuated. Remember, even for evacuation to take place, the airspaces have to open up. Most of them have been shut down. How this will now impact the overall economy is also another concern, given that the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by the IRGC just yesterday. This is a very key critical strait, as we know that this is a shipping route where most of the global energy supply is done. It is through this route that the energy supplies to China, to the United States, even to Europe takes place, but that has in fact been blocked. What impact this will have on the markets is another scenario that we'll be looking at. But first and foremost, the biggest question that remains unanswered at the moment is that, is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei actually dead, as is being claimed by the US president? The Iranian Foreign Ministry has indeed dismissed that claim. There is no confirmation coming in from the Iranian side. In fact, they are not just maintaining that the Ayatollah is alive, they are also maintaining that President Masoud Pezeshkian is also very much alive. That's a claim at least being made by Iran, their foreign ministry, and also by the media there. Having said that, there are now going to be other concerns as well, as Middle East remains on a geopolitical tinderbox at the moment. We've seen how Iran is retaliating. Tehran had always maintained that they will be targeting all of those US allies in the Middle East. That includes 9 of them, which are housing US troops. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE. They are just some of those US allies in the Middle East. UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they all have experienced strikes at the moment. Remember, as we speak, in the latest, missiles have been spotted near Burj Khalifa. As we've also been highlighting, they are targeting civilian locations as far as the Iranian missiles are concerned. They've also sent out drones. Several UAVs have been spotted. On your screens, the footage that we are playing out, as you can see on the top, is the missile strike at the Dubai International Airport. Below that is another window which is showing another missile strike in Kuwait. So the situation is currently spiraling out of control, because this is, remember, no longer just limited to just Iran and Israel. It is now quickly having a spillover effect to other allies, to not just the United States, but even Israel. Tel Aviv has been experiencing a series of explosions. We've been the only channel bringing you all the live and latest updates from Israel. In fact, in Tel Aviv, almost every hour there's an emergency siren going off, because an Iranian missile has been directed. Many of them are already being intercepted, but right now the situation is actually spiraling out of control. As we can see, reports of Khamenei and Pezeshkian's death at the moment, what we can tell you from the Iranian side, are being dismissed. They are saying that these are false claims being made by the US president. They are also referring to how the US president had earlier made false claims in January that Mashhad had been brought down. But going by the kind of naval and military amassing of weaponry we've seen by the United States, what we can tell you is that there were enough indications of such a military strike on Iran. And that is exactly what has happened in the last 24 hours. Just 24 hours ago, we saw how Tehran had been attacked, and At the moment, what we can tell you is that diplomacy certainly has broken down, because this was at a time when peace talks were on in Geneva. They were trying to bring Tehran to the negotiating table, only to have Iran actually give up their nuclear enrichment program. But that actually became the line in the sand, and that is something that Iran was not willing to compromise with. All right, with that, let's quickly bring you live and rolling coverage of CNN International. Let's listen in.
By for us in a part of Tel Aviv. Well, Jeremy, are you still in the part that was hit by the missile? Anyway, you just got out of a shelter. Tell us more about what you've experienced the last few hours.
Yeah, Jake, we've just moved from that location, but as you mentioned, we were tonight for several hours at the site of a deadly ballistic missile attack by Iran in the heart of Tel Aviv. One woman was killed as a result of that ballistic missile attack, several others in serious or moderate condition, and the damage was really quite a sight to behold. Building that was partially collapsed, one of them that was ablaze, damage and destruction really everywhere. And a lot more of this is expected to take place in the coming days, as Israel and the United States have vowed that this military campaign against Iran will be wide-ranging and will continue for at least several more days in order to accomplish the objectives, which are not only to try and severely damage Iran's military capabilities, their naval capabilities, their ballistic missile program, their nuclear sites, but also critically to create the conditions for regime change. And today, of course, we saw both the United States and Israel now confirming that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed in those Israeli strikes that took place on Saturday morning. And so while that may not signal regime change altogether, given the kind of layered and structural nature of the Iranian regime, it certainly is a decapitation strike, and one that is going to have severe implications for the future of Iran and also, of course, for the future of the Middle East. But Iran is making clear that it is not going to allow such a strike to prevent it or to sway it from carrying out the kinds of strikes that it's been doing across the Middle East today, because it hasn't just been barrages of ballistic missiles and drones aimed at Israel here. We've seen strikes against 7 other countries in the Middle East where the United States has military bases, but Iran hasn't just struck those bases. We've seen strikes hitting populated centers in the Middle East, in the Gulf in particular, in Dubai, as well as in Doha, Qatar. And we anticipate that this could continue to escalate between these two sides and could also...
All right, we lost comms there. Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv, thanks so much. Stay safe. History is unfolding right now in the Middle East. And as CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto reports for us right now, this conflict has the potential to reshape the entire region for better or for worse.
It was a broader and more ambitious attack than many had expected. As day broke, airstrikes slammed Tehran Saturday morning as the U.S. and Israel launched joint strikes, which President Trump called Operation Epic Fury.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
Sources tell me that the U.S. is prepared for multiple waves of strikes, lasting 36 to 48 hours, followed by pauses to assess battle damage. Soon after the strikes began, a plume of smoke was visible rising from Tehran's Pasteur district, location of the highly secure compound housing Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. By day's end, President Donald Trump confirmed the Supreme Leader was dead. Israel quickly closed its airspace, declaring a state of emergency and warning citizens to stay home.
Iranian state-run news agencies began reports that missiles are dropping in cities across Iran, including Isfahan, Loristan, Karaj, and Tabriz. Footage verified by CNN appears to show a strike on Iran's intelligence ministry complex in northern Tehran. Video geolocated by CNN from another angle appears to show the same area. Then retaliatory strikes by Iran began hitting across the region. First, missile attacks on the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. Soon after, Iran fired short and medium-range missiles at the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East, and at the U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq. Within hours, the United Arab Emirates announced it had closed its airspace as missiles struck the capital city, Abu Dhabi, and heavily populated neighborhoods in Dubai. Israel itself was next, as sirens erupted in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Iran launching dozens of ballistic missiles in Israel's direction. Israeli air defenses working to intercept them. Stories of casualties quickly emerged. Iranian media says dozens of students were killed after a missile struck a school near the town of Minar. Bahrain reported a high-rise residential building struck.
In the next few days, we are going to strike many terrorist targets to complete this act and to topple this regime.
Help has arrived.
This help that you were wishing for has arrived, and this is the time to go together for this mission.
Global airlines are canceling flights all over the Middle East, and governments warning their citizens to take immediate shelter as the deadly back and forth continues with no apparent end in sight.
And Jim Sciutto joins me now on set along with CNN national security analyst and former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sander. Jim, what are your thoughts on seeing President Trump openly calling for the Iranian people to rise up and take their government back, saying they'll never have an opportunity like this again? I have to say, easier said than done.
No question. I've been in touch with some of the survivors of the most recent protests, and you know, it was a bloody, bloody massacre, many thousands killed, many of them young people. And in the wake of that, Iranian authorities have been going to their families and saying, if you say that your child was killed in these strikes, we will come after your other kids, right? I mean, so the fear is understandable. And remember, at the time of those protests, many of those people were expecting American action at that time, right? You know, that if we go out in the streets, that, you know, there will be some price for this regime to pay, which didn't come at the time, and the people paid the price. So one could understand why it's a risky gambit for Iranians to go out in the streets and imagine that they themselves might be able to bring this regime down. Now, the regime is clearly weakened, right? The supreme leader is dead, many other senior leaders killed. So could it carry out the same crackdown? We don't know. But if you're one of those young people, it's a big risk to take, and it's your life.
What could other countries do to help the Iranian people get their country back from this murderous regime? Is there anything?
Well, I mean, you know, we're going to have to see what we're going to do, because if you define success as regime change, where does this end? You know, defining the end point is really important. If it takes weeks for this uprising to take place, and the IRGC guards and the Basij people, you know, the ones with the guns and the motorcycles that brutally killed these protesters.
And have been for decades.
And have for decades. Are we going to put loitering drones over these areas? Are we going to take out the Basij as they're attacking protesters? Are we going to go to every town all over Iran and fight back? Because I can tell you that not just the protesters' families are talking about what's the risk of putting people on the streets, but each one of these people who participated in the brutal suppression and murder of Iranians fears regime change, because they know they're going to be strung up on light posts if this regime change. So they have skin in the game, not just the supreme leader.
What do you think?
It brings us back to a question we've been asking in the days and weeks. And by the way, not just asking amongst ourselves, but asking the administration and the president, what is America's strategic objective here?
Right.
Is it
They've listed any number of them.
Right, you know, crippling the nuclear program, no question, crippling the missile program, which, by the way, I am certain we have struck quite destructive blows to them. They've talked about regime change. Is that still a goal? How much further does that carry military action? And does it, because the history, and you know this better than me, Beth Senator, the history of regime change from the air is not a good one, right? No, it would require other steps that it's not clear that the U.S. is ready to do. And by the way, the risks of that would be significant.
Right. I mean, you can look back to the Vietnam War, and we put more bombs on the North Vietnamese than both sides of World War II combined. And we thought that this would, you know, destroy the regime, and it didn't. You cannot have regime change by remote control. This strategy relies, the linchpin of this working relies on the people rising up and being successful. That's why you see President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu coming out and saying, people rise up, because if that doesn't happen, this doesn't work.
But has that ever worked? Has it ever worked that the U.S. has killed a foreign leader, or, you know, somebody else did, maybe with our help, and then there was a revolution and a resistance and a rising up, and then a better leader came?
Well, usually a worse leader came.
Well, that's my point.
And that's the risk. I mean, this is the intelligence community. There was a press piece today that reported that the CIA said that, you know, IRG is stand, that the most likely outcome here would be that it will be the bad guys that will take over. And that's been a consistent refrain of a lot of experts for a long time. So that is a real risk here if we do not figure out. And it would have been, I think, I worry that while I actually think the diagnosis of this problem is correct, you cannot have peace in the Middle East. You're going to have continuing cycles of violence if this regime doesn't get taken out.
Right.
I think we all agree with that. The question is, was this the best way to go about it? And did we actually set ourselves up for success? We're kind of doing it backwards.
There's obviously a lot we don't know.
We don't know.
I hope that there's a lot more we don't know.
I think there's less than we would hope for.
You got rid of Saddam Hussein, you got rid of the bad guy, right? And you got someone better, and you got something of democratic process, but many, many years of investment and time and dead ends, et cetera. Simple solutions are certainly
Jim Sciutto and Beth Senator, thanks to both of you. Really appreciate it. Coming up, more breaking news here on CNN. President Trump calling on the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their government, now without its supreme leader and many other of its leaders. Plus, some Iranians abroad are celebrating in the streets. We're going to go live to a rally in Los Angeles. Stick with CNN.
All right, so as you can see, this is one international story that is bound to elicit global responses, not just from the West, but even in the East. Over here, India very keenly watching the situation. Several thousands, in fact, stranded in the Middle East, not just in Iran or Israel, all over, because remember, this is having a domino effect. 9 U.S. allies are currently in the Middle East. If you were to talk about them, some of them are Kuwait, Bahrain, even the UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of them are currently facing a barrage of missile attacks, including Israel in Tel Aviv. In fact, what is even more disturbing is that civilian locations are currently being targeted, as you can see on your screen. The international airport in Dubai is one such location. Near Palm Jumeirah, a missile also struck. At the same time, you're also looking at other civilian locations that have been targeted. In Iran itself, a school was struck where dozens of casualties and school children, in fact, died yesterday. Iran, of course, is looking at this as a form of betrayal, given that the peace talks were very much on in Geneva. At the helm of it was Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's Middle Eastern envoy, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. On the Iranian side, you had the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. Now, remember, what's important over here is that currently the news of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei being eliminated is still in the realm of speculation. Why so? Because the Iranian Foreign Ministry is dismissing the claim that's being made by the US president. The Iranian Foreign Ministry is saying that neither the Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah, nor the President, Masoud Pezeshkian, have been eliminated during these strikes. So the US President and Israel may be making those claims, but they will, of course, have to come up with evidence to back that claim if indeed the Ayatollah has been eliminated. That post that's been sent out by the US President on Truth Social has sent the world into a tizzy, because not only in that post has he declared that the Ayatollah is dead, in that post he's also saying, which is another very significant aspect, that the IRGC and the military are looking for immunity now that the Ayatollah is dead, and that the way to that immunity is going to be that the IRGC surrenders. Will they do so? Because remember, the IRGC is that intimidating, powerful force behind the Iranian regime. And that is the differentiating factor, because that is what differentiates Iran from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Iraq. And this is not going to be Venezuela, as we've seen the kind of retaliation that's already taking place in the last 24 hours. Aman Sharma joins me live from the newsroom. Aman, what more can you tell us in the latest information that's pouring in?
Well, Akanksha, see, situation is pretty tense after Donald Trump's post that Khamenei is dead. There is also this counter reaction coming from Iran that that is not true. So we'll know maybe that what the truth of the entire claims is maybe in a couple of hours as the situation becomes clearer. But what is most worrying is the attacks on the civilian infrastructure and the civilian population which is happening in the UAE. We have seen in Dubai specifically, the Palm Jumeirah, then the Dubai International Airport, the Al Burj Hotel. There have been drones which have struck these civilian areas, and there has been explosions, and all those videos have been captured. In fact, there are Iranian drones and missiles flying all around the Burj Khalifa. So this is a very serious situation, and of course India is very, very concerned over this as well. Akanksha, the Foreign Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, has been working the phones all night and has been calling up his counterparts in various other countries which have seen these attacks coming from Iran. And India's topmost priority right now, Akanksha, is the safety of Indian nationals who live in these countries. With a huge, huge population of Indian nationals which live in the Middle East, and it is not physically even possible, I feel, to evacuate all of them. But India wants that the foreign countries, these countries, be it Bahrain, be it UAE, be it Kuwait, to ensure the safety of Indian civilians there, because with civilian infrastructure now being targeted by the Iranian regime, which seems to have gone rogue if Khamenei is dead, and nobody seems to be in control there, and Iran is reacting in a manner which not many anticipated. We all thought yesterday that yes, Iran will retaliate, but against the the US bases in the Middle East. But this attack is going far, far beyond the US bases also, and that is what is the top concern of India and many other countries right now. The conflict only seems to be increasing, and Mr. Trump's post on social truth, in fact, he is saying that the bombing, pinpointed bombing, will continue in Iran all over this week. What will be Iran's retaliation to that? Well, we can see that the attacks happening on civilian population. So it's a very concerning situation right now.
The US has called it Operation Epic Fury. Remember, the operation we've seen yesterday was a broad daylight operation, Aman, one that was meant to decapitate and kill the Iranian leadership, as was being established by the US and Israel. Having said that, ever since, we've seen a series of retaliatory actions by Iran, which are not just targeting Israel, they are also targeting US allies in the Middle East. Take us and our viewers through how this entire operation has unfolded in the past 24 hours.
See, Akanksha, this is a very, very quick escalation of the situation in Iran. We all know that Donald Trump had given this 10-day deadline for Iran to sign on the dotted line, say it will not build a nuclear weapon. And Trump had, in fact, been warning that, a strike is imminent if Iran does not listen. And staying true to his word, as the 10-day deadline ended, we saw yesterday America and Israel in conjunction launching this big, big strike on Iran. A few months back, we also seen how America had taken out the nuclear program of Iran, and that time, Khamenei had said that, they will also vow revenge, but this strike is much, much bigger than the earlier one, because this time they have attacked the compound of Khamenei. America claims it has taken out Khamenei, it has killed and neutralized Khamenei along with his top leadership, the top political leadership of Iran. And here now the US is appealing to the Iranian people that, this is your chance to get a new regime, to get a more pro-people regime. What has been happening in the last few months, where thousands of protesters in Iran are said to have been killed in the protests which have happened, and the brutal crackdown which happened from the Khamenei regime. Now the US is not just stopping at killing Khamenei, it is even urging the Iranians to do this regime change and get a new system in place, get a new political establishment in place. How smoothly can that happen? Can America do that without boots on the ground? All these are very, very big questions. And as you were earlier reporting, if the NATO joins this entire, conflict which is happening, this could quickly escalate into a much bigger thing as well, because this is unprecedented, Akanksha, that civilian targeting in UAE, in Kuwait, in other places, in Bahrain. And this the situation seems to be escalating with nobody really there, I feel, to calm the tempers down. India Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar, in fact, called up his Israel counterpart and asked for de-escalation. But is anybody listening to this de-escalation right now? We are not very sure.
Absolutely. And in fact, the US president has rather gone on to indicate that there's going to pinpoint bombarding throughout the week in Iran. What is this going to lead to, given that Iran has already started retaliating? And as I said, that not just Israel, you're looking at other US allies. I can see Sanjay Suri is also joining us live from Tel Aviv. Sanjay has been reporting ever since day one, ever since Prime Minister arrived over there. The situation remains on tenterhooks in Israel as well. Series of explosions being reported over there. But Sanjay, give us a sense of what's happening right now. What is the situation on ground level before we take this discussion forward?
Well, this is a triumph for Israel, without doubt. And this was really the prime aim of this entire move, to bring down Khamenei, and the Israelis and the Americans bringing this assault together have managed to do that. And this is, in terms of strategy, tactics, in military terms, a great success. Politically, whether this turns out to be long-term success, whether this then triggers a collapse of the regime, and the collapse not with a view to bringing a similar replacement, but with a replacement with a different political outlook, that will determine the longevity of this success and whether this really brings about the kind of change being sought.
I want to also quickly bring you in on the peace efforts that were being made. Abbas Araghchi had indicated that there was good progress being made. On the other hand, you see this attack, which now Israel and the US both have commented, saying that this was an attack which was in the making for months, given the way we've seen how naval and military assets were being amassed in the Middle East. Was diplomacy ever on the table, is the question.
It certainly is a question, Akanksha. It doesn't look like it. And we have this statement from the Omanian foreign minister that he is dismayed, and he is the one who has been playing mediator through these many rounds of talks. And following the last round of talks, he spoke of some extent of progress, but it would seem that this was something of a diplomatic charade that the Americans were keeping up, while of course we could see that they were building up their forces and preparing for the attack that has finally been carried out. So the only way diplomacy could have succeeded was if Iran had capitulated, and Trump expressed some surprise that it had not done so. So Iran stuck to its guns, such as they are. Iran refused to entirely abandon nuclear enrichment. It certainly refused to give up its stockpile of ballistic missiles. And needless to say, it said no to regime change. These were the three aims and the three items on the wish list of the Americans. The Iranians said no, they had to say no. So this was always going nowhere.
Aman, I also want to bring you in quickly on how the foreign leaders are now reaching out to the US President. Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, has made that outreach. He's also pledged allegiance to the US in this overall operation. How far will the other Western forces, including Europe, be able to go ahead with that is something Sanjay would also weigh in on. But I want you to also share with us the kind of reactions that are coming in from across the globe, particularly from India as well.
See, Akanksha, India is definitely very concerned over these developments. We have seen the statement of the Foreign Ministry late last night where they said that India is extremely concerned over the escalating situation. It has appealed to all the parties to de-escalate, ensure that civilians remain safe, because in such conflicts, if civilian infrastructure and civilian places are targeted, there could be heavy casualties, and that is what India is the most concerned about. But because I was saying earlier, India has a huge population in the Middle East. We have a lot of people working there, a lot of people living there, and that is why India is most concerned, and that is why Mr. S. Jaishankar has been working the phone all night, calling up his counterparts in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, basically asking for assurances that Indian population will remain safe. That said, India has also impressed upon Israel in this call that Mr. Jaishankar had with his Israeli counterpart last night, saying that parties should de-escalate. India is appealing to Israel to de-escalate. This is very important because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was just in Israel earlier this week, and shortly after his return from Israel, we have seen this conflict assuming this massive proportion. So in a way, India has a very close relationship with Israel. Both the leaders, Netanyahu and Modi, have a personal good relationship equation. Will India be able to impress upon Israel? We don't know. Right now, I think Israel is determined to eliminate the I would say the entire threat from Iran. The US has said it very clearly. They want to annihilate the Iranian Navy. They want to completely destroy any offensive capabilities that Iran has. They are looking for a new Iran. But, can you build a new Iran after demolishing and wrecking the country the way the US is bombing almost the entire nation of Iran remains to be seen. But if you see Trump's post on Truth Social, he's very clearly said Iranians need to look forward now to a new regime, to new leaders who can guide the country, who can build a new country. Well, these are big words by Trump, but how far that will be remain, work on the ground remains to be seen, because the conflict only seems to be increasing.
And this is putting mediators in a very tricky position right now. I'm sure Sanjay can weigh in on that, because remember, you mentioned the Omani officials, Sanjay. They've also said that the talks seem to be going on to a technical level, I remember was the word that was used by the Omanians. And they said that we will be resuming these talks in Vienna next week. What happens to these peace talks now? Is there any scope for these peace talks, even more so if indeed the Ayatollah has been eliminated?
No way, Akanksha. There's no way that the government in Israel is going to be listening to any of these peace initiatives. I must say, by way of a quick aside, it's a little challenge to have this conversation. I'm getting a very loud blast of feedback in my ears. But trying to take this forward, it seems very difficult, if not impossible, that the Israelis will listen to any appeals for a peace and calm at this stage. They've launched something, they're on to success, they've managed to hit Khamenei. They're not going to let go now. They're not going to now listen to any intervention from Mr. Jaishankar or anybody else, or the Omanian foreign minister or anyone else, to now pull back. There's no way that will happen. India and Israel certainly have very close relations, but which is not to say that Israel is going to listen to the Indian government and retreat or from this position.
Sanjay, there's always a lot of chatter about what is endgame Iran for the United States. But today I want to hear it from you. What is endgame Iran for Israel?
Well, for Israel, it's a question of survival now. This is not primarily the US fight. Again, a very quick aside, Akanksha, if you can please stop this feedback through this conversation, we could then take it forward.
I think you should just take cover right now. You should just take cover right now, given that the situation remains extremely fragile over there. Sanjay is in fact encountering some audio issues over there. Remember, there are emergency sirens being let off every hour. Explosions continue to take place. And so he is reporting in a very, very fragile, highly volatile atmosphere. But Aman continues to stay with us. Aman, as we've been now also contemplating and observing, I want to also bring our viewers up to speed with the kind of global support that the US president is receiving. Just for the benefit of our viewers, Sir Keir Starmer has already talked about how the UK and its own military forces are now involved in this entire military operation against Iran. In fact, in that joint letter that's been issued not just by the United Kingdom, but also along with France and Germany, these three countries have united. They have sent out an appeal to Iran to give up its nuclear program and to stop targeting civilians. If European voices are now joining in the US military operation, the Israeli military operation, Aman, this certainly could mean a very, very tedious, tumultuous scenario, not at the risk of, warmongering. This could very well be the worst nightmare coming true, that is of a World War III situation.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. I think that possibility cannot be ruled out at all now. Given the kind of strikes which are happening, and the latest we have, in fact, from the Israeli military, and I read out that statement which has come, that Israeli military says it has launched another wave of strikes against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense system. So the counter-strike by Israel is still on Iran, and is launching a second wave of strikes. The Israeli military is saying against Iran's ballistic missile and air defense systems. Also, Iran's state agency, so we have heard about Mr. Trump saying that Khamenei has been killed. What the Iran state-linked Fars news agency, Akanksha, is now reporting is that several family members of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei have also been killed. This includes his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchild, and his daughter-in-law. So not just Khamenei, perhaps his entire family has been killed in the US-Israel joint operation which was carried out yesterday. That is what Iran's state-linked agency is also saying. And clearly, US Defense Secretary's statement earlier saying that a massive US-Israeli strike on Iran, Washington says it killed the country's supreme leader, and it shows that those who harm Americans must pay a price. So these are the big updates which are coming, that Israel is now launching another wave of strikes on Iran's ballistic systems and its air defense systems to neutralize whatever is left of Iran's offensive capabilities. And also this news coming in that not just Khamenei, maybe his entire family, much of his entire family has been wiped out in this massive attack that has been carried out on his residential compound yesterday by the US and Israel together. So these are the big updates which are coming. Of course, a concerning situation, and what you are saying, Akanksha, about this quickly snowballing into a World War III, right. Well, looks much more possibility by the time, with the minutes going by, than the developments which are happening.
In fact, as we speak, we all know that the Canadian Prime Minister, along with the Canadian delegation, are very much in India. And we are getting in a statement from Canada's Foreign Minister, Anita Anand, who sent out an open letter of condemnation on these strikes against Iran. She's saying that Canada stands with the Iranian people. We strongly condemn the attacks of the Iranian regime against our partners in the Middle East, is also what she's gone on to say. These attacks must stop. We will continue to provide all possible support to Canadians throughout the region. Over the course of the past 18 hours while in India, I have spoken with my G7 counterparts regarding the evolving Iran-related hostilities in the Middle East. I have also been in touch with foreign ministers of several countries, including Israel, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Quickly over to Sanjay, as he's also back on the broadcast. Sanjay, you were covering the G7, and if Canada is also now reaching out to the G7 nations, do you think the global community will be able to usher in diplomacy and urge for peace at the moment, given that a very whimsical president like Donald Trump already has declared that there will be continuous bombardment in Iran for the coming week?
Well, when you say whimsical, you are clearly in a very gentle mood, Akanksha. This is a president who decides that the world should be the way he wants it to be. We see evidence of that again and again, and this is the latest round of that expression. It's almost certain that no level of pleas expressed diplomatically, whether from India or from Canada or from any other country, or Britain even, which doesn't just have diplomatic relations with the US, it almost has umbilical ties with the US. Even they will not be able to try and stop it, not that they are particularly trying to do so. So this is a momentum. It has a military logic of its own now. Given that the attack has been launched after many, many weeks of preparation and putting forces in place, it's very unlikely that Rubio and Trump will now have a few conversations with a few ministers and say, let's call it all off. That's not on. They're going to carry on with this, and the decision to stop this will come only if there is capitulation within Iran. That is not looking likely. Or that said, there are clear signs of unease, to put it mildly, and chaos within Iran. Just a few minutes back, we were hearing that Iranian media is putting out reports that it's not true that Khamenei has been killed. Now the same kind of media is saying it's not just Khamenei, it's his whole family that's been killed. So there is a degree of desperation about trying to issue denials of what happened, really trying to deny to themselves what has happened. It's not clear that there is a very clear substitution or leadership in place to take a view that the Iranian government can hold on to, that it is really in charge of. There is chaos, as there would be. Given this weakness, and given that this is the prime aim, this is what the first item on the American and Israeli wish list would be, that they would strike at the top, sow chaos, and then induce and provoke a crack up from within. They're on to that now. They're not going to let go.
Absolutely. In fact, in the latest reports that we are getting in from the IDF indicating that they have begun an additional strike, which is to also dismantle the air defense systems in Iran. The word coming in is that the additional strike is meant to target the ballistic missile array and also to, in fact, put off the aerial defense systems that are belonging to the Iranian terror regime, is what they are calling it. But quickly weigh in on that, Sanjay. Do you think that Israel and the United States both have managed to completely decimate the nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran, given that many of them, including Isfahan, Natanz, they are all nuclear facilities in Iran, and they were targeted yet again a second time after the June strikes?
Well, both at Isfahan and Natanz, we had satellite imagery suggesting that the Iranians were strengthening these areas and trying to build a resistance to any further attack. How successful that may have been, we don't know yet. Certainly, these have been targeted, and these are the three targets of the US and Israeli forces: the nuclear facilities, Khamenei, as we have seen what happened there, and the third being the ballistic missiles. And these are scattered all over the country, and that's going to be the trickier one. We have seen Iran launch several ballistic missiles, and some of them have penetrated defenses and gone through and hit, not caused a great deal of damage as of now, but the Iranians are at it. And that would be really the next target now, to see that that attempt from Iran to hit back gets neutralized through the taking out of these launchers all over the place. Now, that's not going to be a quick job. That's not going to be an easy job. These have been scattered. Iran does have thousands of ballistic missiles, by some estimates 3,000 to 4,000. And if they are scattered and if they are being launched, they certainly are going to cause a good deal of damage. If they can all be launched, the only way to prevent that is at source, if they can be hit and taken out. And we've seen imagery of this happening in a few instances. This is really now going to decide how far Iran can go, because if this capacity to hit back gets blunted, then Iran has nothing to hit anyone with.
And that basically is going to, in fact, mean a situation that's not going to really look well in terms of if you even were to look at how the markets are going to respond, how the global economy is going to be responding at the time. Now, there are more fears. Aman, if I could also bring you in on how does one speak to these concerns of energy? Because remember, the Strait of Hormuz has been barred by the IRGC yesterday. For how long will they be able to keep it blocked, given that the US is very much there with its own set of armament in the Middle East? That, of course, is a critical question. But more importantly, the energy supplies are also going to bear the brunt of this.
Well, absolutely. These are the two big concerns, Akanksha. The Straits of Hormuz being blocked right now by Iran is a big, big worry, because global oil prices could rise with this development. You know, India is dependent. Many other countries are a lot dependent on the Straits of Hormuz, the supplies that come through that channel. And, you know, if it is shut down as it is right now, and if it remains shut down for the next few days, it could have a big, big impact. The second big issue is the closure of flights. You know, the entire Middle East, there are no flights, airports are shut, flights are shut, people are stranded all over the Middle East and other places where they were taking connecting flights. They are all stranded at these airports now. This includes Indians. And, you know, Akanksha, disturbing news, in fact, coming also after earlier Dubai airport was struck by a drone earlier today morning, which led to injuries to a few people. Now there is report coming from Abu Dhabi that in Abu Dhabi also there has been an incident where a drone was going to target the Zayed International Airport in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Airport has also been shut down since yesterday, but here the Abu Dhabi Airport is now confirming that there was an incident resulting from the interception of a drone that targeted Zayed International Airport, where the interception operation has led to the fall of shrapnel, resulting in 1 death of an Asian nationality and 7 injuries. So both the Dubai and the Abu Dhabi airports are clearly on the target of Iran. And, you know, Akanksha, these two airports are the world's busiest transit airports, one of the world's busiest airports. In fact, if both these airports are shut, you can imagine how the entire world aviation, you know, seems to have been affected in a big, big way. So both the Straits of Hormuz and the situation in the air where your leading airports are shut down and there are no flights operating, both are becoming big concern areas, you know, for normal civilians and passengers who are supposed to travel, as well as the global oil prices. If they rise in the next few days, it could impact various countries, including India.
You know, I also want to bring in Sanjay on that note. Sanjay, the way the justification has come in by not just the US president, of course, Israel as well, and Donald Trump's own advisors, one really wonders, is this about restoring democracy? Is this about regime change? Is this about eliminating the nuclear program? Or is this about oil and energy at the same time? Because remember, currently it has been established that Iran has no ICBMs at the moment. So what was the prime fear over here?
Israel where we are. The nuclear capacities of Iran, such as they may be, have not been a realistic threat to the US at all. President Trump did claim that Iran has been a threat to the US. There's no credible evidence to back that. President Trump also claimed that Iran is a threat to the whole world. There is no clear evidence of that either. It is Israel and its very existence that would appear to be threatened by the nuclear capacities or the potential nuclear capacities of Iran. It is Israel that is threatened really primarily by the ballistic missiles of Iran. Of course, we are now seeing them being fired all over the place at other countries, seen as allies of the US, seen as supporting this US-Israel attack, so are being roped in as some sort of allies of the US and Israel. But for Israel, the aim had to be the complete elimination of the ballistic missile program, which Iran had refused to do, to completely abandon nuclear enrichment, which Iran had refused to do. So for Israel, this is an existential issue. Netanyahu has been pressing for this for a long time, and it is really these concerns that have been taken on board primarily by the US.
Absolutely.
If we hear President Trump, he has spoken again and again of the nuclear issue, He has not spoken a great deal about people and their rights. Yes, a nice thing to say that he added on at the end of the last speech, but this has been about denuclearizing Iran and completely erasing its ballistic program.
Right, because a separate annual threat assessment of the US intelligence community said that if they were to continue at this rate in terms of the nuclear enrichment, by 2035, perhaps Iran could come up with its own ICBM. What stumps us at the moment is that we've not seen a similar approach being adopted towards, say, a North Korea, where the Hermit Kingdom is in fact going on to test nuclear missiles as frequently as, say, every year or every 6 months. But let me quickly bring in Aman on that note as well. Aman, if it is indeed about regime change, what happens next? Will, say, the return of Reza Shah Pahlavi in fact be able to even ensure a restoration of democracy and, most importantly, cure that cost of living crisis which is plaguing the Iranians at the moment?
Well, of course, Akanksha, Iran has a lot of problems, and Iran has also been suffering a lot of sanctions in the past, and that is why the economy of Iran is really under a lot of stress, and that is why we've also seen the kind of protests we have seen in Iran in the last few months, people coming out on the streets openly protesting against the Khamenei regime, and that is what has also been cited by the US to do this strike, because the US says it stands with the people of Iran in these tough times when their economy is collapsing, when people are protesting against what the US says in authoritarian regime, and they want a more democratic regime in Iran. That is what the US wants. The US also says that there are many other faces in Iran. There are possible options for Iran to go for a more credible and a more democratic leadership. What happens remains, I think in this situation right now, Akanksha, nothing clear, concrete is going to emerge, because right now Iran is in retaliatory mode. If its top and supreme leader has been killed, if its top defense minister has been killed, if its top other officials have been killed, if Khamenei's family has been assassinated in this strike as well, which now the Iranian news agencies are saying, then I don't think Iran is in any mood for any talks or any regime change or any future leadership right now. What is top maybe on Iran's mind, and we are seeing that play out in the Middle East, is revenge, and that is what we are seeing from Iran with their drones and their ballistic missiles targeting civilian infrastructure in the UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Kuwait. We are seeing airports being targeted, so that is also a major thing, because if the Abu Dhabi, the Kuwait airport, if the Dubai airport is being targeted, Iran's intention also seems to be to cripple completely the civilian air infrastructure in the region. That will have its own consequences, with thousands and thousands of people stranded at airports with no flight taking off. So how long can that situation continue? If as I said, Dubai and Abu Dhabi are one of the busiest airports in the world, and if these airports remain shut for the next few days, it could lead to a very, very, I would say a very totally confusing situation on the ground for the passengers. We already have examples of many Indians stranded at these airports. Indian government, of course, Indian consulates, high commissions are in touch with the Indians who are stranded at these airports in the Middle East. But the Strait of Hormuz on one hand, which is a ticking bomb for, I would say, for many countries like India, where the oil prices could rise by maybe even $100 if the Strait of Hormuz remains shut for the next few days or few weeks. So these are both concerning situations for countries like India and others who are I think also becoming entangled in this whole thing, because we have so many Indians living in the Middle East. How do we ensure their safety? How do we ensure that Indians are not suffering in these strikes as well? That is, I think, topmost on the Indian, and that is why we see Mr. S. Jaishankar working the phones all night.
Absolutely, and the phone lines have been ringing here in New Delhi as well. How soon will they be able to reach out to the Indians stranded, not just in Tehran, but in fact all over Middle East, thousands of them actually. Sanjay, as someone who's based out of London, what is the word coming in from 10 Downing Street, given that Sir Keir Starmer just yesterday issued a statement saying that the British planes are in the skies and that we will protect the interests of our people and our allies as well?
The British have a compulsion to at least symbolically join the US in just about every military action that the US undertakes. So that is a given. Given that, the word from 10 Downing Street has been somewhat muted. It is a little less assertive, it's a little less loud than it usually is. That it's a slightly guarded expression coming in from Starmer that they will join the US in defensive positions, that they are there on board with the US in this, but they are not being particularly strident on this. We've also had a slightly cautionary language coming in from President Macron. He has said that he has not minced words about the Iranian regime and its nature and the fact that it has been brutal in its dealing with protests. He has supported that, but he's also sought a UN intervention, which is something that Trump is, let's say, not very fond of. And so we have a slight spectrum of views that is not is quite supportive of this Iranian regime, but is a little limited and a little restrained in the extent of approval of the US-Israeli action, and a little less fully on board with it. So we do have a somewhat limited expression of support coming in from Europe.
Absolutely. In fact, it's interesting you talk about the UN Security Council, because we are being told that they are in an emergency session in the aftermath of these major airstrikes on Iran. What will be the conclusion being drawn? We don't know. And what is the effect that multilateralism is even having at as far as all of these global conflicts are concerned? That in itself is questionable. But Aman, share the latest series of attacks, given that the IDF has already indicated that it is starting a fresh wave of strikes, looking towards dismantling the air defense systems in Iran and also targeting their nuclear sites. This is indeed going to be, it seems like these strikes are going to be unstoppable for the entire week, as have been indicated by Donald Trump.
Well, yes, Akanksha, and I think Israel is doing this because the Iranians are continuing to attack the civilian infrastructure. The latest we have now, after Kuwait, Dubai and Abu Dhabi airports, now Bahrain is saying, Bahrain Ministry of Interior in fact has put out an official statement that a drone hit the Bahrain's international airport as well. So 4 airports now targeted by the Iranian regime. First it was Kuwait yesterday, then it was Dubai, then it was Abu Dhabi targeted today morning, and now we have a report coming from Bahrain also that the Bahrain airport has also been targeted by a drone by Iran. So clearly Iran's intentions seem to be to cripple the airline infrastructure, the airport infrastructure in the entire Middle East. This is very, very concerning, because if these airports, as I was saying, get shut down for days, it could lead to complete chaos in the airline sector, because thousands and lakhs of passengers, take flights through the Middle East daily, in fact, and these airports are shut. Since yesterday, there are also reports of air sirens sounding in West Jerusalem as well. So clearly, both the sides, though Israel is mounting these strikes now on the air defense systems and the ballistic systems of Iran to cripple whatever is left of the Iran's offensive capabilities, Iran is continuing its attacks on the civilian infrastructure in the Middle East. And this is the top concern, I think, of world leaders now, that not just the Iranian strikes are not limited to just the US bases in the Middle East, which we all expected since yesterday would happen in retaliation. But Iran, in fact, is going much, much further. And this is what also seems to be uniting the world opinion against Iran. In fact, the leader of Saudi Arabia has also put out a statement condemning the Iranian strikes on the civilian infrastructure in the UAE. And so I think most nations are now coming together to condemn the Iranian regime, and this is maybe proving Mr. Donald Trump's case that Iran in fact is a rogue state. Iran in fact is in a way a terror state, and that is why you see this coalition of sorts coming together across the world against Iran right now.
All right, and quickly over to Sanjay as well. Sanjay, the very point that you were making as far as Israel's point of view on this overall joint strike is concerned has been reiterated at the UNSC session, which is just concluded, by the Israeli representative. And I want to quote him. He's saying that diplomacy was exhausted, stressing Iran was required to stop enriching uranium and to allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. They were building the means to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. And that Israel has called the overall joint strike an act of necessity, because the regime left no reasonable alternative. The joint efforts would continue as long as the threat remained. Sanjay, weigh in on the point that's being made. They've called it an act of necessity. So that's also a clear-cut indication that Israel and the United States will not settle for anything but complete decimation of their nuclear sites.
Well, for Israel, this is a matter of survival. It's a matter of existence. There is no nation that is more threatened or feels more threatened by Iran's ballistic missiles and its nuclear capabilities than does Israel. And if Iran were to develop a nuclear weapon and ICBMs that could deliver it, say, by 2035, well, that's around the corner. And certainly Israel will do what it can, and it has done what it could to preempt that and to nip it before that can go any further than it has already. We also had reports from the IAEA that nuclear enrichment in Iran has exceeded the threshold of about 3.7% that was set by the accord earlier, which Trump, we have to say, cancelled. And there is a further question whether that was a very wise move. But the fact is that Israel will want to finish the nuclear program of Iran, finish its missile capacity. And currently, whatever is happening at airports in the region, whatever is happening currently in the Strait of Hormuz, will depend on the relative success of Iran's missile program. As long as there's a regime in place and that has enough command over the military to keep launching these missiles, there will be a continuing shutdown. This will shut down when Israel's missile launching capacity is shut down. That may not happen in a hurry.
Also getting in the latest inputs, in fact, as we speak, there are responses coming in. All right, Raza Pahlavi has sent out a message over here. Ali Khamenei, the bloodthirsty despot of our time, the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters, has been erased from the face of history. With his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and will very soon be consigned to the dustbin of history. Honorable and courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of our great national celebration, but it's not the end of the road. Remain vigilant and prepared. The time for a widespread and decisive presence in the streets is very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring out the final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. Aman, is this an indication that we should now expect Pahlavi to be arriving in Tehran any time now? But how will that even happen given that the airspaces are going to be shut for quite some time?
Kanksha, it may take time, but I think the alternative voicing is in Iran are now speaking out. We have Reza Pahlavi, the advocate for a secular, democratic Iran for a long time, now putting out this big message, calling Ali Khamenei the bloodthirsty despot of our time, saying that the murderer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters has been erased from the face of history. This is the big statement coming from him, in a way seconding what Donald Trump has also declared, that Khamenei is dead. He's also saying that with his death, the Islamic Republic has in effect reached its end and very well soon will be consigned to the dustbin of history. He's saying that the honorable and the courageous people of Iran, this may be the beginning of a great national celebration. He's also saying this is not the end of the road. Remain vigilant, remain prepared, and the time for a widespread and a decisive presence in the street is very, very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will bring about final victory and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our beloved homeland. So clearly the alternative voices from Iran, the democratic secular voices, are now rising, and that is what Donald Trump has also been saying, that the people of Iran now need to take in their grip the destiny of their nation. They need to look forward to a more credible, democratic, secular leadership and the end to the Iranian Islamic regime, with this move of Khamenei being erased from the face of the planet, as Donald Trump has said. And as we speak, Akanksha, also there are big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak. The second wave, I would say, of the Israeli offensive in Iran is right now happening to take out what is left of Iran's ballistic missiles and Iran's drone infrastructure and the way they have been targeting the civilian infrastructure in the neighboring nations of the Middle East. Big strikes happening in Tehran right now as we speak, and Israel has launched what I feel is the end game towards Israel after Khamenei's assassination yesterday and the top leaders of Iran being killed in that particular strike by US and Israel on the compound of Khamenei and his office compound as well. Now we are seeing a second wave of attacks by Israel on Iran to take out the offensive infrastructure that Iran still holds. And the next few hours, in fact, Akanksha, could be very crucial in this regard.
Absolutely. Sanjay, what one is observing right now is that Iran is finding itself in an extremely isolated position. Because remember, the words that are coming in from their own Middle Eastern neighbors, including Saudi's defense minister, the Kuwait defense minister, all of these Middle Eastern neighbors who could have perhaps, ushered in some form of mediation, they are all condemning Iran for the retaliatory actions that have taken place against their own countries in the last 24 hours, which means that Iran and the Iranian regime has been brought down on to its knees.
Well, this Akanksha could have very long-term and beneficial effects for the US, because what this has done is very rapidly and very dramatically made the US and a lot of Arab countries natural allies. The US has had a long haul in finding acceptance and support in the Arab world. It's taken years and decades, and this could speed up that process hugely, because suddenly now it is the US and the Arab nations, all of these nations that you mentioned, together against Iran. So this is an alliance that can get cemented and prove a very long-term boon for the US politically within the region. But that said, it's not going to be easy to bring about a new regime in Iran for the US and Israel. Certainly, there is no plan for the US to send forces into Iran or for Israel to do so. So if Raza Pahlavi were to land in Tehran, past all these their airport issues, who is there, who will be there to support him? For that to happen, a great deal else will have to happen first. There would have to be a sufficient and convincing force within Iran, including the IRGC, a very big section of that, the Basij militia. The whole structure in place would have to cave in and surrender its ways and take over these institutions and be in place physically to welcome this kind of leader. That is not something that's looking immediately on the horizon. So there's a limit to what can be done from the air. You can take out people, you can take out missiles, but substituting them is not going to be easy without a presence in the country.
And it's interesting you talk about what kind of a presence is at the moment needed. Can democracy return to Iran? Because remember, many talk about how prior to 1979 there was the monarchy, then there has been the regime of the Ayatollah, high on morality. The youth over there are thirsting for democracy. This is the sense we get from the activists over there, especially after the recent wave of protests that, according to the United States, killed 32,000 protesters. And apart from, say, the way the human rights are being violated in Iran, you also have a cost of living crisis, one that has reached the hinterland. In fact, Sanjay, one has to also talk about how the recent wave of protests began from Tehran Bazaar. Tehran Bazaar is very important because this is the place where the merchants do business. And back in 1979, when they toppled the monarch back then, this was the very place where when the wave of protests had begun. And so this time around, the kind of, say, economic crisis that Iran is going through, apart from the international sanctions, that in itself is taking a toll. Stay with me, Sanjay. We are getting in some breaking inputs right now. America and Israel carried out the attacks. This is the news that we are coming to right now. This is, in fact, the big breaking input coming in from Reuters, actually. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who is bringing us that confirmation of the joint strike being conducted by America and Israel, carrying out those attacks during Khamenei's meeting with his close circle. That is the big breaking input coming in. So there's a good possibility that the Ayatollah was indeed eliminated during that strike, the satellite imagery of which we are flashing on your screen. Siddhant, share the details.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. So Reuters is reporting this, that America and Israel carried out the attacks during Khamenei's
meeting with his close circle. So this is fresh input which Reuters is reporting. In fact, Akanksha, President Trump claims that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated by US and Israeli forces. Israeli media, Israeli government is also claiming the same. But what we are hearing from Tehran is contradictory reports. They have yet not come official on the assassination of Ali Khamenei. All they have confirmed is that the close relatives of Ali Khamenei and senior officials of the Iranian government have been killed in US strike. So all we are waiting for is the official confirmation from Tehran or some sort of an acknowledgement of the claims made by President Trump. Till then, suspense continues over Ali Khamenei's assassination. Now, Reuters is reporting that when US and Israeli forces hit that particular premises where Ali Khamenei was present with the other senior officials of the Iranian government, that premises was hit by the joint forces, and in which Ali Khamenei got killed. So this is what the Western media is reporting, Reuters is reporting. As I said, that let's wait for some sort of acknowledgement of these reports from Tehran or an official confirmation. Perhaps going by the chatter, many are saying that Tehran is right now looking at a succession plan. Till then, they will remain silent on the killing of Ali Khamenei. They want a successor to be put in his place, and perhaps this could be one of the reasons that why there is blanket silence from Tehran on these reports.
Will the Iranian regime be able to come up with a successor? How quickly? Or is this going to be a possibility that the US president has indicated in his Truth Social post that the IRGC and the military are looking for immunity, and the only way for them to find that immunity is going to be that they back down? Will they back down? The latest reports indicating that Khamenei could very well have been eliminated, but as we said, that without any evidence, without any official confirmation coming in from Iran per se, this is still a fairly nascent report. Siddhant, Sanjay and Aman continue to stay with us as we slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage on Iran here at CNN News 18.
All right, so the Canadian Prime Minister throwing his weight entirely behind this American-Israeli operation, military strikes against Iran. I just want to get a quick word in from Michael Kugelman on this. So the Canadian Prime Minister, is this also a way of him trying to sort of soothe the ruffled feathers with President Trump of late? Canada and America have had all kinds of problems when it comes to their trading relationship. Or we're not seeing the Canadian Prime Minister take the same line as, let's say, the French president or the Russian president for that matter?
Right. I mean, we've already seen some other leaders from the West appear to come out in support of Israel and the United States. For example, the Australian Prime Minister came out with what came across as a pretty strong statement in support of the Iranian people, the Iranian public, which could be seen as going against the regime. It's going to be very delicate in terms of how America's allies handle things, and particularly those that are geographically located closer to the conflict. So, you know, as we know, some leaders are more concerned than others about upsetting or...
All right, so two concerns continue to plague the global community. What is going to happen now to the routes, given that most of the airspaces have been shut? Of course, Strait of Hormuz has been blocked, which also means there's going to be, of course, a lot of, say, issues now being created as far as energy supplies are concerned for the world. There could be a surge in the global pricing. global markets are going to bear the brunt of this, but more importantly, getting in some breaking inputs as we speak. Remember, as attacks continue across the globe, as far as Middle East is concerned, and the international airports in Dubai, even in Bahrain. Now, we're getting in some breaking inputs as far as the situation at IGI airport is concerned. We are being told that passengers have been stranded at the IGI airport amid flight disruptions and cancellations due to the situation in the Middle East. Let me quickly take that forward with Aman and Siddhant, and Sanjay also continue to stay with us. Aman, what more can you tell us? And is this going to be a prolonged disruption at the moment, given the situation as we observe?
Well, it seems that, Akanksha, because the entire Middle East is shut. You know, all the airports, Abu Dhabi airport, Dubai airport, Bahrain airport, Kuwait airport, all these airports are shut. And Abu Dhabi and Dubai specifically being one of the most busiest airports in the world, because these big transit airports are also shut, and we don't know till when. There are thousands and thousands of passengers who are stranded now, who are either in transit and or who are flying to Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and that is going to have a ripple effect also on the international flights going from India. And I believe Air India, Indigo, all our major operators who operate internationally are also cancelling a lot of flights which go through the Middle East, and much of the air traffic flows through the Middle East, and this is going to be a major disruption already, because thousands of passengers stranded, and these strikes also happening at so earlier today we saw a strike at the Dubai airport. There's also reports of the Abu Dhabi airport being a target and a drone being intercepted, and one Asian person losing his life, and 7 were injured in the strike which has happened after this interception happened and the sharpener fell on the Abu Dhabi airport. So both these airports are the busiest airports in the world. Both of them are on the target of the Iranian forces, and both have been damaged to a certain extent through these strikes, and that is why I think the ripple effect on the entire aviation industry in the world is going to happen because of that. And I remember with Dubai airport shut, all the major Middle East airlines are now shut. Etihad is shut, Emirates is shut, with none of these planes flying, and they're all grounded right now due to the shutdown of the airports. Of course, the airline sector is completely on a standstill till these airports start operating.
I'm going to quickly bring in Sanjay also, who continues to stay with us. Sanjay, the key word that Aman used was ripple effect. When we talk about ripple effect, look at the way this is going to also lead to supply chain disruptions in terms of energy supplies. Also, not to forget, the India-Middle East business partnership is at a booming $179 billion. And you're looking at other trading partners apart from Israel, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain. We have, in fact, a roaring trade partnership with these countries, but what is the overall impact going to be like in the days ahead?
When we speak of the ripple effect, this is arising from the strikes and the attacks primarily, but the reason that the ripples are continuing is the fear of more strikes. There's no way an airline will operate if there is a fear at all of a ballistic missile from Iran in airspace. They simply will not fly, which is what we're seeing. Also in the Strait of Hormuz, a lot of ships have now stopped. They are simply not going that way because they fear these ballistic missiles. So it is the fear itself that has become a weapon that Iran is wielding, a calculated weapon without doubt. How long will this fear continue? As long as Iran continues to launch missiles, even if there is the occasional missile that is launched and that gets through airspace to hit any place in the Middle East now, airlines will remain grounded and aircraft will remain grounded, and the ships are not going to use the Strait of Hormuz. For all this to resume normalcy, a great deal will have to happen, which is really complete elimination of the missile capacity of Iran. That's not going to be easy. There are thousands of missiles in place, and Iran has tens of thousands of drones it can launch. So even if there were to be a collapse of the regime by way of a sea change in the kind of regime you have, even if there are remnant groups launching the occasional missile, it will be very difficult for ships to sail through that strait and for aircraft to fly in that region.
Siddharth, what is the word coming in from the concluded UNSC session? Because all voices, not just the United States, Israel, but the Iranian were also present over there. They've called it a blatant violation of international law. And on the other hand, you have the US and Israeli representatives, in fact, saying that they were left with no option and that this entire joint strike was a necessity.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. This is not for the first time that US is walking out of the mediation of taking a diplomatic route. Negotiations were on with Iran. In fact, back then in Trump's first tenure, at that point as well, ahead of Iran and United States could come to conclusion to sign a deal. United States walked out of the deal. In fact, last year in June as well, when negotiations were going on, US and Israeli forces struck nuclear sites in Iran. So Iran was very much prepared for any kind of kinetic action. And perhaps, as I said, that not for the first time, this time around again, the second round of negotiations with Iran were going on, and this operation was launched where US and Israeli forces struck targets inside Iran. Now, in fact, why this decision was taken suddenly when negotiations were going on, in fact, President Trump deployed Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to speak to Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi. The talks took place in Geneva, but despite that, this operation was launched, and now we're getting to know that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. So perhaps was US looking for the right time, the coordinates of Ali Khamenei? Was it planned in such a way that when they actually got to know about his location and they decided to go after him? Was it out of sudden? Perhaps these are details which will come out in days to come. But right now, we know is that US claims that Ali Khamenei is dead. Israel says that Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. But Iran is silent. Iran is not confirming the death of Ali Khamenei. Perhaps many are saying that they're looking for the succession plan. Once that succession plan will be put in place, maybe after that they could announce or officially declare the death of Ali Khamenei. So,
all right.
Situation is dynamic right now, and it's unfolding. There are a lot of still there are a lot of developments taking place in the region.
Absolutely. We are yet to receive a formal confirmation with regards to Khamenei's elimination. But remember, Iran has now started confirming that indeed the family members, including the daughter and grandchild of the Ayatollah, have been eliminated in this joint strike. The key question being, did diplomacy have any scope? Or was this a hogwash, given that the Israelis have confirmed that this joint strike was in the making for quite a few months? Going to slip into a quick break as we bring you all the live and breaking updates on the situation in Iran and Middle East. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
All right, so the Canadian Prime Minister throwing his weight entirely behind this American-Israeli operation, military strikes against Iran. I just want to get a quick word in from Michael Kugelman on this. So the Canadian Prime Minister, is this also a way of him trying to sort of soothe the ruffled feathers with President Trump of late? Canada and America have had all kinds of problems when it comes to their trading relationship. Or we're not seeing the Canadian Prime Minister take the same line as, let's say, the French president or the Russian president for that matter?
Right. I mean, we've already seen some other leaders from the West appear to come out in support of Israel and the United States. For example, the Australian Prime Minister came out with what came across as a pretty strong statement in support of the Iranian people, the Iranian public, which could be seen as going against the regime. It's going to be very delicate in terms of how America's allies handle things, and particularly those that are geographically located closer to the conflict. So, you know, as we know, some leaders are more concerned than others about upsetting or provoking the president. But, you know, given how explosive a situation this conflict has become, I think that everyone, that all heads of state, heads of government, are just going to be very careful.
Watching the morning news, I'm Akanksha Swaroop. This is our live and rolling coverage on the situation in Iran and the Middle East. Remember, Israel has begun its renewed wave of strikes on Tehran. This after the US President already announced that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated in the joint strikes that took place and were conducted under what the US has called Operation Epic Fury. There, remember, has been no evidence shared so far by the United States, Israel, or any confirmation coming in from Iran. But Iran has continued to confirm that indeed Khamenei's daughter and his grandchild have been eliminated on those strikes. But remember, counter strikes are also taking place. Iran has come up with its own set of retaliatory strikes. It's targeting all of those US allies in the Middle East, from UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. All of these countries are currently on tenterhooks because it is the civilian locations which are being targeted. Many of them are in fact airports in Dubai and Bahrain both. On that note, getting in some breaking inputs, reactions pouring in from the international community. And in the latest, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has reacted, saying that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's regime claimed countless lives as he backed US military action in Iran. Tehran is yet to confirm if Khamenei is dead or not. Let me quickly take that forward with Aman Sharma. In fact, Sanjay Suri is currently stationed live in Tel Aviv. He's been reporting since day one, ever since Prime Minister Modi visited Israel. Siddhant also joining me in from the newsroom. Quickly taking this forward with Aman. Aman, what more can you tell us in terms of the global reactions we are seeing come in? And this is exactly the point we've been making, that Iran is finding itself increasingly in a very isolated position.
Absolutely, Akanksha. His passing will not be mourned. That is what the Australian Prime Minister is now very clearly saying. He's saying that the Khamenei regime had costed hundreds and thousands of people their lives over the years, and that is why Australia is now very clearly saying it backs the strikes carried out by the US and Israel on Iran. And as you correctly say, Iran is getting increasingly isolated on the world stage, not just because it has been targeted by US and Israel after these days and days of back and forth which was happening, but the civilian infrastructure which is being targeted by Iran now all over the Middle East, from Kuwait to Bahrain to UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi airports. This is what also I think is consolidating the world opinion against Iran, that this is the regime gone rogue after its supreme leader has been assassinated in these strikes. And who will really call the shots now in Iran with this regime bombing civilian infrastructure, posing a threat to the lives of civilians, shutting down the entire airline infrastructure, airport infrastructure all over the Middle East, the Straits of Hormuz being shut down, which is posing a danger to the oil supplies in the world. The oil prices could rise. So overall, I think the momentum and the sentiment seems to be increasingly against Iran.
All right, news coming in. Perhaps we could be receiving confirmation on the Ayatollah's death indeed coming in from Iran. But let me quickly go across. All right, breaking inputs coming in. Iran has indeed confirmed that their supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed. This is just a couple of hours after the US President Donald Trump made that announcement in the Truth Social post that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed in that joint strike which the US has called Operation Epic Fury, has indeed eliminated the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Finally, a confirmation coming in from Iran. This is big, big news, one that will go in the annals of history, could very much have a ripple effect as we're already seeing how Iran has started retaliating with that set of retaliatory strikes. What this could mean for the overall geopolitical polity, more importantly for Middle East, given that the European forces, the West, have already joined hands with their support being extended to the United States. Big news coming in. Iran finally confirming that their supreme leader has been killed. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in that joint strike that was conducted by the United States and Israel yesterday. And this is bound to have a ripple effect. Remember, as Iran has already said that they will not let go of this. Let me quickly take this forward with Sanjay Suri, who's currently stationed in Tel Aviv. Sanjay, finally a confirmation coming in from the Iranian side that Khamenei has indeed been killed.
Well, it's hardly likely that Trump would have put out that post if he was not absolutely certain of it. Israel and the Mossad, particularly the intelligence agency and the external intelligence agency of Israel, would have been the prime mover and the prime factor in intelligence gathering. Certainly, there would have been completely reliable information about where he is, when he is, before they struck, and that attack would have likely decided, the timing of that attack would likely have been decided once they knew exactly where he was. And so that attack was carried out. Certainly, they would have made sure that it succeeds, and they would have verified that the death has taken place before making an announcement. So it was hardly likely that President Trump would have made that announcement and then discover that Khamenei is well and kicking after all. But this does indicate a great deal of chaos and panics really within the Iranian establishment. Once the information began to surface that Khamenei has been killed, first we had a report and a statement saying that, well, he's alive and well. Then we had an announcement, so to speak, that he's about to go to the nation in a televised address to convince people he's alive and well. That didn't happen. Then came a statement saying that, well, he's alive and well, even if he has not made that statement. So now we have this. The question now is, what next? Who can be named? Whoever is named will have a death warrant on that name, on himself straight away. That person becomes the next target. And if the intelligence from Israel and the US was good enough to got Khamenei, it will be good enough to get the next person. So who will come forward, or will there be anyone in a hurry at all? Or will a cohort of leaders collectively take decisions without anyone being singled out publicly for it?
Stay with me, Sanjay. I want to bring in Aman and Siddhant as well. Aman, remember, it's important to put it out there for our viewers how this has all unfolded in the last 24 hours. It began with a daylight assault. One, as was confirmed by the Israeli and the US officials, was meant to decapitate the Iranian leadership. Plumes of smoke were seen rising in that satellite imagery that came out from the compound where Khamenei actually resided. And then this was 9:30 a.m. in Tehran local time when that daylight assault happened. And this was actually very different because most of the bombings that take place in these closely coordinated joint strikes are nighttime operations. This was a daylight operation. Soon after, they said that they had eliminated senior leadership, and within 24 hours, we've seen Iran retaliate. This has been a historic last 24 hours, which of course is going to change the overall historic trajectory of the Middle East. Aman?
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. This is big news. So a little over 3 hours after Donald Trump made it public that Khamenei has been killed in the US-Israel joint strike yesterday, now Iran is confirming the same, that their supreme leader Khamenei has been killed in the US-Israel joint strike yesterday on the compound where Mr. Khamenei used to live in Tehran. That was bombed yesterday in a very coordinated and targeted strike, as Donald Trump has described it to be. It is believed that Mr. Khamenei was in talks with his core group at that particular time when this strike has happened. It has not just killed Khamenei, it has also killed the top leadership of Iran, the political leadership, as well as the family of Khamenei, his daughter, his grandchild, other members of his family have also been killed in this big strike. This is the big moment, historic moment, Akanksha, after nearly 4 decades of being the supreme leader of Iran. Khamenei is finally dead, and it has taken Donald Trump, his patience running out after negotiations were going on with Iran. The talks were going on, but he had fixed that 10-day deadline. And as soon as the 10-day deadline was over, Trump has proven true to his word. He has taken out one of the most ruthless, I would say, leaders in the world in Khamenei with a very very strike by US-Israel yesterday. This is huge news. This is going to change the Middle East like it has never before.
Absolutely. And Siddharth, we've been talking about this, how Iran has no option. But it seems like, there is, of course, the IRGC is still very much standing tall. They are digging in their heels, but they are finding themselves extremely isolated because Hamas, Hezbollah, they have been, in fact, completely or eliminated. They are waning thin in terms of their own force. All that Iran currently has is IRGC. And if going by the claims that the US president has been making with its own set of confirmations, the other big claim he's made is that the IRGC and the military, along with the police, have all indicated that they are looking towards immunity, and the only way for them to find that immunity is that they surrender. So is it that the mission for the United States and Israel to orchestrate this regime change has actually succeeded?
Well, Akanksha, with this acknowledgement, with this confirmation that Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead, perhaps could increase uncertainty not only in Iran but whole of the region, because this could also mean, Akanksha, that hardliners within the IRGC could consolidate power, rival clerics faction could clash, and domestic unrest could intensify. Now, Supreme Leader's Secretariat comprises of the top clerics in Iran, perhaps the advisors to the Supreme Leader. Now, there will definitely be a struggle for power. IRGC, as we were discussing before with Aman, that IRGC is the elite commando force of Iran. And the job of IRGC is to protect the regime, to protect the supreme leader. Now, the generals in IRGC are very powerful. They are in control of sophisticated weapons, missile systems, nuclear sites, etc., etc. Then Basij, again, the paramilitary force of Iran. They control the roads and streets of Iran. They are again very powerful. So this could lead Iran into more uncertainty. We could, if succession plan could not get implemented rightly, because there are some reports suggesting that the vice president could take over, etc., etc. All those things, chatter is going on social media. President Trump said in one of his interviews that United States has succession plan and they have eligible people for the job. He said that. So United States will definitely be wanting somebody who could be some Venezuela kind of an arrangement in Iran. I'll put it this way, Akanksha. But definitely IRGC and the clerics will want somebody from IRGC will want somebody from their force to be leading the country or control in their hands. The clerics will want the control in their hands. So I think this acknowledgement, this confirmation is perhaps could lead Iran into more uncertain
IRIB,
times.
which is the Iranian state media, has confirmed that the death of Iran's supreme leader has indeed happened. That is the big news this hour. Let's also quickly listen in to another reaction that's coming.
ایشان در پاسخ همه اصرارها فرمود چرا باید وقتی مردم و خانواده هایشان زیر آتش دشمنند من و خانواده‌ام به پناهگاه برویم. چه سالها و دهه‌ها که در دعاهای شبانه با اشک و تضرع از خدای شهیدان مرگ سرخ و لقاء خونی.
IRIB, which is the state broadcaster of Iran, has in fact made that big announcement over there that we were just playing out to you on your screens, that the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has indeed been killed. This was in the joint strike. The US has called it Operation Epic Fury. He's been eliminated yesterday. Now the other big question is to do with the succession. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay Suri also on that note. Sanjay, going by all the claims that Donald Trump has been making, he's been delivering upon it. The first big claim was that indeed Khamenei has been killed. Second big claim is that the IRGC is looking for immunity. That means that it will be the US deciding who gets to rule Iran. He's also gone on to say that he indeed knows who he wants to lead Iran. That's very critical at the moment. Weigh in on that, because we've also heard that detailed message from Reza Pahlavi, which he's posted on X.
You know, let's say that a lot of IRGC, and it will never be all of it, decide to do what Trump wants. They surrender. Who will they surrender to? Who is in Tehran that they will surrender to? It's not Israel, it's not the US, it's Iranians. There's nobody else in the world who is in Tehran. Nobody else in the world is going to get there in a hurry. So what we would then have to have is a section of IRGC surrendering to another section of IRGC, which means that a section of IRGC says that we will abandon our ways, abandon our policies. IRGC is IRGC in name, but it's a transformed force. It's a secular force. It's a completely different kind of force. We will then import the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi. He will come, ensure democracy, elections, a new government is elected, all done. Do we see all this happening in a great hurry? There is a fundamental question here. IRGC derives such legitimacy as it believes it has from a certain kind of an Islamist arrangement and Islamist structure that has been ruling Iran. Will they abandon it altogether, even if the majority of people are opposed to it? This is a section that has put down that majority again and again. Will they surrender their ways? Will they completely transform themselves? And it would then have to be a collective transformation. Short of that, we will be looking at a civil war, and a civil war starting from within the IRGC. So there's a lot that will need to be done, and a lot that will need to happen before we can see the kind of change that Trump envisages.
Aman, the kind of retaliation we've seen coming from Iran is unprecedented in nature, at least in the recent past, in the recent decades, so to say. Do we see this now coming to a pause, given that Iran has finally confirmed the demise of the supreme leader? He indeed is no longer there, puts them even in a further more vulnerable position.
Well, Akanksha, see, US has decapitated Iran yesterday, with the taking out of Khamenei, who's been at the helm in Iran for almost 4 decades. This is a huge, huge strike, and it's taken finally US and Israel joining hands for this very well coordinated, I think a very well planned strike. Also, as you were mentioning earlier, this has happened in bright daylight, not in late at night. Israel has chosen to carry out the strike along with the US in broad daylight. Also, I think catching Iran by surprise, because everybody was expecting all these days that when US and Israel strike, it will be late at night. And that also explains the pinpointed intelligence that Israel had, that where Khamenei is. He's meeting, in fact, his top leadership in a compound which was bombed by Israel yesterday. And today, what we are seeing after that, I think, is Iran trying to up the ante by targeting the civilian infrastructure in various other Middle East countries. But now, as we speak, Akanksha, Israel is carrying out another wave of big strikes in Iran, and we hear about these big explosions happening in Tehran and other parts of Iran. And I think the final effort from Israel and US is now to take out the offensive capabilities, if they are left, of Iran, because now their supreme leader is killed. The entire leadership is in a disarray, and this is the time that I think they are moving in for the kill and totally decapitate Iran and put in a new leadership in place in the days to come.
And before leadership is also ensured, Siddhant, maybe you could weigh in on after what we witnessed in the previous June strikes that took place, which were targeting nuclear enrichment sites as well. So whether it's Natanz, Fordo, Isfahan, remember yesterday they were again attacked. Will the United States and Israel ensure that this time around these nuclear sites are completely decimated, because they have ample evidence to already suggest that the nuclear enrichment is still very much going on in Iran? All right, Sanjay, you know, yesterday, remember, we were also talking about how Iran's the scientist, the chief scientist or the leader looking after their nuclear program had also been eliminated in the strikes. That in itself has it's also going to in fact pose a huge hurdle when it comes to taking Iran's nuclear enrichment program any further. Are we now also going to see US strikes targeting these nuclear sites and ensuring that they are completely decimated?
Most certainly, that will be a prime aim now of the US and Israeli forces. It will be the nuclear sites, it will be the missile facilities and the missile launching centers that are scattered around Iran. It is these that will have to be neutralized if a degree of normalcy has to be returned to the entire region by way of air travel and by way of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So it is going to be a continuing problem as long as Iran has a missile launching capacity. It seems to be the aim of the US and Israel that the way to tackle this is not to attack every launcher physically, but attack the top, attack the leadership itself, and that they have done quite effectively, which of course also tells us that the Iranians were not very smart. The whole world has seen this build-up. The whole world knows and has known that Khamenei is the first target, and they couldn't protect him. There he was sitting in his own place where everyone would expect him to be, not hidden in some bunker that then has to be detected. So the Iranians are really not on top of the game. They haven't been able to protect their own leader. Will they be able to protect all of their nuclear sites? Will they be able to protect all the ballistic missiles that they have and that they have very proudly displayed and boasted of? It's not very clear. It will depend upon what kind of leadership now is in place that will be able to operate these, if at all.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the next area of focus. But remember, currently the US president has already indicated that there's going to be pinpointed bombardment which will continue, and it is already continuing as the IDF has renewed its strikes on Tehran. Sanjay, Aman and Siddhant continue to be with us. Siddhant, yesterday the leader of the nuclear enrichment program in Iran was eliminated. Now the focus is also going to be on the Iranian nuclear facilities. Remember, there was enough damage done in June, but that still didn't ensure complete elimination of these nuclear sites, whether the ones in Fordo, Isfahan or Natanz. Yesterday, there were more strikes in Isfahan and Natanz as well. Could you also give us a sense of what is the kind of nuclear enrichment program that they are looking at, the details that have been shared by IAEA? Sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
So, Akanksha, in fact, there are two aspects to look at the negotiations which were going on between United States and Iran. Now, going by the policy of Iran, in fact, they said this many times that there was a fatwa from the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei that there should not be usage of nuclear weapon by Iran, or Iran should not move in the direction of becoming a nuclear power. And in fact, Iran time and again cited this fatwa by the Supreme Leader during negotiations at various forums at world stage. Point number one. Point number two, that as far as nuclear sites are concerned, as you rightly said, Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz were hit by the US forces last year in June. But after that operation, a military attack, military targeting of these sites, Akanksha, there was no satisfactory sort of understanding could be reached, as far as the nuclear program of Iran is concerned, because there were multiple reports saying that US could manage to damage the nuclear program of Iran. But then many experts at that time, Akanksha, said that it cannot be done militarily. If you want to shut Iran's nuclear program, then you have to engage with Iran diplomatically. Many experts said that. Last year in June, many said that Iran shifted its entire program to a different place before US could hit Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan. So those things were also said. But the larger issue is that US and Israel wanted Iran not only to shut its nuclear program, that's one demand, but the other demand was to put end to its missile stockpile, to put end to its missile development program as well. And perhaps each time around, what I could understand after negotiations, after going through various reports on the negotiation talks between the United States and Iran, perhaps this has remained the sticking point between the two sides. So, the missile stockpile, missile program of Iran perhaps was a bigger concern for both Israel and the United States.
Stay with me. Getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, more confirmations coming in from the Iranian media. What are they sharing? They're sharing the timing of the entire strike, which actually eliminated the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iranian media sharing this information that Khamenei was indeed killed in the early hours of Saturday. But remember, this was a daytime strike, as has been indicated in the reports by the United States and Israel as well. But this was in the early hours of Saturday. This, in fact, is a breaking away from what we've seen normatively, what strikes look like. These were coordinated daylight strikes on Tehran, and that, of course, sparked Iranian retaliation. But Iranian media confirming that Khamenei was indeed killed in the early hours of Saturday. As we all know, we are sitting on Sunday right now, and so this was roughly 24 hours ago that those strikes killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Aman, as we've been talking about how the US and Israel have gone on to talk about how they were looking at decapitating not just the Iranian leadership, but all of the government machinery, the apparatus of the government. And that is why they made a conscious effort to go ahead with this daylight assault, as they have called it. And that is what it has ensured, a complete decimation of the entire government machinery, because if you go by the satellite imagery that we are bringing to our viewers, it's the entire compound which you can see has this plume of smoke actually rising up, going on to indicate that that's been reduced to now a heap of rubble.
Well, clearly, Akanksha, I think the entire idea of this operation, the entire motive behind it is the complete annihilation of the top political leadership of Iran. It's been very clear, and Donald Trump had actually given enough warnings in the days earlier that, if Iran does not listen, does not toe the line, does not sign on the dotted line, there will be very, very grave consequences. And I think Trump has stayed true to his word. This strike was done with pinpointed intelligence, pinpointed accuracy, and great force. It's happening in the daylight when Khamenei, along with his top brass, is there having a meeting. What we're being told in his compound, the entire compound is bombed through a very pinpointed strike, which has taken out the entire leadership. In fact, not just the entire leadership, even Khamenei's family has been killed in this particular strike, the details that we are getting. So this is a big, big, strike by Israel and the US together. And right now, after Iran responded to it, and because Khamenei has been killed, also now explains in a way, Akanksha, why Iran has chosen to up the ante further and go and attack the civilian infrastructure in the Middle East, not just limited counterattack to the US bases in the Middle East, but also go after the airport infrastructure in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. These repeated strikes which have happened in an attempt to harm civilians. I think this is the regime going rogue in a way, and that is what the US has been saying. And the counter strikes which are happening right now in Tehran by Israel are aimed at killing all this offensive capability that Iran still holds, and we are then seeing that playing out. So very, I think, a tense situation. In the next few hours, we could have more clarity on what exactly US and Israel have together achieved. But right now, the big story, of course, is that Iran has confirmed that its supreme leader is dead, and after being at the helm for nearly 4 decades.
Absolutely, being at the helm for nearly 4 decades, and ironclad rule that he will be remembered for 36 years to be precise. A part of the population, 75% of them, in fact, are the youth. They had lost that connect, and I want to bring in Sanjay on that note. Sanjay, remember earlier also in the wee hours of today, we were discussing the lack of connect with the Ayatollah's regime, even though, of course, the more senior population could relate to him, the ones who actually still had belief in the morality that was brought in by the Ayatollah. But much of the population is now the youth, which were born after 1979, post that revolution. What will this mean for the youth today in Iran? Will US be able to usher in a new era of politics as far as the activists are concerned? They've been calling for democracy to be restored in the Middle Eastern nation.
That is a factor, Akanksha, but we do want to remind ourselves that it's not perhaps necessarily an absolute and straight division between youth and age here. There would be people within the establishment who would have been opposed to these ways, recognizing that there is a groundswell of opposition to it. And there is a question that does arise from the manner of this assassination or taking out of Khamenei. He was sitting in his own home together with his family, together with his advisors, and for the Iranian government to have let him be there, for everyone around him to have let him sit in his home at breakfast, it would seem, with his family. I mean, how unbelievably dumb is that? And that does lead to the question that was there a leak within the system immediately around him that could have alerted the Israelis and the Americans that this is where he is and when he is. The intelligence they would have had, certainly satellite intelligence, certainly electronic intelligence, but for them to have struck, they are very likely to have had human intelligence as well. So there will arise a question whether there's a conspiracy here, a conspiracy against Khamenei that led to a tip-off that he would be where he was, and even more perhaps than a tip-off, to make sure that he is where he is and then do the tip-off. We are speculating here without doubt, but there is without doubt a question how he could have been placed there as a sitting duck in his own home when there was a build-up of these forces out to target him primarily. That then leads to this question about the groundswell, and that certainly is mostly youth-led, and they are opposed to this kind of Islamism that's being forced down their throat. They don't want it. They're exposed to the world and the ways of the world. They want it done differently. They will live their faith, practice it, but in their own space, in their own way. It's between an individual and that individual's faith. It cannot be a government system that's thrown at them. So this is the kind of divide we are seeing in Iran. How this will express itself by way of a resolution towards having a government in place that can encompass all these elements and rule. This is very, very uncertain at the moment.
You know, you've highlighted a very, very key critical point, which I'm sure in a couple of hours we'll also be hearing about in terms of how this operation was conducted. In the Venezuelan operation, it was made amply evident that there was indeed intel shared, there was indeed input with the US, which helped them to conduct that operation. In fact, Maduro was taken out alive at least and is now being put under trial. But here you're looking at the supreme leader of a country that wields enough influence, not just in the Middle East, but over the overall Shiite population in the world. And so this is, in fact, an assassination which is bound to go down in the annals of history. And Siddhant, taking that point forward, a very key critical one being shared about in terms of whether there was any intel sharing done with the United States. The US president in his post has said, and let me quote him verbatim, as I said last night, now they can have immunity with regards to IRGC. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Is that an indication in itself that, yes, perhaps the overall power structure has already been undergoing a change while Khamenei was still alive?
Well, that's right. So, Akanksha, this has been going on from quite some time. In fact, US and Israeli forces intelligence was preparing to take down Khamenei from a very long time, and they were seriously pursuing this task. So if you look back how it all started, now Iran's main tool of domination in the region was its proxies, Akanksha, Hamas, Hezbollah and Houthi rebels. Now it all started by eliminating senior Hamas leadership. Yahya Sinwar and others were killed by Israeli forces. Then in Lebanon, the pager attack and their senior leadership was eliminated. Perhaps that was the biggest setback for Iranian proxy network in the region, and these proxies were largely controlled and used to work in connivance with IRGC, Akanksha. So after the senior Hamas leadership was eliminated, then senior Hezbollah leadership was eliminated by Israel. Perhaps that in a way broke the spine of Iranian security architecture, security network in the region, and after which Israel decided to go after Iran directly. And if you remember, in 2024, for the first time, Israel and Iranian forces exchanged fire, which lasted for a few hours because of the air defense systems put in place by US and allies. They could manage to sustain Iranian missile attack. Then last year in June, as we were discussing before, the nuclear sites were hit. Perhaps at that time it was said that it is being done to bring Iran to the tables for the negotiations. Then the protest broke out in December. Economy is not doing good. University students, traders, etc., hit the streets, and there were repeated calls from US President, Israeli leadership for a regime change. And as you said, now coming to your question, so all these developments made IRGC and those who were loyal to the regime perhaps believe that regime could collapse. And the first time this was evident when Akanksha last year in June the nuclear sites were hit, and there were multiple explosions in various parts of Iran were reported. At that time, there were multiple reports which suggested that Israeli...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, Siddhant. As we speak about these nuclear sites, we're getting in some breaking inputs right now. Witness reports are suggesting that Iran has heard loud explosions over Isfahan. So this is exactly what we here at CNN News 18 were discussing, that the focus now shifts over to completely decimate the remaining nuclear nuclear sites. Sanjay Suri, you could weigh in on that aspect. Loud explosions heard over Isfahan. There's Fordo, there's Natanz, there are a host of other nuclear sites. And now, clearly, the US and Israel will be looking towards ensuring, now that the joint strikes are happening, that they completely eliminate these nuclear sites.
You know, we heard the claim, Akanksha, from Trump earlier that the nuclear capacities of Iran had been obliterated, and that was in the last strikes. Clearly, they were not. And reports have surfaced that a lot of the enriched uranium had been stored particularly at the Isfahan site. And that certainly will be the target, and that is an area that Iran has taken a lot of steps to protect further in recent days and recent weeks. We've seen several indications of that through satellite imagery. A question then is a very critical question, how deep the attack goes now physically into the Isfahan facility. If it were to hit the uranium itself stored there, what that could result in, and that is a question that has worried IAEA, and if it has worried them, it should worry us all. They have said that so far they have no reports of any radiation arising from there, and that there has been no consequence from any damage done so far. But if they were to be damaged, and if you are looking at missile attacks, they are not going to be discriminating about where to hit, what to hit, how to contain what. This is going to be a blast. And if that blast is effective, will it hit the uranium itself? What could that lead to? This is not the primary question for Israel and the US. Their mission is to finish the nuclear capability. How it is done and how it can lead to difficulties certainly is a question for Iran.
Absolutely, because the IAEA has also reported that there is a lack of access at least to two key critical nuclear facilities, one in Fordo, the other in Natanz. Now remember, there are 6 of them, and right now what we can tell our viewers is that Isfahan has reported loud explosions. So it does seem like in this entire week that the US president has indicated there will be pinpoint bombardment is the term that he's used. They will ensure the complete obliteration of these 6 nuclear sites. How the United States and Israel managed to do that without boots on the ground, that is going to be another key critical question. Going to request Sanjay, Aman and Siddhant to continue staying with us as we continue with all the live and latest coming in from Iran and the Middle East after we return after a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.